No.
What's up, everybody? It is the Super Bowl of all Super Bowls. I think this is the most normal thing that we are going to do in the last month and a half, Stoops?
I think so. Yeah, something like that.
This is like a Christmas in the middle of April with everything. There's been no sports, there's been no nothing. Obviously, it's Christmas for us, because it is time for these guys to go on their merry way so we can move on to 2021. But welcome, everybody, to a very special draft night edition of the Devy Delight, hosted here by the Expand the Box Score. I'm super duper excited. We are going to be live throughout the entire first round of the NFL draft. So you're going to see our pretty faces for, I don't know, maybe 4 hours or so. But at the same time, guys, we are excited to be here. Stoops, I'm excited, man.
I'm pumped. We've been talking about this for a while. It was kind of at first just like essentially an idea, right? Like hey, let's think about doing this. And then as time got closer, we really started talking, we've already talked about these guys a lot. But then it really started to be like, hey, they're really about to get drafted. Like, this is about to happen. Like, let's go live. This is a good opportunity, just having fun with it, bringing on some people. We've got some guys and gals that probably coming on later. So it's going to be fun. I'm excited about it. It's definitely something that I've never been a part of. I've watched other people go live, and I've watched them, talk pick by pick and go that route. So the thing I think I'm most excited about is we're kind of getting out of our comfort zone in the sense of a Chase Young and Isaiah Simmons. Like, we know those guys, right? But then there's the offensive tackles. Like, there's going to be a lot of people drafted that we don't talk about. Like, we really don't. So it's going to be fun to kind of see reactions from that. And, we know enough, I guess. And you've got a little trick up your sleeve over there to help us out a little bit. So it's going to be fun. I'm excited to get it going.
I am as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah. Is there anything that you want to? I just want to see madness, right? I just want to see a bunch of trades happen, right?
And you got to think there's gonna be some trades. Hopefully, there's more than just like one or two. Like, you want to see something happen. And the biggest thing that I like to see are players actually being traded as well, as opposed to just saying, "Hey, we'll give you the 4th pick for the 21st, 38th, and a future second." Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's cool. It's movement. I like it. Yeah. But I mean, there's just talks of so many people wanting out of the team that they're on, or essentially just wanting to get a new contract in some fashion, and teams not wanting to pay for it. So I want to see some moves. That'll be fun. Players, even if it is just picks, whatever. But I like seeing madness like that.
Yeah, I just think that, like, we're facing unprecedented territory, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is something that we have never, why would I'm trying to post this would Grammarly change live to life. It's not life, it's live. But I'm super duper excited. Like, this is phenomenal. This is something that I never thought in a million years this is something that we would do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're watching right now and have any questions, bring them in. We are excited as all get out right now to just do this. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what we're doing. Like Stoop said, I mean, we just kind of sat at the house and I just said, let's do this. And we started slowly but surely. We had like one guest, and then we've got another one, and then we had another one. And it was like, man, this is actually something that we're going to have a lot of fun at and do and have a blast doing. So
yeah, especially it's the guys. I'm like it's been said, it's the guys we've been talking up, talking down in some cases, for months now. So to finally see landing spots, and whenever we did our like, love, hate the other night, it's one of those where a couple of the guys that we weren't necessarily as high on, like, landing spot could change that. That's a huge thing. So it's going to be fun, and that's what I think I'm most excited to see is finally where are these guys going, right? Where's their home going to be now, and how does that change their fantasy value? So it'll be fun. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Exactly, and that's the thing that I'm really excited about the most is seeing, is where the land. Like, you're right. It's like I could not like, let's just say, Henry Ruggs, right? You know what I mean? I don't. There's really nothing that's going to make me really like Henry Ruggs. But if Henry Ruggs lands to some, like, the perfect, I saw a landing spot in San Francisco. I think that would actually be a good spot for him, right? I don't think he would need to be the guy, right?
Yeah.
And we've talked about he is not the guy. He shouldn't be the guy, right? But I'm excited about to see where he's going to land because honestly, he's going to be either a big time hit or a big time miss, right? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
for
That
sure.
to me, and that's the big thing. So Stoops and I we're about 25 minutes away from the show starting, as I'd like to call it. But before we get started, I figured Stoops and I could kind of talk about our final draft rankings here. Our quarterbacks are kind of similar. You know what I mean? Well, outside of Eason going third, I did see you change that. So kind of take us through that top 5 real quick for us.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, the first is clear cut, right? To me, it's Joe Burrow. We've talked until we're blue in the face about him.
Yeah.
You saw it, everyone saw it. So that one's pretty obvious in my opinion. Herbert's the one that you and I are both higher on him than a lot of other people. People talk about his accuracy issues. They just talk about different issues that, they may notice in his game film and so on. But overall, I'm just a huge fan of him. Seeing him down in Mobile. We talked about him last night on our show. Emily, you gotta see him in person, right? When you see the film, you get some opinions on him, but when you see him in person, it really just shows his true emotions, I guess. The fact that he was definitely running down the field, giving guys high fives and just, bringing them up. I loved seeing that from Herbert. Eason, he's one that I'm much higher on than a lot of other people. I think going to the right situation, and we can say that about a lot of guys, right? But I think Eason going to the right situation, I think is definitely going to help him. He's going to have to sit. He's not a guy that's just going to come in and light the league on fire, I don't think. But I'm much higher on him than a lot of other guys. Tua sitting at number 4. We've voiced our concerns or unpopular opinions on him, and that's not to say that we think he's a terrible quarterback. I just think a couple other guys are a little bit better and have a little bit higher potential to it. So and I know that's not a popular opinion at all.
No.
But we've seen a lot of things coming out, where such and such team, and that's just the coaching staff there. So that's just team specific, but how a lot of people are saying, well, now Herbert's going to go higher than Tua. Tua's dropping in the draft. So I think that's going to be something I'm really focused and watching on is where is Tua going? Does he fall in the draft? And it's one of those where when certain guys fall, they do get that little chip on their shoulder. So if that happens, like, what is that going to do for him? And then number 5, Jordan Love. I saw enough to keep him in my top 5, but I am still not necessarily a huge fan of him. You've mentioned it, going to certain landing spots. I think he could succeed, but I got to see a lot more from him to move him up any higher. And I think putting him at 5 was kind of a generous move, on my opinion.
I think obviously I have him 4. I have him 4, and then I have Gordon at 5. That's basically the biggest difference between ours is my love for Gordon, your love for Eason is basically the flip-flop there, right? Mm-hmm. So for me personally, what I look at there is that shows you how kind of weak this draft class is, right? Yeah. In the quarterback position. Because to me, you have Burrow, Herbert, and then everybody else, right? But even if you throw in Tua, right? We don't like Tua, but can Tua be a good NFL quarterback? Probably. Yeah, he can be if he goes to the right landing spot, right? If the hip is healthy, if, but that's the thing. Like when you talk about Herbert, for me, there's no ifs, right? Burrow, I don't talk about Burrow. I don't hear about a bunch of ifs. Mm-hmm. For Tua, the injuries are important. Like let's not pretend like these injuries are just anything, right? But for me, I mean, Joe Burrow, obviously, hands down. I mean, as it was announced earlier, was it Mark Brown? Somebody Brown. Had the owner of the Bengals welcomed Joe Burrow to the team Wednesday, which is not very surprising. I am shocked he's not getting, the top pick's not getting traded. We did have a report on Twitter that certified guaranteed it was going to happen, but it never panned out.
So I have a question for you then. So they came out and they said, Burrow's our guy. We're taking Burrow.
Right.
How long do you think they're on the clock? Do you think they
probably 10? What is it? A 15-minute clock, I think, for the first round.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't really remember either. It's like a 10 or 15-minute clock in the first round. But yeah, to be honest with you, like why? Right? Like 7 o'clock, you're on the clock, Cincinnati. Make the pick, right? Like They do that every year. They did that last year with Kyle Murray. They do it every single year, and it's kind of hilarious whenever you go through it and you watch him do that. But for me, we got about 10 minutes until we're going to have somebody hop on, talk Bengals with us. I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to cycle through the guests tonight just because it's something that we've never really done. We're going to have people come in, come out, come in, come out. And it's exciting. But you get to see our pretty faces the entire time. Let's go ahead and throw some plugs out there real quick. Make sure to check out the Devy Delight podcast, guys. We are pumping out content each and every week. We had a great show yesterday, as Stoops mentioned. We had Emily on the show. She was a fantastic guest. I think she really provided some in-depth stuff that we are not always able to provide on the Pac-12. Yep. So that was really cool to have her on there. She was fantastic, and like the one big question I did have for her, which was funny, was the KJ Costello question, and I thought that really kind of turned my head a little bit when it came to my thoughts on Costello going down and playing with Mike Leach, because obviously Mike Leach was out there in the Pac-12 as well. But she had a lot of nice things to say about Anthony Gordon as well. You can get her on Twitter at Emilnem, EMILNEM. I still think it was funny. I was listening back to the podcast this morning, and I cannot believe that I got her name right as soon as we started, and then as soon as we go on the air, I butchered it. But
you nailed it. Like you hit when you said, "How do you said, is it said like this?" And she goes, "That's perfect." And you say, "We're going live."
Yep.
And then it just
exactly. It was exactly.
I would have butchered it too, though, in your defense. So.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah. But I didn't. So.
Well, that's very nice of you. But yeah, I'm excited because then on the flip side of that, we've been in the middle of the Pac. We did the Pac-12. We're in the middle of the Big Ten. We did the quarterbacks. We talked about the running backs as well. Big Ten. Yeah, Big Ten. Yeah. This weekend after the draft, this week's show, we're going to deviate from what we've been talking about. We're going to hop on. We're going to talk about the landing spots of these guys, right? Mm-hmm. And what our plan is over the next couple of weeks, maybe the next month or so, is do a couple of these mock drafts. No question marks about Herbert. We got a question in here, PRC. No, for me, Justin Herbert is the guy. I think that, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for Burrow's crazy, insane season, Herbert would be the number one quarterback taken. And it solidified it while we were down in Mobile. His character, his attitude, he is, and I think Emily hit it right in the head. He's like the opposite of Joe Burrow, right? Joe Burrow's flashy swag. But I think that Herbert has swag, but he just has it like on the field swag. Right?
Exactly. It's on the field. It's not so much off the field. He is a to himself, and you can tell he doesn't like to be the center of attention, which is funny because being the quarterback, like you generally are, right? So he's going to have the interviews. He's going to have all that stuff. So that's definitely something he's going to have to get used to. But just seeing him on the field, and then whenever we were able to see him essentially in like that luncheon, whenever we could interview some guys, he did the interviews. He was awesome with it, but you could tell it wasn't really where he didn't want to necessarily, he just wasn't comfortable. He doesn't like being the center of attention. And to be honest, I'm the same way, but I'm also not an NFL quarterback prospect. So I can be that way. But no, I'm with you. For me, there's no question marks. As I said before, people keep talking about the accuracy issues, but I mean, he can make essentially every throw you look at, right? And I think, and we've said this so many times, when football is all you have to focus on, you're going to clean those aspects up. Now, is he going to be perfect? No, nobody's perfect, but he's going to clean it up.
100%. And that's the thing that I look at as well with Herbert is some of the stuff that he has, the question marks, I think, that he might have, I think can be worked on, right? Mm-hmm. For me, like he's got good pocket presence. He makes the throws. I think that maybe he could use smarter decisions. He cut down on the interceptions this past year. He made smarter decisions with the ball. He got better with his accuracy. The completion percentage went up. I think if you notice what he did and its body of work, it made him realize how good of a prospect he was. And when he was down in Mobile, he was a standout compared to everybody else there. It was Herbert. I'm telling you, if I had to rank I think it was 6 quarterbacks that were there, it would be Herbert 1 through 6, and then everybody else would come in somewhere after that. Like he was that good down in Mobile. Folks, do us a favor. Thank you, Andy. Without Andy, this wouldn't have been possible. I posted a little something last night. It's crazy to think when Stoops and I started this podcast last August, we had never even spoke to each other. We hopped on a podcast together, it's kind of crazy how insane the chemistry worked right away. We have pretty solid chemistry for two guys that had never even spoke to each other. And then it's been like we've knocked it out of the ballpark since, in my opinion. Like I've had a blast with you. It's been a great time. We went to Mobile. Mobile was out of this world, right? It was out of this world amazing. And it all adds up to this, right? We're here. It's draft night. Joe Burrow's going number 1, and I really just want 2 through 32. I just want a bunch of trades. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the same time, go ahead.
No. Just like you said, it's crazy, right? I've been active on Twitter for years before all of this, as far as, Devy this, Devy that, watch this college guy, watch that, so on and so forth. And I've always loved going on podcasts, and I've always wanted to have a podcast or, essentially host one, co-host, whatever, doesn't matter. And then it was just one of those random days. I think it was Joe. He's in Trade Addicts 3 with me. He tagged me in it. And basically Andy posted that tweet, and it said, like, if you are into Devy and want to do a podcast, I've got a golden opportunity for you. So he tagged me in it, and I said, you know what? Let me just reach out. Let me see what this is about. Right. And then from there, it just went on. And if you know Andy, he said, just give me a call. It's gonna be a 5-minute conversation. 35 minutes later, we're still on the phone. Yep. But it is what it is. And I had a blast with that conversation. And then, the fact that we had our first episode months and months and months ago, and it was going into it, I think both of us were kind of like, all right, how is this going to go? Oh, yeah. And as soon as you stopped, right, both of us were just like, that was really good. Right. Like we sent maybe 25, 30 texts back and forth before that, maybe a little more, but not much. And then it was just like, all right, let's go. And exactly. And then here we are. Yeah. Draft night, doing this on top of what we've accomplished, up until this point, and then being able to go down to Mobile. Andy's just made all of this possible. Yeah. Right. Start to current. And it's Andy's done a lot to get us there. So we're definitely thankful for that.
Exactly. And we appreciate everybody listening to the show. Sure. You know what I mean? The consistent listens that we've gotten, that to me even impresses Stoops and I. It's like, we'll post the show and it's like, man, literally I posted it 24 minutes ago and we have X amount of views or listens already. It's like, it's crazy to me. And it's stuff like that kind of blows my mind. And all right. So before the guest joins us, how many quarterbacks go in the first round tonight, Stoops?
I think
the over-under is 4.5.
I was going to say 4.
Yep.
I think 4 is what it's going to be.
Let's see here. We got a question. Here are the rumors that the Dolphins are going to pass on a quarterback in 5. If they do pass, which direction they go? I think they go offensive line. And I really do think that they take Jordan Love with that 18 or 20. Was it 18? I got the picks right in front of me. I don't know why I'm guessing. 18 and 26. The interesting thing for me is if they pass on a quarterback at 5, I don't hate that. I don't.
Yeah.
To me, we've talked about this yesterday. Miami is very, very close to being a playoff team. If they get this draft right, Miami will, I think, I'm going to go on record, I think if they knock this draft out of the ballpark, they will win the division. Yes, I think they're going to win it over Buffalo. I'm not saying nothing against Buffalo, but if Miami nails this draft, to me personally, you take Herbert, you get you a tackle, and then you get you an offensive weapon, right? Boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
Whatever that receiver looks like, if you get a Brandon Ayuk, you get a Justin Jefferson down there at the bottom, or even if they trade back and get some capital for somebody that trades back into the first round. If they do pass on a quarterback, I think that there's no question about under 4 quarterbacks go, right?
Yeah.
Because you have Burrow's a lock and one of 2 are Herbert's a lock in the top 5 or 6. 6, we've got, the Chargers. Chargers are taking a quarterback, in my opinion, as well. But I've said this already. If the run on quarterbacks is not the way it's supposed to be in the top 10, I'm telling you right now, I don't expect a whole lot of quarterbacks to go in the first round then, because then you have Herbert or Tua that drops all the way down to maybe 10 through 20. I do think the idea of Tua, I do think that the Patriots would consider trading up for Tua if he fell in that 10 to 20 mark. I really do think they would. You have Oakland. That's a team I would look out for with if a quarterback falls. Could you imagine Herbert in Oakland? Or sorry, Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, whatever.
It's this year. It's going to be like the San Diego thing, right? The Chargers are still the San Diego Chargers in a lot of people's eyes. So it's the it just moved. It's going to take some time.
I forget. Yeah, exactly. I forget that they're there too. But for me, I don't see Miami passing on a quarterback.
I don't either. We keep saying it's going to be Herbert. It very well could be Tua. It very well could be. But no matter who it is, I think they still take a quarterback. But like you said, if they do pass on one, I don't hate the move because they have 2 more picks, in the first round. So I don't hate it. I've said it before. I'm still holding on to a little bit of hope for Rosen. It doesn't seem they traded for him, but it doesn't seem like he's their guy. It kind of seems like he's just essentially, technically Fitzpatrick is the bridge quarterback, but it seems like Rosen's kind of that backup bridge quarterback. So it's going to be interesting. I'd be shocked if they don't take a quarterback at 5.
Same.
But at the same time, if, Burrow's gone at 1, right? And then let's just say the Chargers jump up to 3, whatever. They do whatever they need to do, and then they take Herbert. So now Burrow and Herbert's gone. Does Miami still take Tua, or do they say, okay, well, let's take a step back and let's figure that out? So it's just so many things that could happen. But given everything goes as they want, which a lot of times never happens, I think they go quarterback. And I think a lot of times when these organizations come out and say, we're not going to take this, or we're thinking about doing that, they're not. It's just the smoke screen or whatever. It's just to build some hype and try and get some other guys or other organizations to overpay for a pick or something. But I'm excited. It's getting close. The timer over here says 8:57, 56. We're less than 9 minutes.
Yeah, that's exciting. I'm excited to really. Obviously, I'm ready to get past pick 1. Right?
Yeah.
Will Washington make Chase Young? Washington should take Chase Young. Right? It's. Yeah.
If Burrow wasn't in this draft, I think Chase Young's the first overall pick.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase. If the Bengals didn't have the first overall pick, I guess is maybe the better.
Yeah, if Washington had it, or
then
even Detroit, or the Giants, or So he's healthy. 2A of the quarterbacks with therapy. Andy just tweeted, yeah, he's 2A of the quarterbacks. I am mad at Andy right now.
After all that nice stuff we just said.
I know. I take back everything I said nice about Andy because he just praised Tua over Herbert. So, so it's exciting. We've got 7 minutes to kick off. It is a lot of fun. I can't wait for the run of just all these defensive players and just be like, yeah, that guy sounds like he's got a cool name. If Love is available, If Love is available at the end of round 1, should the Colts trade back into the first and grab him?
Should they? No. Will they? Probably. I think Jordan Love is one of those guys that a lot of people are hyping up. We've said it. We're not as big of fans, but you could say it better than I can. You're the one that came up with it. But it's if he goes to the right spot, he could be successful, right? Do I think they should? No, but could it be a possibility? Absolutely. Because they've got Rivers now. He's not the long-term answer. Obviously, he's gonna probably play out his contract, and then at that point they're gonna move on from him if they don't do it sooner. So,
he only signed a 1-year deal, I think. So.
Yeah. So
for me personally, yes, I would if I was the Colts. That's the one landing spot that I think Jordan Love would succeed, and that is Indianapolis. I think Frank Wright under a year of Phillip Rivers, I think that he would be. And what the heck? Yes. So,
and he would be my 4th. So whenever I said 4 quarterbacks, it wasn't so much that I was thinking someone would trade back in to get him, but because I'm thinking Burrow, Herbert, and Tua go first round.
Right.
And then Jordan Love is kind of that outlier. I don't think more than 4 go, but Love is that 4th for me.
I agree 100%. All right. Hang on 1 second. We got my boy here. What is good, my man? Can you hear us?
What's going on?
Oh, there you are. What's going on, man? Are you excited? You all pumped, man. I see it. You got the Cincinnati swag going, man.
Hey, it's like Christmas, right?
Yeah, right. It is like Christmas, right? This is Cincinnati's Christmas, right? You haven't had a playoff win in God knows how long, and it's time to get something right? Nothing like technical difficulties on the show right now, but it's no worries. We'll get that situated. But I can't hear you, brother. But yeah, so for us, I think the crazy thing about it is
Hello?
I can hear you perfect now.
All right. Much better. My computer mic is much better than my headphone mic then.
No worries at all, man. So if you're Cincinnati and they offer and Miami offers you 3 first rounds, are you taking the deal?
Is a part of the 3 first rounders that number 5 pick?
Yes.
I don't think so. To be honest, because of the fact that you're going to see in this draft tonight a couple of teams move in front, probably of that 5th pick to select the quarterback. So you're going to need that number 1 pick in order to get the guy that you want. And if Burrow's the guy that we want and the guy that they want is the organization, they got to definitely lock that in and make sure that they get the guy. I guess you could always say that, you could take the 3 first rounders and build up. We still have Andy Dalton on the roster. It's not like he's going to go anywhere, it seems like, anytime soon. So you could see that scenario playing out, but I think that a bunch of Cincinnati Bengal fans would riot if they decided not to pick Joe Burrow tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about Joe Burrow it's the built-in story, right? The story's built in, right? He's going to sell. Everybody's going to show up week 1 with 9 on, right? The entire stadium is going to be packed with Joe Burrow jerseys week 1. This is a financial smart decision. This isn't just a pick because you're picking your franchise quarterback, which obviously you are, but financially this is a brilliant decision for them as well, right?
Yes. Oh, of course. Getting an Ohio kid, 2 hours down the road. I've been to Athens. I've been to OU, home of Ohio University. You would think that, the Bengals would make that their play. And I think that they've confidently done that within the last 2 months to kind of show that Joe Burrow is going to be the pick. Joe Burrow is going to be the guy, and trying to get Cincinnati to kind of rally around him.
I agree with you 100%. I think it's a smart decision, right? It's a no-brainer for me. I think what we saw out of Joe Burrow last year was something, it was insane, right? Week in, week out, it was like, all right, when is Joe Burrow going to come back down to earth? And that's the thing. It just never happened.
It just never happened.
No.
So
no, it did never happen. And I mean, I hear a lot of conversation on the internet about Burrow versus Tua. Had Tua not got hurt, Tua would probably be our guy. Let's be quite honest. The year before, nobody was talking about Joe Burrow. Everybody was talking about Tua and Herbert. Joe Burrow just kind of came out of nowhere and, kind of stole this whole scene, kind of like you saw with Murray last year and technically the year before with Baker Mayfield. Getting that first pick the last 3 years of being a quarterback selection, it's showing a change in the times of the NFL, and you're seeing a lot more teams trying to make their teams be more like vertical, more passing offense. And I think that, no knock to Andy. I think that, Andy Dalton did a great job in the situation he was given with the whole Carson Palmer saying, I'm going to sit on the couch and not play anymore. I think he came in and he did a great job, and I think he's a great man, individual. But from a football standpoint, you need a guy like Joe Burrow who can get the ball, push the ball downfield a little bit further than Andy is capable of doing.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. His pocket presence is some of the best that I've ever seen anybody in that college level. I mean, I talked about it yesterday when we were talking about him, just watching him elude pressure. You can't teach, in my opinion, you can't teach pocket presence. You know what I mean? You either have it or you don't, and Joe Burrow has it, and that's what makes him who he is. You know what I mean? But the funny thing about it is like I'm not a Tua guy, right? I think Tua is more of a product of his environment, and we are. What is it? We're official, right? Oh, I have a question for you, man. What do you? How long do you think it takes for them to take Joe Burrow?
Yeah.
20 minutes, 30 minutes? I mean, they already know they're taking Joe Burrow, right? So how long does it take the Bengals to take? It's like for no reason at all.
I mean,
they take 25 minutes to take Joe Burrow here.
Yeah, and then that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, that's just history of the draft. You know, the number one pick, but they're still going to take about 15 to 20 minutes to put the pick in. So,
and that's the craziest thing to me. You've had months to figure this out.
Yeah,
they know who they're going to take. Like I think it should be a rule, right? The first pick, you know who you're taking. If you don't know at that point, like something's wrong with the organization. But it's all about TV time. It's all about their ads. It's all about getting people to talk. So I get it from a business side, but you've got months to figure this out, and you're telling me you need another however long? Like, come on now.
Question for you. We got a question in here. What round or what do you think the Bengals should do in round 2?
I'm hearing rumors of them saying that they're going to take the best available, and I think that that's probably the wise choice. Obviously, we have certain needs at wide receiver and linebacker. I think those are probably going to be the first 2 positions that will be addressed or be looked at that position. Say a lot of people are in love with Murray. I don't think he's going to be there, but if he's there, he's probably going to be the selection at linebacker. I'm hearing a lot of Mims. I'm hearing a lot of Ruggs, maybe, Pittman. There are a lot of options, and I think that, it's just all going to come down to how that end of that draft, shakes out, because, there are going to be teams that are going to trade back into that late first round. So we'll see what's left, and we're going to take what's available.
Yeah, I think that what they need to do is they need to pick a piece on that defense, right? They need to pick a piece on that defense, I think. And then I think you probably address the tight end position and that receiver position in rounds 3 and 4. You already have some pieces on the offensive side of the ball, right? You have Mixon, you have Tyler Boyd, you have AJ Green, you have Bernard. Bernard's a pretty good backup running back. As somebody just said, they need offensive line. That's important as well. I do think they need a tight end as well, right? You know what I mean? You've had they've struggled from here and there, and that's the thing. You know what I mean? So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that from a tight end standpoint, Eifert leaving is kind of a big blow to our offense. I think we were hoping that he was going to stay for at least another 1-year deal. But more respect to him, hopefully he does good wherever he's going. I forget where he's going to. And so the position for us, while it's a need, I think that our offense is going to be completely different than that kind of needing that tight end to kind of be that safety valve. I think that, if we can get Joe Mixon to not hold out like a dumbass, if we can get him to be on board with Burrow and this offense, I think you're going to see a lot more of the 2-back system where, they're going to use Gio, they're going to use Mixon, they're going to get them heavily involved in the pass game, and then the wide receiver is just going to be vertical. You got Auden Tate, whose possession, he's kind of able to fill that tight end role for them when it comes down to the rounds and needing that short-handed receiver. So we'll see what happens. I mean, there are a couple of interesting tight end prospects in the draft, especially coming in the 3rd and 4th rounds, where you got, Shad Moss or, Thaddeus Moss, and then you've got
you got Albert O, you got Cole Kmet, yeah, you got Cole Kmet, you've got Adam Troutman. In Matt Miller's last mock, he does no trades or whatever on his mock, but he had Cole Kmet in the 3rd round, obviously Notre Dame tight end, and then he had a guy that we love on the show, Antonio Gandy-Golden, first pick of the 4th round, going to them, which I think would be a huge addition to their team. Antonio Gandy-Golden, he's going to be a massive red zone threat, and I think if you put him on the field with Green, Liberty, he's actually from Liberty. Antonio Gandy-Golden.
Okay.
This kid's good. He's 6'4", 6'5". I mean, he gets off the ball fast. He's a red zone threat. He catches the ball. I'm telling you, if he somehow manages to land with Joe Burrow, that's going to be – it'll blow my mind. You know what I mean? Because I think that'd be a perfect match, especially in the red zone. This guy's good, man. And if you can line up, hypothetically, Green, Boyd, and AGG in the red zone, that, to me – that's going to be really hard to stop in the red zone, right, Stoops?
No, I agree. I think if Burrow and AGG were on the same team, that'd be scary. I would love to see it, and I think that would be That would be a huge boost for both of them. You know, and it gets the Bengals some youth at the receiver position because AJ Green, he's got his injury that he's kind of getting over. He's getting up there in age. So I think if you're able to get another big body receiver in there, I think that would be massive for that offense.
Are we supposed to be booing Roger Goodell yet, or are we still waiting for that to?
He is talking right now. So.
Oh yeah, boo. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I just do not like Roger at all, man. I just don't, man. I love how he plays the villain role, though.
Yeah. I feel like it's just like when you're a commissioner of an organization, like it just seems like the fans don't like you no matter who you are.
I don't know. 100%.
It's just kind of
Adam Silver did a pretty good job.
Yeah, Silver. Everybody loves Silver, though.
Well, okay, he's now they like him, but
yeah. In the beginning, I will agree with you. In the beginning, they did not like the things that he was doing, but now they understand where he's coming from and his progressive way of mind. And I think that I don't think anyone was a fan of Tagliabue either. So It is what it is with the NFL.
It really is. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to multitask at the same time here.
Yeah, you're not a good multitasker. It's okay.
Well, I've got the MacBook over here.
Glad that the media.
What was that?
I'm just glad the national media can shut up and be done with their conversation about Joe Burrow not coming here and not wanting to be here. They can shut their mouths because he'll be here for the next 5 or 6. So,
all right. So there was.
I do think it'll be interesting considering the coronavirus that we still have Andy Dalton on the roster. Now, I don't think it's a full-blown kitten situation, but I do think that if the off-season program doesn't, pan out the way that it does, and this whole staying at home order is extended into June, July, I think you might see Andy starting the first couple of games or so and, go from there. But the fans are going to be calling for him, so he ain't going to be starting too many games. Burrow's playing this year for sure.
Exactly.
If we have football, of course.
Don't put that bad juju out in the world, my man. I saw right here, Rappaport reported. Rappaport reported about 30 minutes ago that the Redskins won't trade out of the number 2 pick. So it looks like obvious Burrow, Chase Young, 1-2 tonight. Yep. So not surprising, right? Not surprising. I wouldn't trade out of 2 either. Chase Young. I mean, if the Bengals had a quarterback, they'd be drafting Chase Young right now, right? Yeah,
that's my opinion as well. I think Chase Young is just such a talent that you can't pass up on him. He was a man playing amongst boys is what it looked like whenever he was out on the field. It was just like they would throw double teams at him. Didn't matter. He's getting through it. He's getting past it. And the great thing about him is, he gets his tackles for losses, his sacks and such on. But it's just like, even if he doesn't get the tackle per se, he's disrupting the play in some way. He's forcing the quarterback, to throw the ball away. He's forcing the quarterback back in. He's forcing the running back to the middle of the field. So it's just things like that. I just think Chase Young's a talent you can't pass up on if you have your quarterback, obviously, which,
I didn't realize they're playing. Are they playing the national anthem right now?
They were.
Oh, that's weird.
Sorry, my bad.
I didn't realize. Well, I just didn't know that they were starting. I was in Nashville last year. They didn't start the NFL draft with the Star Spangled Banner last year or whatever. So I just thought it was weird. I saw somebody tweet it out. I have it in the background over here watching it, but I'm just like, can we just pick Joe Burrow already? That's all I care about, right? I don't even think, are the Bengals even on the clock yet?
Nope.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think so.
Stoops and I, we're going to be live for the next maybe 8 to 10 hours of the first round, the longest first round of the NFL draft. That's hilarious. Let's see. What directions do the Falcons go? Are they due for a third straight 7-9 record? For me, I think the Falcons are going to finish third place. I do think that the Bucs have made the right moves. I think they're going to make a couple moves in this draft that are going to elevate them as well. I do think if they have a bad year, I think Quinn's gone. Matty Ice could potentially be on the outside looking in maybe. I don't know what that new regime would look like. But for me, that defense always seems like they're going to be good, right? Always. And then injuries happen. And then it's like, oh, well, well, you know what I mean? So for me personally, I don't think that I think the Falcons are going to be the Falcons will miss the playoffs this year, and if they do, I think there's going to be a whole entire new regime down in Atlanta. I was kind of surprised there wasn't this year. Thoughts, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It seems like they're trying to make some moves. I mean, bringing in Gurley, even with the concerns with his injury past, I like the move, but at the same time, and I still don't know because of everything going on. There was he hadn't passed the physical. They haven't had him take a physical. He hasn't signed the contract. I'm not sure how that all is going or played out, but it's the Falcons are. They're not. You don't want to be middle of the road, right?
Right.
You almost either want to be really bad or really good. Like you really don't want to be that middle of the road. So they've got to kind of make that decision and kind of see what they want to do.
Well, we already know it's tank for Trevor, right? It's tank for Trevor right now, right?
Pretty much.
You know what I mean? Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck. That's just my opinion. But do the Patriots take a quarterback in round one? No. There's a question in the Periscope. No, it does not happen. I don't think the Patriots take one. In my opinion, I think the Patriots will either trade back. They don't have a pick in the second round. They don't pick again until late third round, and because of that, I don't think they will draft a quarterback in round one. I don't believe that the Patriots are going to try to win a lot of games this year. I really don't.
Really,
I think that in a way, I think Belichick has a chip on his shoulder. He wants to win without Brady, right? The same way Brady wants to win without Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. I think the Patriots finished third in that division.
I would agree. I don't see them taking a quarterback round one. But I didn't have the thought process of them not trying to, win games per se. But like you said, they've had that relationship. Belichick and Brady have had that relationship for years, right? Decades. So I think, like you said, I can see that to where they are kind of wanting to win apart, right? They're wanting to show that they can do it, whatever, but didn't really think about it that way.
I don't know. I mean, how crazy would it be if the Patriots were rough this year and somehow managed to get Trevor Lawrence, right? I've seen it. I've heard it 1,000 times. That would be Belichick kind of luck, right?
Yeah.
Like
he'd figure out a way to make it happen.
What are your thoughts on Trevor Lawrence?
Well, that means he's starting Jared Stidham.
Yeah, Jared said, I don't know, dude. I'm not a. You have him on every one of the You have Stoops. You have him on both. I think you're both your rosters in the two leagues the two dynasty leagues we're in together, don't you?
I liked him coming out personally, but I also like Josh Rosen, and here we are. So it is what it is. And he was cheap, right? It was an auction startup. He was cheap. Took my chance on it. So we'll see what happens. But yes, I do have him on my rosters. Thank you very much.
I said Mahomes would be a bust. So I mean, I'll be honest about that. So
yeah,
I can own that though, right? You know what I mean? I also said Burrow would be as good as he was this year, but I also said Mahomes would be a bust. I also thought Lamar Jackson was going to struggle, and it happens. You know what I mean?
You win some, you lose some.
I also thought Peter Work was going to be the be all end all as well.
Oh, you and me both. Okay, I'm a diehard Florida State fan, and when they drafted him, I thought, oh yeah, Peter Work's going to pick up mass numbers, and it just never happened.
They had him and what was it? Him and Lavernius Coles, right? They played together, right?
Well, for a little bit until they had a shopping spree and started stealing stuff, and they decided to keep Peter Warwick, and they cut Lavernius Coles when both were equally as guilty. So I think it was interesting when the Bengals did have Lavernius Coles for that 1 year. It kind of came full circle for him and Peter Warwick. I think that, Marvin Lewis really didn't – those first couple of years we had Kenna and then transitioning to Carson Palmer, he was still trying to find his way. I don't think Marvin Lewis really knew how to actually coach a football team the way that he really wanted to. It took him until like year 5 in order to get his feet underneath him. And I think that, Peter Warwick, being the study was coming out of college, there was a lot of pressure put on him. But then also, you have the rise of Chad Johnson, and Chad pretty much put Peter Warwick off of the field because of things that he was doing on the football field. And, after that, Peter just couldn't beat Chad in that that pecking order, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I love Peter Work, man. God, he's so good to watch at Florida State. Question: do you think the Steelers look at Jacob Eason or Jalen Hurts in round 2? I have seen him. I've seen Hurts mocked to the Steelers several times now, including Matt Miller's mock today. Do I think? I don't know. I don't know if
First round?
No, second round, round 2. For me personally, I don't know. Do the Steelers? I think if they're all in on Roethlisberger, right?
They're booing him. They're booing him.
There's Zach Taylor right there. Okay.
Oh, here he comes.
Hey, coach. Look at it. Everybody else has 75 monitors, and Zach Taylor's got 2 monitors, and he's just chilling. You know what I mean? He's got the TV up in there.
No, I'm with. As far as the Steelers go, though.
The Steelers. As far as the Steelers go, I don't think so. Right? They need a backup, but I think Winston's the perfect fit. I think Winston's the perfect fit for Pittsburgh. I think
Winston and Roethlisberger are very similar.
Exactly. He's just a little bit more mobile than Roethlisberger, and Roethlisberger is. I mean, he's very errant with the football. You know what I mean? He doesn't throw as many interceptions. He didn't throw 500 of them like Winston did last year, but I think that he would be just fine in that spot, right? Oh man, you didn't get on the
really good
super. What is that? The Super Bengals fans
yeah,
in the background.
Guys, got a Burrow jersey.
It's like a Saturday Night Live script.
I can't wait. I can't wait personally for bought Joe Burrow jerseys with the number 9 on it for Joe Burrow to get drafted and then wear the 10.
Yeah,
that'd be glorious. I love it.
That'd be fantastic. That would be so funny. That'd be oh my god, that'd be hilarious. That makes me.
Where does Cam Newton end up?
I don't think you should wear them. I think you should just leave that to Carson Palmer, and kind of let that be. But I can see why he would want to wear the same one that he wore last year. Good luck.
Question to the chat: where does Cam Newton end up? Stoops, what do you think?
Oh man, that's tough. I mean, there's still obviously a few teams out there that are needing the quarterback, but I'll be honest with you, I don't have a good answer. I honestly don't know, because I think so many of these teams are going to address the quarterback in the draft. The thing is, I don't see him going somewhere to play as a backup per se. He wants to go somewhere and he wants to be the guy. He wants to prove he can still do it. And I just don't know if a team is going to take on, the amount of money that it would take for someone his age, his injury history. He will find a team. I do think he gets signed somewhere, but I think it's going to be a longer wait than what he thinks. I mean, I don't know. I could see him going to the Chargers, something like that. I don't see him going to a Miami. Yeah. I don't see them going that route.
I'll tell you my favorite landing spot for Cam Newton. Tennessee Titans.
I mean, they do run the ball.
Okay.
They don't have a backup quarterback, right?
They did just give Tannehill some money, though.
They did, but I don't think Newton's gonna command a lot of money, right?
I think he is.
But he doesn't have a choice, right? He doesn't really have the stepping stone to really say, hey, I want $10 million a year, right? He does. I just don't think that he has that. I mean, he's got a chip on his shoulder, I think. Another one I like Los Angeles Rams as well. Hang on a second.
The Rams. I just don't see them going off. I don't know. I think they're going to stick it out with Goff. I don't see that being a landing spot for him. It's possible. I could see, it may happen, but I just think they're sticking with Goff. I don't see them going any other direction off of that.
Yeah, but the thing about it is
I like San Diego.
You like what?
I like San Diego. I think that San Diego's destination is probably the best fit because of the fact that they seem to be committed to starting Tyrod this year.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if they're going to install an offense for Tyrod Taylor, then go ahead and install that same offense for Cam Newton. It'll be similar.
I just think that if the Chargers draft somebody today, they don't have room for Newton, right? So I'm looking at here the first round.
They won't.
So, Jacksonville, I don't think he goes to Jacksonville. I think that's too much of a a cancellation for Minshew. I think they buy into Minshew. If Minshew sucks this year and the Jaguars suck this year, cool. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields are waiting for you next year, right? That's where I think the Jaguars are at right now. I don't think the Jaguars are going to be good this year. I think the Jaguars could be the number 1 pick next year. Very much so, right? So I think maybe Dallas could sign him as a backup. It's just like nowhere else right now that maybe Arizona, right? Maybe Arizona's a backup.
Could you imagine him being a backup to a second-year guy, though? Like, I don't think Cam – I don't know Cam on a personal level, obviously, but just what I've seen, I don't see him doing that personally.
And that's the crazy thing about it is does he have a choice? It's either that or I don't think he plays in the league. Green Bay as a backup, possibly.
That'd be the best backup that Rodgers has had.
I agree 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. That is true.
I don't know. I don't know if I like that either. You know what I mean? I don't think his personality, meshes very well. Backup to Wentz in Philadelphia. It's not a bad option. I mean, didn't they sign somebody? No, they didn't. Mm-mm. I would say I thought the perfect landing spot for him would have been the Browns too. You know what I mean? I thought that would have been good behind Baker. I don't think they had the same body of work. There's plenty of spots I thought Newton would have went, but they gave Case Keenum like $8 million to be a backup quarterback. I don't understand that one either. But
yeah, and my biggest thing is I just don't know where he stands with the money aspect. I mean, like you said, coming off of what he's coming off of, like he doesn't have much to stand on to demand a whole lot of money. But I just think he's going to want more money than what teams are really willing to give him.
Yeah, I agree. And they are draining the clock. We have 5 minutes left on the clock for the Cincinnati Bengals to pick. 5 minutes. Like, come on, guys. We know who you're taking.
I just don't get it. Like, they've got Joe Burrow all over the screen right now.
I heard a long time ago that a lot of GMs, they will listen to deals up until that last minute just to kind of kick the tires on what could be out there. So that's probably why you're waiting until the last minute to get the pick in, because what if someone throws them a deal that knocks their sock off that they can't refuse?
That's true.
How am I supposed to get this up on?
But I'm with you. If you're the first, you've had time to mull this over. You pick in right away. Just get it over with. Done.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you basically tell these teams, like, look, this is what time we go on the clock. At worst, I'll give you a minute. I'll give you 1 minute, and then if you don't send me the best offer you can give me, then we're going. Now you don't need to tell them who you're taking necessarily. You know what I mean? I'm okay with that.
Right.
But at the same time, like, you've had months to figure this out. What are you doing with Joe Burrow over here?
Who, me?
I don't know. I've seen Joe Burrow pop up in places. That's kind of cool.
Oh, did you really?
He did twice.
Oh,
he popped up in the. Oh, there he is again.
Oh, I don't know why that's happening right now.
Andy must be.
Oh,
playing
it's
games.
Andy doing it. Andy's doing it. I'm like, I'm trying to get my screen up so that I can get this shot up here. Hang on 1 second, guys. I'm trying to play.
Oh, the pick is in. What if they don't even go with him? That'd be crazy, right?
Exactly.
Oh boy.
I think he would riot.
You just see him get up and walk out. So I'm done.
Yeah.
Exactly. I just popped that on there like, oh, we take Jordan Love with the first overall pick of the NFL. Oh. What just happened, guys?
Here we go. Oh, and we don't go.
We're pick sniping. We're pick sniping here, guys.
You sniped the first overall pick. That's awesome.
Did. Andy made the call to Roger for us and got us the info, man. He got us going. It's awesome. Man, we appreciate you coming on here, brother. Go ahead and plug the Twitter for us real quick, man.
It's at Houday with the U. You can see it right there next to my name.
Oh, yeah.
Right there next to my name. I used to podcast and all that stuff like that, but I don't do that anymore. So just follow my Twitter handle if you'd like. I'm a stay-at-home dad, and I'm just living a boring life.
I was telling Stoops about it before we got on there. I was like, man, he used to be heavy in the community, heavy. And then it's kind of,
Oh. All right.
hey!
Now it's official.
Thank you so much for joining us, man. I appreciate you, brother. Man, stay cool, man. We'll talk later, all right?
Hey, no problem. Hey, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, and have a great rest of your show.
Appreciate it. And moving quick.
What's going on, man? Sorry for the delay there, brother. You are on with us, man. What's up, DraftWise?
Not much. You can call me Mike as well, if
Mike.
it's easier. But yeah, no, I'm just sitting here watching Roger Goodell announce the pick and watching you guys on the screen.
Oh, cool, man. What do you? Obviously, we heard about 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago, we heard that they said the Redskins were not trading that top pick. What are your thoughts on that, man?
Well, I mean, it's kind of obvious. I think, I heard stuff today with Atlanta trying to aggressively pursue the second pick, obviously trying to get Chase Young. But, for the most part, I think Ron Rivera has been in love with Chase Young for a while. And I think it makes sense for the Redskins to pick him up and build around probably the best talent in the NFL, or I'm sorry, in the draft at this point. Ryan Kerrigan's going to be a free agent. He's also 31. He's going to be a free agent after this year. He's getting paid $11 million this year, I think. And, you got to have the contingency plans as well. So, with Chase Young being that contingency, if the Redskins go out of this pick and pick somebody absolutely different, it kind of, Redskins Nation will absolutely be, ballistic. I don't think, you're talking about riots in the streets. That might be the biggest one, but for the most part, Chase Young is the guy. He's an athletic freak. They're talking about if he adds 10 pounds, he's still going to have his flexibility. He's twitchy. He has a dip. He's got speed. He's got the strength. He has great hands. He's just the all-around package that you need as the 4-3 defensive end. And Jack Del Rio is going to game plan things for him easily. And I saw it on Twitter one time too. How would you like it if you're an offensive tackle dealing with Chase Young for a little while, and then all of a sudden a fresh Ryan Kerrigan comes in and you have to deal with him, and then he comes out, and then a fresh Chase Young comes back in. That offensive tackle is not going to like him very much, and so yeah, it's definitely going to change the culture and the aspect for the defensive front on in Washington, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing that play out. So,
what do you think the rest of the draft looks like for the Redskins, or how would you like them to see going forward?
Well, it would be nice to somehow pick up a second rounder, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. I heard it today talking about potentially using a third and fourth to move up, but then you don't really have a third. So in the third round at pick 66, there's a couple of different ways they could go. You could look at cornerback. They did sign Kendall Fuller, but a lot of people think he's going to jump into the slot. But then who do you have on the outsides? Fabian Moreau, Greg Stroman. It's just, Jimmy Moreland. There's just not the talent there. There's a lot of depth, but there's just not the talent there to really take over playing that type of position. So you could go corner and look at a guy like maybe Dantzler if he's there. His pro day showed that he was about 0.3 of a second faster than what he ran at the combine. Is that luck or coincidence? I have no idea. But his game tape certainly shows it, and that's something that I would definitely be interested in. As far as a cornerback, but wide receiver, we have some solid wide receivers. Obviously, McLaurin is very talented. He has the speed, he has the swag, he has the route running. He is one of those great picks for the Redskins. But what else could you be seeing? Could you see? My favorite wide receiver in this draft is Justin Jefferson, but obviously he's going to be gone. So is it a Michael Pittman? Are they going to look for more of a slot guy? I like what they've got going on with some of these guys that you may or may not have heard of, with Steve Sims and Cam Sims, but also Kelvin Harmon, 6th-round pick from last year, but he had the potential of being higher. It was just the the injuries and playing in the ACC and at NC State just really didn't help his overall game. So, but he's definitely a nice possession receiver. He can get open. He finds the zones and sits in them pretty well. And I think if that's sitting there, but I will tell you if there is an offensive tackle like Sadiq Charles sitting there, that's also a very fantastic pick at 66. And that makes losing Trent pretty basically a non-variable in that regard. So
I agree with you. We had somebody comment, what about a tight end? Would you like to see them go tight end here? Obviously with the questions of the ever-loving, is Jordan Reed ever going to play more than 3 games in a season? Then of course you got Vernon Davis, who, how old will Vernon Davis be able to play for? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So do you think they target a tight end here as well?
It's very possible. The 66 pick is one of those areas that could go a lot of different ways, and it all depends on who's there. Now, I'm not absolutely sure on who they're in love with as far as the tight end position goes. I mean, I can tell you I've seen people like Asiasi from UCLA, Thaddeus Moss. I've seen Cole Kmet. I've seen Hunter Bryant. I've seen the other Bryant from Florida Atlantic. One guy that I really like is Bryce Hopkins from BYU or from Purdue, but for some reason he doesn't have great hands, but he blocks well, he plays well. So the Redskins do need a tight end. And I'm not happy with their roster as they've got it now with Sprinkle and Rogers and some of the depth that they've got. So yeah, tight end is viable, but this class isn't very strong for tight end. And I think that if they were able to use the 4th-round pick for a tight end, that might actually bode well for them in terms of value, especially because I don't see maybe an Albert O from Missouri. Definitely an athletic guy, a guy who can get open. Kind of has this, I want to say a Greg Olson play type, but maybe a little bit more physical, even though Greg Olson is a monster. But I could see a guy like Albert O from Missouri and fitting into this system very nicely. I just want to see someone that is going to be able to play for one. Play on the field and not have a lot of injury issues, and that's been the big heel for the Redskins this past 2 years. But whatever tight end they pick, I'll look into it and definitely give my thoughts about it on Twitter. But for the most part, tight end is not out of the realm for a 4th-round pick, considering they have 2 of them.
What do you think of the potential going into the season? What do you see the outlook, best case scenario and worst case scenario for the Redskins heading into the season, if we have a season, et cetera, et cetera?
Right. So with the Redskins, I've been a lifelong fan. I've seen this demise with Dan Snyder for the past 20 years. I think Ron Rivera changes a lot of the culture that's going on there, and what I'm hoping is to see at least an 8-8 team. I can't say they're going to be 3-13 again, but certainly an 8-8 team. I don't think they're going to win the division. I think Darius Geis has to prove himself to stay healthy, and the pick is in, and it's obviously Chase Young.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
and he's going to wear 99 for the Redskins. He's already said that. So. We're glad to have him. He's going to be an absolute monster. Many have compared him to the likes of Reggie White, and that's something that's quite
huge.
important. Yeah, that is, because Reggie White was a 4-3 defensive end, and that's what he played. And that was, when the Packers scouted him to bring him in as a free agent, that's what they brought him in to be, was a 4-3 defensive end, not to be this, this focal point for the Packers. He was just meant to be the 4-3 defensive end, and he really, he not only stepped it up from Philly, but he stepped it up in Green Bay as well. So that's what they're comparing him to, and that's that's definitely a big comparison. But he is the best talent in the draft, and he's definitely going to make an impact. I think from day one. So I'll be hoping to get his jersey here soon.
Where can we find you? Obviously, outside the Twitter handle there at DraftWiz.
Wise. Actually, that's not a problem. So it's draftwise.com. I have my site there, and I'm in development of a mock draft simulator as well. Kind of everybody's beating me to the punch, but it is called Wiser GM with a Z. A lot of this is going to change as I'm rebranding a little bit to the Draft Zone. And we'll see that after this week happens, and all of this will be tied together once I'm able to bring them both into my site. But for the most part, draftwise.com. My cousin is one of the top ranked experts on Fantasy Pros, and he does all my fantasy stuff. You can follow him at ff_Wheeler if you need any fantasy information. And he's always on like the GOAT District and places like that. So yeah. Otherwise, you can hit me up on Twitter, and I answer just about anything that comes in my way.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, man, and giving us the insight on the Redskins.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for the invite, and good luck with the rest of the show.
All right, folks. Let's see here. When will the first running back be taken? I don't think a running back gets taken in the first round. I don't. Personally, I just don't think it happens. And who do the Giants take it for? Andy!
What's up, guys?
I figured I'd reel you in whenever the question came up. Who do you think the Giants are going to take it for?
Man, I've heard so much back and forth listening to New York Talk Radio the last couple of days. Tiki Barber, Bart Scott, Sal Palantonio, a lot of big name guests, a lot of big name theories. This is center stage. This is awesome to have a distraction to be able to talk something other than testing and deaths and all kinds of stuff. So I'm relieved. I'm happy this is here. But one of the more interesting scenarios I heard was that the Dolphins were trying to trade up into 3, not because they were trying to take a lineman from the Giants, but because they were trying to package 3 and 5 together to get to 1 to get Chase Young. Obviously, that's not happened now. So I think this is definitely going to be a CUDA unless the Lions trade out of this pick. Another thing I had heard recently, which seemed to make a lot of sense, was that most of the trades were going to be have been completed yesterday. So, it might be a surprise to us, but what's happening tonight is already known to the GM. So,
yeah, Schefter reported a few minutes ago that he thinks that the Lions are going to stay at 3, or no, unless something changes, the Lions are expected to hold on to 3. This is obvious pick right here. Okuda.
First 3 picks, Ohio State Buckeyes. Has that ever happened in a draft?
I don't think so. Right?
Not to my knowledge.
That was pretty crazy. Obviously, Burrow's not gonna, get considered from there, but
he still claims it though in some way.
Right. So, yeah, this is. I think just a lot of smoke screens. That there's just been nothing else going on. The draft is already picked apart with the fine-tooth comb.
By guys like us
in a normal world.
Yeah, so, exactly.
I mean, it's crazy.
How many quarterbacks do you think you got? Oh, we got a pick in.
It was Okuda.
That's not really a surprise.
Yeah, not a surprise at all. Now this is where things really.
This is where it starts.
I personally, you got so far I'm 3 for 3 in my mock. I have Simmons going here to the Giants. I just think it makes so much sense. And, speaking of all these sports talk things, I heard a caller today with a really good take, I thought, from a fan saying that Simmons made such a perfect compliment to Blake Martinez, who the Giants signed, tackling machine, but can't really cover in space. And then you get Simmons, who people are going to be afraid of. So it's just going to funnel everything into Martinez. So I think I think that would be a great pairing and gives you a face. I mean, they have arguably the most dynamic tight end in the league, arguably the most dynamic running back in the league, a versatile quarterback. You look at the mobility of Daniel Jones and Barkley, and as much of a need as line is, you also have 2 mobile guys who can kind of let you hide a little bit in an efficient line. But I'm trying to fill up time right now because you guys said, and thank you for the tribute earlier, by the way, but 5-minute phone calls turn into 35-minute conversations. So I'm trying to get my talking points in here.
Oh, man. He was listening. There you go. I think the big thing that I like about Simmons, man, he can cover all three positions, right? I mean, that's the big thing for me. He's got the speed, he's got the size, he's got the rush off the edge. He plays in the box. He can drop into zone coverage. His versatility is exactly what you want out of a linebacker right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been comparing him not as a player, but because of the versatility he brings to Deion Buchanan, who the Cardinals drafted a few years back and, took as a kind of safety linebacker hybrid. And he was kind of the first of this mold and didn't necessarily have the career to the date that, people had expected of him. Big hitter, could cover, all across the field. But when you look at the numbers, and interestingly enough, he's part of the Giants. He's a better than pedestrian career and better than average, I should say. He's been solid. He had a couple of years in the beginning, and then he's been good. He hasn't been great, but Simmons is like 3 or 4 inches bigger, like 20 or 30 pounds heavier, a tenth of a second faster. So if Buchanan could have been above average in that role, Simmons to me can be what you see the upside for him. And this is just somebody that's going to change the position for where we look at linebackers 10 years from now. So this is the first guy to break that, set the mold, not to break it, but to set that mold. So I think it'd be, I don't think the Giants can go wrong here with the tackle or with Simmons. Either way, I think they address a big
Field
need.
Yates tweeted, this marks the first time in NFL history that the first 3 picks were teammates in a college at one time, with Burrow, Young, and Okudah. We're all at Ohio State together.
So Fields just text that now or tweeted that now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we said that a couple of minutes ago, so I think we were first to retweet.
Exactly. Where's Matt at? Why did he tweet that out for us already, right?
He's on everything, so he should have that out already. Should have had it out.
Exactly. Man, come on. Man, so over under, how many quarterbacks are taken? First round. Yeah,
First round.
My first mock, I think I had 5 or 6 going in the first one. Now I'm down to 3, or 4 rather. It sticks with me. You guys were talking about going down to Mobile. I can't get out of my head the comments made by somebody from Oklahoma's staff saying that Hurts knows when the cameras are on, and when they're off, he's not the nicest guy. Not really a loved teammate. You look at Belichick just let him walk. I don't care how good Tua is. Like, is that the type of thing you'd expect to see? I wouldn't. So I find it hard to believe that he's going to find himself in the first round. I think if the Patriots do take a quarterback in the first round and it's not Jordan Love, I think they pass on Love. But if it's not Love, I think it's Fromm. And I just don't see them taking a quarterback for where they are. I don't think they're far enough back. If they were in the 30s, maybe they'd take a QB. Not where they are. I think they're going
to trade back because they don't have that second round pick. They don't have that second round pick. They gave it up for Sanu, which was an awful trade. But I think there's a good possibility somebody else trades into that 23 spot and then takes a Love. You know what I mean? Like it's been rumored the Colts do that, which wouldn't surprise me.
Now, time out. You said the Sanu pick was an awful trade.
Yes.
In hindsight, at the time, they're going for it. That was maybe Brady's last, run, which it turns out to be. If we look at the Buccaneers as not being able to do anything, are we going to look back and say, "Oh, that 4th round you gave up for Gronk was a horrible trade"?
Well, well, no. I thought this trade for Sanu was awful anyway. I would have rather they could have gave that second for Sanders and actually would have gotten another year of a contract on the guy as well. So for me personally, I think that it was all right, so here's a question in the chat. Do the Giants take the next step or compete for the division a year or 2 away? I think they're a year or 2 away. I think they need a quarterback, to be honest with you. I don't think their quarterback they have now is very good. I know Andy's going to go on defensive here. He's a Jones guy. Stoops is a Jones guy, too.
I'm not as big of a Jones guy, but I'm a Jones guy.
I just don't think that they can compete in that division. I don't think they can.
There is no way you take a quarterback at 4 after.
Oh, no. I don't. No. I'm not saying they draft a quarterback now. I'm saying they still need a quarterback.
No.
Is what I'm saying. In order to compete, is what I'm saying.
No, you really you gotta see Jones more for what he is. He's a legit player, man. He's a legit player, and he's a grinder. He's a gamer. He's a gym rat. The football equivalent of a gym rat. What is that? A gridiron rat? I don't know. But he's first to practice, last to leave. He does all the little things. This is the guy. Remember, I saw in Mobile by himself when we were down there. Waiting for his luggage. We were on the same flight. And he's traveling by himself. And what are you doing? Are you trying to improve your draft stock from last year? No, I coach high school kids in an all-star game, so I'm down here to do that. So that's what he was doing during Senior Bowl week. So this is a guy just loves football, and he's good.
You're gonna have to admit it eventually, Ricky. You're gonna have to.
I will admit it if I'm wrong. I'll be more than happy to admit I'm wrong about something. For me,
he's an NFL quarterback, and you want to have a playoff worthy quarterback. So you want to have somebody in the top 16 to have a shot, and then when you supplement that, which he is, with guys like Barkley, that's where I think you can. He doesn't need to be a top 10 quarterback. He can be a top 16 quarterback where you have guys like Barkley on the team.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But at the same time, I don't think that he's a guy. I don't think he's the quarterback that can take them to the next level. I don't think that they can beat a Philadelphia. I don't think they can beat a Dallas. I don't think that can happen. That's again. I'm not a Jones guy. If Jones takes him to the Super Bowl next year, I will gladly sit here and say, Andy Stoops, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Just like I said whenever Mahomes won a Super Bowl this year, I was wrong. Mahomes was going to be a bust. So, it happens.
Well, and the thing is, like you keep saying, he's not going to take him to a Super Bowl. You look at previous Super Bowl teams, like, yeah, okay, a lot of them, have a great quarterback, but a lot of times, the Giants still need more to even get to that point, right? If you have a quarterback that can do what needs to be done to get it there, then that's all you really need. You know what I mean? You don't need to have the best of the best, the top of the line, style quarterback. And he's still young, he's still figuring it out. So they've got some other pieces to fill, obviously, but he doesn't need to be the MVP to take a team, to a playoff run. We'll go that route.
It just has to be Eli Manning, right? You know what I mean? That's really.
Who's the tackle you want if they go tackle you?
I like Thomas better, but I think they'll probably go Willis, right?
Why though? Why? Do you have a preference for that?
I just think that I think that he was better for his run blocking. I think that he is better for Barkley. I think that he sets up Barkley really well, and that's the biggest reason why.
Yeah, I would agree with the run part. I think if they take a tackle, it's worse. But I hope it's Simmons. Here we go.
Nice, Andrew Thomas.
Hey,
all right. There we go. I just won something on a prop bet. First tackle taken, Andrew Thomas. I think he was like plus 500 on that one.
Hey, I like that one.
Listen, it's 6 months ago. This wouldn't have been a shock. All of a sudden,
no.
Now it is. This guy was Tua of tackle. The Tua of tackle a couple months ago.
Yep.
Yeah, 3-year starter. I just really like what he's going to add to Barkley. I think that he opens Barkley up big time, and that to me is why I like Thomas. And I've said, I said it before. I said it earlier. I said I think Thomas is the best tackle in this draft, and here we go. You know what I'm saying? So most consistent guy on Georgia. I like the pick. I think it's a home run. But obviously we're through 0 trades, and Miami didn't have to trade up to get the guy that maybe they do or don't want.
Well, let's see now if they don't roll the dice and say, let's go for the quarterback a little later.
Let's get Willis.
Yeah, and let's take our own tackle here.
Let's take Simmons. I think that'd be a great pick too, man. God.
I could see that happening.
Could you imagine Simmons on that defense with Flores?
I would like to see that. But
I think no matter where Simmons goes, he's
probably winning Defensive Rookie of the Year, right?
Yeah. I think he's just
Simmons here.
No, I don't think
No.
they do. But I think wherever he goes, I think he's going to excel no matter where he goes. They'll figure out a way to fit him into a defense. He's so versatile.
Let's slot him in with last year's first round linebackers. How do you feel about Simmons in comparison to the Devins, White, and Bush?
I think I like Bush. I like a Bush a little bit more, but I like him better than I do White. Simmons, to me, I think what you said earlier kind of hit the nail on the head, right? With Simmons, he's that next level, right? He's that guy that is going to transcend the position for years to come. You're going to have to be able to cover running back. You're going to have to be able to cover a receiver. You're going to have to be able to cover a versatile tight end. The tight end position is transforming in front of our eyes yearly. You know what I mean? These guys are getting faster. They're getting stronger. And that, to me, is why I think that Simmons is better. I like Bush more, though. I like Bush a whole lot, though.
Yeah, this is okay. Here's where it gets interesting. I'm looking at the comments now. Giants go O-line. So we answered these comments. All right, this is.
All right, let's make a prediction, guys. Let's make a prediction before the prediction happens.
Then go.
Who do you got? Who do you got, Andy?
I'll stay with Tua.
I'm going Herbert.
Well,
I guess you wanted Herbert.
I did want Herbert.
Hey,
but,
you said go first. You had the option to go.
But you didn't even
right?
go first. You went second, so
Well,
you cheated.
I did, but
No. You know what? I think they're gonna gamble with it. I think they're gonna go. I almost think they're gonna go offensive tackle. What's his face?
Willis. Willis or
Wirfs, right?
Wirfs? Oh, okay.
Tristan Wirfs.
Worse or Willis? Yeah, either one of those guys.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Not Becton.
Not what?
Not Becton.
No, I think Willis would be the next guy off the board, right? Maybe.
I think when you're at this spot in the draft, you're the number saying to yourself, you feel there is a
It's gonna be interesting. I think Miami's got. That's I feel like they still have a lot of needs in so many places that. I feel like the smart move would be quarterback, right? Like given how teams have typically drafted, I think quarterback's going to be the smart move, but they just have so many needs that I just wonder.
But the thing is, they got the 6 picks in the top 70, right?
They're right. But at the same time, it's like, do they value a Fromm, an Eason, someone like that to the level enough, right, to say, hey, we're going to pass on potentially not getting Herbert to take one of these guys later on? It's like, where do they value that? That's the biggest thing that we just don't know.
I do think that if they nail this pick, I'm telling you, I talked about this, the Dolphins will win the division. If they nail this draft, they're going to win the division. Give me the Dolphins to win that division. I like the way they played the second half of last year. I think Flores is going to have these boys playing. Tom Brady's out of the picture. The Bills got upgraded, obviously. Diggs, Brown, they're better. But I like what the Dolphins have done.
The Dolphins are always a tough play in the AFC, regardless of what the roster says. That's never a fun place to play.
I love how they showed the GMs just chilling. They're just chilling, right? They're just like, just make a pick, right? We got the pick is in.
I'll say the pick's in, so we shall see.
What
Quit talking and just make the pick.
Are we locked into the Chargers absolutely taking the quarterback?
No.
I think if Simmons goes there, Simmons goes to the Chargers, oh my God.
That's pretty insane. You got somebody, you got a game changer at every level on that defense.
Yeah.
And they just signed Chris Harris too, right? So
yeah.
I hate whenever the bottom says the pick is in, and here we are still chattering.
I think people forgot how good Derwin James was too. With missing time.
Yep.
So good, dude. Trying to see if somebody got the tip in here, and nobody's got it yet.
Just the tip?
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, pick. You said just the pick.
Yeah.
Way to go, Andy. Way to go. You like how I threw that out there? We got the boss on with us right now. You know what I mean? Not just anybody. We got the boss on with us.
Appreciate it. You guys are too kind. Thank you. All right.
Here we go. Tua.
There you go.
Dang.
They get their wish. The Dolphins have played this masterfully. They get 3 first rounders. They get the quarterback they wanted the whole time.
And didn't even have to trade up.
Didn't have to trade up. Didn't have to do a single thing. Get everything they wanted. This is a
Well, they're what the Dolphins win in the division next year.
beautiful day if you're a Dolphin fan. My brother's going to be very happy.
Nope. Terrible pick. Terrible pick.
Well, you just don't like Tua. We know this, but it doesn't mean it's a bad pick. This has to be Herbert, and this works out perfectly for the Chargers. I understand the temptation to look at Simmons here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
But man,
Me too. We trust.
I just think Herbert fits that team so perfectly.
He really does.
I will say it hurts my one Tyrod share though.
that you paid $1 for him, right?
I don't know that Herbert comes in right away though. This might be kind of that old school thing. This could be what we saw with Baker Mayfield and Tyrod. You know.
Well,
True,
that and the factor
true.
in of the whole entire offseason, we don't know when they're coming in. We don't know when they're going to regulate with these players.
Right.
You know, all that stuff kind of comes into play as well.
That's true.
Herbert, I've said this for a while, reminds me of Goff, and it just seems perfect that both of these guys will be in LA. And then, you know, that just – man, that would line – Luke retires in Carolina, and Simmons might be his replacement.
Yeah.
What a fall right there, right?
That would be pretty interesting. I would have to. I've had Carolina taking Derek Brown this whole time, but I would have to think they would take Simmons at 7. I would have to think they take him at 7.
That would be a very good replacement.
He's such a wild card right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little surprised here because now you still got 3 tackles out there. You got Arizona, Jacksonville, Cleveland, and the Jets. All could be going tackle.
I think Arizona's going to go defense.
They could go either way. I think they have to go for the trench either way. If you're Arizona, I think man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what if Carolina passes on Simmons? I mean, Arizona's got to take him, right?
If Carolina passes on Simmons, Arizona's got to take him. I think you could say that for
the next 10 teams,
Yeah.
right?
That's true. Yeah.
yeah. It's the way Cleveland has been just having everything fall into their laps. I would have to think that he somehow slips to 10, and Cleveland trades for what's his face, the tackle from Washington. Why am I drawing a blank now? You know what I'm talking about? Left tackle from the Redskins.
Oh yeah, Trent Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
They're rumored to be traded for him. They just got Conklin. They just got Hooper. Would it just not surprise you if somehow Simmons fell to 10 and he winds up in Cleveland with this Pro Bowl roster they have on both sides?
That would
I'll
be
say
insane.
they didn't like Kirksey went right. He's gone. So essentially come in and fill a void. But
Yeah, and they got Conklin too on that offensive line. Shored up the offensive line this offseason. All-pro offensive lineman to protect Baker. I like Baker. I still think Baker's going to be fine. I just think that Freddie Kitchens was the worst decision for a head coach ever.
Yeah. Listen, this is where psychology comes in. You know, I like to talk about sports psychology a lot. This is where it comes in where he just wasn't the right fit for that team. You got a rookie head coach that was just going to walk all over him.
mm-hmm.
Agreed 100%.
They needed like a Tony Dungy last year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. I think teams are scared of Simmons. Maybe.
Really?
I don't know. This. I guess it's not that far fetched because the only team we really had definitely that might have taken him here was the Giants, right? So one team passed on him so far.
That's
deal.
a nice graphic, man.
This is beautiful. This is done by Evan Hoffpower, the graphic head for Expand the Box Score. I was going to raffle off some autographed jerseys, maybe some Expand the Box Score subscriptions, but I'm not happy with the follower count or the live viewer count in the comments. So I'm going to let you guys – I'm going to step out after this pick for a little bit, maybe come back, maybe not. But if you guys feel like somebody leaving a comment or a guest or something is worthy of giving away a subscription, by all means, feel free to. Everybody go check out Expand the Box Score for your in-depth college and NFL pro football statistics. And make sure you're listening to the Devy Delight. We got season 2 coming soon. All new content. The Devy Delight, IDP 411. 2 great podcasts, and the stats are insane. What else can I
Stats are lovely, man. Their stats are lovely.
All right, what's the pick? The pick is in. I think I'm on a time delay here because Stoops keeps calling out the picks before they come up on my
I know, that's exactly what I called too.
Yeah.
Oh, you said Tua. I was like, what? I don't even.
Yeah, so it's like because I have ESPN pulled up on one TV and then I have ABC pulled up on the other, and the ABC one is like the actual cable, so it's not streaming through anything, so it's not delayed.
Well, good tip. I'm going to ABC now. I want to be first to market. All
So
right.
they go Herbert, guys? Are we?
Yeah,
are we
it's Herbert. Is it Herbert? Well, they're in his living room. They're in his
Got the
living room.
phone?
No. Now they got Anthony Lynn and Pelissero. Now
They're
back.
just playing games with us now.
They're just going back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Who is it? Who is it?
It's got to be Herbert, right?
If it's not Herbert, they're
hyping it up as if it is.
if it's not Herbert, I feel really bad for him because he's getting the virtual Aaron Rodgers treatment.
Yeah. Here we go. There it is.
Yep.
That just
Here we
makes
go.
sense. And listen, this guy is a solid NFL quarterback and will be for a decade. So I like the pick. 5 for 6 so far from my mock, if you were paying attention. And thank you guys for having me on for a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe
come back
I'll
on.
be back later.
Yeah.
But enjoy the rest of the night with the guests. And everybody go check out Expand the Box Score. I appreciate you guys having me.
Appreciate it.
Just kick him off.
Yeah, you always do.
I love you, Andy. You can still hear us.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
What's up, Ricky? What's up, Stoops? How y'all doing?
What's up?
Man, it's been a pretty chalk city draft so far.
Man, right? God.
Unexpected. No trades. What's going on?
It's kind of just whatever, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
It's rare it goes as expected. Where's the drama?
Yeah, the only drama, the most exciting drama we've had so far is Andrew Thomas went 4th overall. Like,
Yep.
we had one tackle instead of the other tackle go, right? That's all we've had going for us, right? We actually had a question. Somebody asked us, do you like Michael Irvin's outfit? Yes or no?
Oh, God. Red on red on red. Super Bowl championships in the back. That's the mic drop. But suit, nah, not so much.
He's always outlandish, and he's always got,
Yep.
he's always got something going on, right?
Exactly.
He's always got the crazy outfits. Just who he is, though. It's who he is.
Thoughts on the Herbert? Actually, I'm sorry, Carolina. Where do you expecting Simmons here?
Simmons is the chalk pick that goes as the first 6 picks. You know, you'll see the instant mock draft grades. Everyone will say A plus for the Panthers here. The other, I think, choice would be Derek Brown, D-line, Auburn. If I was the GM, shake things up, get on the phone, trade down. That's what they should be looking at to do here. They have so many holes at every position on defense. They need to get assets. I mean, they don't have the picks right now to every first round pick, second round pick, third round pick, move back, pick it up, and I think they're in a good position with those arguably best offensive tackles still there to jump the Cardinals, to jump the Browns, or if you want to be the first to grab a stud wide receiver, this is a good spot to do that as well. So if they want to be bold, be daring, they need to trade down. But if I'm putting money on it, Isaiah Simmons is the pick.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, we've been saying it. He's just so versatile. He can play everywhere, right? So it's and Andy even said it with Kuechly gone, like bringing Simmons in. I think that's going to be a good void there, right? Filling that one. So, like you said, going chalk. You'd think Simmons, but it's just when you're in the top 10, you obviously have a lot of voids, right? There's a lot of things you need to fill. So if they could get a decent enough, package together and trade down, I don't think it's a bad idea. Yeah,
it says pick is in. I don't know if they'd update the graphic to say if it was traded or not, or if Goodell would come on and explain. But it looks like they pulled the trigger. Sounds like it'd probably be Simmons then.
Yeah.
While we wait for this to be announced, the dark horse, which I saw a couple plugged-in people doing some mock drafts yesterday, had CeeDee Lamb going here. So the shocker would be for Matt Rule to load up on his wide receivers. I think that'd be a little crazy, but that would be the outside the box pick here if something crazy was to happen.
I think that would be a wasted pick, right?
I would agree.
Don't get me wrong. Lamb is talented. You know what I mean?
But you could, like you said, you could trade down. You could get a package. You could trade down, and you could still get CeeDee later in the first. Like there's no reason to get him at 7.
I agree. Somebody made a comment. Nice Griffey jersey in the background. I would.
Thank you.
I lived in Seattle when I was younger.
And there's Mike Tyson punch out.
Oh, nice.
And I loved watching Griffey.
Oh yeah,
I loved watching Griffey.
So where can we find you at, man? Give us all the plugs you got, man.
Find me on Twitter at Hodges Hot Takes. That.
Wait a minute. You're not at Test? Is that not you?
That's not me. No, no, that's not the plug. That's about it right now. Yeah.
So where can we find some content from you as well, man?
Goingfor2.com. I've been doing a lot of DFS stuff for them, for football focused. So I've been taking a break over the spring and summer here. Hopefully get back into that. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we get football starting up in August, September.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need that, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't need football. I don't care if no fans are in this. I don't care. I don't care if you have no fans in the stands. I really don't care. Just have the football.
This has been building up for about 3 weeks now. Once this weekend's over, it's going to be like, okay, now what?
Yep.
Get some back in here.
I'm going to be sitting on a chair, making sure to watch every second of the fourth round through 7th round. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's all we got.
It's a nice little graphic. I like it, man.
I like that.
Yeah.
What do y'all think of Herbert while we're waiting on this pick to be announced?
I love Herbert. Stoops?
Yeah.
Big fan. Big fan of Herbert.
Your thoughts?
I had him 3rd. So he was slotted in behind Tua to me. He's got all the measurables. I mean, I think this is a good landing spot for him. We'll see. Definitely like this over Love, or then after that, I guess it goes like Eason or Hurts. I think he's a step above them. But my tier 1 would have been Burrow, Tua, tier 2 Herbert on his own, and then I think probably a significant drop off. So we'll see if anyone in the back end of round 1 gets desperate. That's where I would knock people for maybe trying to grab Love or Hurts.
I agree as well. I hate when they delay this. Like, why? The pick is in. Just make the pick.
Yeah.
They got to make their money. They got to get these commercials. They got to make their money. I don't like it.
You'd think there'd be someone leaking it because there's they probably have like a central draft chat that's going on where they've announced it so that Arizona can figure out what they're doing. Someone should be monitoring that and leaking it a couple minutes before. But
I think Arizona should trade back too. Like
this is prime position. All these 7, 8, 9, even the Browns at 10. I think these GMs are scared right now with this technology to figure out how to do this and trade back. But all these guys, they should be doing it.
do what we all do on a day-to-day basis when we're making trades in fantasy leagues, right? Like it's,
talk beforehand, figure this out. This has gone exactly as planned so far, so this should be in their contingencies of what could happen.
Man, now they just keep going on and on and on.
Yeah.
Like, say the pick. We should have known to expect this. It happens every year.
The coach looks relaxed, like he's checked out. So I think they made a pick. There's no trade going on.
Yeah.
Unless they trade back really far, and then they're like, okay, we got a couple hours to breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. I would say Simmons. That's a pretty good pick. Derek Brown. That's fine. I'd rather have Simmons here, but can't fault him for that. Anything else, I'd just be floored.
All right, here we go.
45 minutes after the pick is in.
I know. Derek Brown.
Derek Brown. Okay.
It's a good pick. So you like the pick, obviously, right?
Yeah. That's the knock on Simmons was at what position. Derek Brown here was always like the D line, the number one prospect, run stuffer, can get after the quarterback. So I think that solidifies them up the middle there. Probably give it a B. Nothing good, nothing bad really. Just now he's got to perform.
I agree 100%. Where do you think before we let you go, what do you think the Arizona does here?
Well, I would have guessed tackle. I still think that's probably the odds-on favorite. But now with Simmons falling, that would be a good army knife for him. But with Coach Kingsbury there, I mean, they're all offense.
If they go receiver here, I swear.
I was going to say tackle should be favorite.
Yep.
I'm sure Kingsbury and Kyler are probably lobbying to try to get CeeDee Lamb here. Why not have 4 or 5 wide receivers? Gosh,
they're gonna have 13 receivers rostered come day one.
Yeah,
God, if they take a receiver here, I mean, they literally just cancel out any production from any other guys, right?
Crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm going tackle and then maybe a wild card Simmons.
Both needs.
Because the thing about it is, like, the trading value right now is none, right? It's non-existent because I think the Cardinals, Jaguars could take a receiver, they could take a cornerback, they could take a tackle, and then you move to the Jets. Jets are prime for a tackle or receiver. Like, it looks like we're on par for a very redundant, the first half. I think it could get interesting the second half, right? I do think somebody's going to trade into the first round to take a quarterback. They like that 5th-year option, and that's where
exactly.
That 5th-year option is very important here. It's very cookie cutter so far.
We're about to have a mini run on those elite tackles and then those 3 or 4 wide receivers. And then after that then people will be jumping in to try to get that second tier of both those.
I could see the Eagles trying to get up there. Like, I would if I'm Cleveland, if I'm the Jets, I'm calling Philadelphia up, right? Philadelphia wants one of those top tier receivers.
Yeah, exactly.
Call them up and say, hey, what do you got for us? You know what I mean? Like, the Jets are a team they're not one player away, right? They're not a player away from making the playoffs or anything like that.
Exactly.
So. All right, well, brother, we appreciate you coming on, man. Thanks for man. We appreciate you coming on, talking the pick, man. If you make sure to check them out over there, goingfor2.com, and give them a follow on Twitter at Hodges Hot Takes. I love the name. Hodges Hot Takes. Check out all his contact, guys.
Awesome. Hey, thanks, Ricky. Hey, thanks, Stoops.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Bye.
So very uneventful first round so far, right?
It really is. It's gone. I mean, there's obviously the different names that could fall into place, but as far as positions go, and essentially it's fallen how we've expected it for the most part. Anyone who's definitely, been tuned into the draft and others have gone much, much more in depth as far as the true needs and everything. But when you look at it just from even just an outside looking in, I mean, it's gone how you'd expect it. 2 is the one, and again, it's all smoke screens, but 2 is the one that I could have seen fall just based on what I've heard per se. But at the same time, I'm not shocked. Miami was linked to him for quite some time in some fashion. So
tank for 2 since week 1, right?
Yeah,
that's all we've heard. So
no, it's definitely gone, as scripted per se, and you kind of made it. I wonder how much of it is based on just for the scare of, are we going to mess this up if we try and make a trade? What's going to happen? So.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm going to be interested to see kind of
Isaiah Simmons. I know I'm ahead of you. Sorry.
You are. It's fine. It's fine though. Isaiah,
I like it though.
That's a steal in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer. So we talked about Simmons a little bit earlier with Andy. He's got the versatile that fits the NFL that is today, right now. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what you want to see. He's athletic. He played 415 snaps at linebacker, 262 at the slot, and then 232 at safety last year. You know what I mean? He's super versatile, and I mean this guy's going to be. I would be perfect to say that this guy wins probably Defensive Player of the Year, right? I mean he's got to be 1A, 1B right now. I could see it because he's going to be used all over the field. He's going to be involved in everything, so I could absolutely see him winning. Defensive Player of the or Rookie of the Year. And I'm glad that they went defense. I really am because, with Kingsbury, he is such a high-powered offensive guy, right? But the fact that they traded for Hopkins, I mean, you feel, to me, any type of void at receiver that he might have felt that they had, I think Hopkins fills that plus. So yep. I'm glad to see that they went defense here, build up the defense. I think their offense has got enough weapons there with Kirk, Drake, obviously Kyler back there, and then now Hopkins, obviously. So I think they've got enough pieces on the offensive side. I think they could definitely help with some line help, but I'm glad they went defense. They need some help on the defensive side. So I love seeing Simmons go there for sure. Yeah, they didn't go too crazy, right? No.
They
The receiver talk here was just kind of crazy and kind of stupid at the same time. I think that to me right there is the steal of the draft so far. Simmons there, that just makes way too much sense. So Jacksonville, what do you do if you're Jacksonville right now?
Man,
they've got 2 picks in the first round right now, obviously. They've got that one back at 20.
Man, I'll be honest, I don't know.
Do they go receiver, right? Like
that's kind of where I'm leaning, but I just wonder at 20 because you look at it. So I don't think Cleveland goes receiver. The Raiders have been rumored to go receiver. I've seen Ruggs, rumored to go there. The Bucks, I don't see it happening. Broncos have. So honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they go receiver just based on the teams that are between this, after them and then before their next one.
Yeah.
I could see
3 guys won't be available.
I could see some of those receivers that they're really high on. Potentially going before that next pick rolls around. And, they could always trade up later on, but what kind of capital do you have to give up? So I wouldn't be shocked if they went Judy, Lamb. I don't think they go Ruggs, but we know how the NFL values speed, right? We know that they love those speed receivers, and I think he could work there. So I think that's definitely a fit, but it's going to be interesting to see. What do you think?
Yeah, for me, I don't know. For me, I think if I'm the Jaguars, I think, Chark had a good year. They have DD. They have some tools on the position right now, but they don't have one. They need a wide receiver 1. And the way this draft has fallen, take this guy, take Judy, take Lamb, take your pick, one of those 2 guys, take him at 9. And then hopefully back at 20, you get a tackle or, whatever else you're looking at. Because you're right. I mean, the Browns, what do the Browns do? Do the Browns really trade for Trent Williams now? They literally have their picking. They have a litter of offensive linemen. They have literally the only offensive lineman off the board right now is Andrew Thomas, right? You have Wirfs. You have Willis. Willis was one of the top regarded tackles in this entire draft. Matt Miller had a mock going number 4. And right now he's sitting right here at 9, obviously for the Jaguars. But the Browns could take an all-pro tackle for the next 10 years without having to give up a first-round pick or a second or a third or whatever have you. And that kind of changes and alters a lot of things what happened with the draft as well.
Yeah, man, there's just so much that can really go into play here. I think it's going to be definitely interesting to see, how they go. And I think it would be nice to see some more offensive weapons there. Like you said, they got Chark, they've got Dede, which are good pieces. But if you could get a Judy, get a Lamb, someone like that, I think that's going to be someone that could really just slot in there and definitely help them out ASAP. ASAP.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Are they trying to win ASAP?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know what Jacksonville's doing down there. Are they going to trade the defensive lineman? Are they the banter between him and the owner on Twitter was just like, why? Like, I don't know. I don't really like that. You know what I mean? I don't care who the player is. I don't care how good he is. The banter on Twitter is unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, come on, man. Like, your draft value, your draft stock is kind of going to go down for me. Very, very tepid top 8 picks. I do think with the Jets, Raiders, 49ers, Broncos coming up, I really think that batch right there is really we're going to see 2 or 3 receivers come off the board, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I don't think Cleveland takes one. I could see New York. I could see the Raiders taking a receiver. 49ers.
I could see them taking
potentially. And then you start going down a little bit further there. But I don't see the Browns doing it. I mean, they're pretty loaded on the offensive side as far as receivers go. They've just got to get that chemistry down. So I don't see that happening in Cleveland. But yeah, Jets, Raiders, 49ers, potentially I could see one of them. Maybe really 2 of them, going receiver there. But I think that's got to be what Jacksonville's thinking, right? The teams that are below them, are they potentially going to go receivers? And I think that might, and I don't want to use the term scare them into it, but I think that might be a move, that's made, kind of force their hand to potentially take one of their receivers that they are really in love with.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think another thing that I forgot about the Jaguars they could address here, obviously, since they don't have any of the cornerbacks on their roster anymore, they could really.
That's true.
They could draft. What do you got? CJ Henderson from Florida still available. Once you kind of go down after that, I think that the talent level kind of goes down a little bit. But Henderson, I think tackle, cornerback, or wide receiver is probably the pick. They said the pick is in, but obviously we have to get Tom Brady on the screen telling us to stay home, even though he's decided not to stay home at all. So
I got Joe Burrow.
All right, come on. This is pretty crazy, man. It's pretty crazy how this was supposed to be live. NFL draft prospects.
Yeah, sorry. I'm still getting used to having a loose keyboard.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I type it on my laptop every single time.
That's great.
I always do that.
Man, there's so many tackles still available, right? Wills is still available. Becton's still available. Wirfs is still available. Man, there's some talent still left, man. This is as cookie cutter as it's been, man. There's still some depth here. You know what I mean? Like,
Kinlaw's still available.
Yeah, I think Kinlaw is going to Atlanta, right?
I like him a lot. He was when we saw him down in Mobile.
Stupid, right? God.
He's a beast. He was huge. CJ Henderson.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely need that. They definitely need the help there, for sure.
After trading all their guys and et cetera, it's an important pick for them. I think that's a good pick. I still personally not sure I would have went there. I still think I would have went receiver. Now they have to hope that one of these guys falls to them at 20, which I really I don't see it happening.
See, I don't think Lamb or Judy will, but I mean,
your boy Ruggs.
Yeah, he could. I just don't know. I just don't. I mean, when you got someone with a lot of speed, you can obviously make them. You can have them fit into a scheme in a way you want. So I mean, that is definitely a positive aspect to it. But to me, I almost feel like that would be, and I hate to say it, but almost like a reach. So they addressed what they needed, though. I will say that they've got the receivers there, right? That I think can get them through. That I don't think they needed to necessarily take someone at 9. It would have been nice to see Judy or someone like that go there, but they needed that corner filled bad.
I think this is tackle, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I think it's got to be, get some extra help, on the front so they can get that running game going. They've got the receivers there, but you got to give Baker some time to get set back there, go through his reads, his progression, and get those accurate throws in there. So I think that they've got to go offensive line here, I would think.
I just want to know what that kind of does for the draft value as a collective whole for the or to the trade value for Trent Williams, right? They're fully expecting to kind of give Williams to the Browns. You know what I mean? He's been rumored to go there for how long now? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of crazy. You know what I mean?
And at what point does, Washington just pull the trigger and make the move to get rid of him? You know what I mean? I mean, he's pretty much made it clear he doesn't want to be there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He wants to move elsewhere. So and at what point, the organization can't just fold and let the players control them. But at the same time, if he's going to tie up money, he's going to tie up positions, he's going to, tie up roster slots because of contracts. Like at some point, you've got to just make the move. So I don't know.
It's kind of funny though. Like last year and every year before that, it was kind of like a pick snipe.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was announcing something on Twitter. Oh, the Browns pick's already in, huh?
Yep.
That was fast. I think it's going to be Wills here. I think that's the one for me. I think is a hands down one.
We shall see. Here he is on the screen, waiting for his cue. It's funny to watch too, because you can tell he's reading which I guess generally he'd be reading off of a script anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is.
Yep. Hey!
It's like someone over here did some research.
Did a little bit, right? I know. God.
I like it.
I did. I don't know what it is, but I've been calling the tackles coming off the board. I called Thomas to the Giants, and
maybe we need to find a league that has offensive linemen, kickers, punters, offensive linemen. Like you're just going
right.
You got it all covered.
Yeah. So the hot question right now is, what do the Jets do?
They've got to go receiver. So I'm pulling up their roster here, right? They've got Perryman, Crowder, Doxson, Enunwa, like Braxton Berrios. I mean, they've got according to MFL anyway, Demaryius Thomas still, but it's just he is their 11th receiver apparently. But to me, I mean, you've got to go receiver, right? Like I understand you can probably get someone, we've said it, the receivers are pretty deep in this class as far as, talent to fill a roster. But if Judy's still there, that's a target that Sam Darnold's got to be able to hit. Like just throw it in the vicinity and Judy's going to come down with it. So I think they got to go receiver here.
Right. And then not only that, like you didn't have to make any moves at all to get to the guy you want.
Yep.
This guy's falling into your lap. I don't care if it's Lamb. I don't care if it's Judy. You've got talent that is next tier. Sam Darnold needs weapons, right? You got rid of Robbie Anderson. He's out the door. You replaced him with Perriman. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like I like Perriman, but I mean, he came on with a late surgeons, and that was it, right? That's it. This guy is not, in my opinion, good at football. That's going to be, or not even not good at football. Of course, you can produce when you're opposite of Evans and Godwin and Winston's throwing the ball 70 times, 60 times a game, right? You're going to get those stats, and that's what he got that contract for. A few tidbits on Will's hands can get too wide. He's got a terrific inside hand jab. I think Will's obviously, this is a steal for the Browns. Like this was a hands down steal. Like, I don't think they expected to land, in some people's eyes, the best tackle in this draft. When you're playing in Alabama, you have to be good on that offensive line, right? That's the one position that I talk about from Alabama. To me personally, I think that is the most important position that Alabama has because they have the all-world talent. but none of those guys can work without these offensive linemen being good as they are. Najee Harris was unbelievable last year, and that a lot to do with Wills. And I think this is a fantastic selection for the Cleveland Browns, and I can't wait for the Jets to bundle this one up real good.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, man, so the first 10, right? It's gone, like we've said, through the first 5 or 6. It kind of went essentially how most expected it to. So, I mean, isn't Miller donated like $250 per pick wrong, right? I don't know. I
think it was. So he's got.
You follow him pretty closely, so you would know better than me.
1, 2, 3. Simmons went 4, 5, 6. He got Henderson right. So the first 9 he's gotten 10. Sorry. Yeah, first 10 I think he's gotten 1, 2, 3, 4 right out of 10. He's 4 for 10.
All right then.
He had Tua and Herbert flip-flopped. He had Andrew Thomas dropping all the way down. He got the tackles flip-flopped as well. Yeah. If he would have listened to me, you know what, I would have told him.
You were right. You were definitely telling him.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you don't want to hear nothing from me. I think that we're going to see. I think the Falcons end up with Kinlaw without having to move up would be phenomenal for them, right?
That would we've said it, but that would be filling a void for sure. So
that's a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, whoever gets him, I think is going to they're going to get at this point. If he continues to fall, I think that's going to be a steal. I think he's someone that's got super high upside. I think. I mean, like I said, we saw him down in Mobile. He was a big dude. Just listening to him talk as well in that press conference when we first got down there, just listening to him talk, listening to his story, kind of where he came from and how he's had to truthfully fight for everything that he has, right? Nothing was really ever given to him. He's worked hard for everything. And I think that's something that NFL organizations really look into, having that work ethic to really just put in the work and grind to get where you're at. So I think that's phenomenal. And whoever's going to get Kinlaw, I think is going to get a hell of a player, and it's looking like the more he's fallen, they're going to get an absolute steal.
Oh, man, it really is. I mean, this guy, Simmons fell, right? You know what I mean? So once Simmons fell, it was, you kind of figured Derek Brown was going to be the next kind of defensive guy off the board, right?
Yep.
So to me, 111. To me here, I think this is a no-brainer. Again, this has got to be – so in your opinion, what does this do for a value of a Judy or Lamb going to the Jets?
For me, I think the talent's there, no question, right? I think them going there, they're going to be the guy, in my opinion. I think they're going to be an immediate number 1 there. And again, I like Sam Darnold enough. I think he's able to make those throws. He's able to get the guys involved. I think a big piece is going to be, what does Le'Veon Bell do? I think that's going to be the piece that does or does not open up these receivers. If they're able to get him involved, the way that we've seen before, I think that's going to be huge for Judy, huge for Lamb, really whatever receiver goes there, assuming they go receiver. I think Le'Veon Bell is going to be a big piece to it because just his ability in the pass game was huge. So if they're able to get it going on that aspect, but there's obviously been those rumors where Gase doesn't care for Bell as much. So
Gase doesn't care for his own mother, I don't think so.
Yeah, he cares about himself and his family, it seems, and that's about it.
Was the pick? Oh my God, they're waiting till the last minute.
Well, it says the pick is in, but you know how it goes. Yeah, I've got Judy, Kinlaw, best available, Lamb, Ruggs. Man.
Got the Raiders coming up.
Becton, 6'7", 364. That's a big boy.
He's a monster.
Big offensive lineman.
He is I was looking at his stuff earlier, man. He is a master. I mean, I'm wondering was he a senior last year? I think he was, wasn't he?
He was a junior.
Junior? Oh, okay.
He was a junior.
I'm trying to remember who that big offensive lineman we saw down there. Remember that guy? That guy was.
Oh, the guy that had like a 88-inch wingspan or whatever it
Yes,
was.
that
Yeah,
guy.
he was a monster. I don't remember his name. I'll be honest. I don't remember who he was, but
It's all right.
he was huge. That's a hell of a wingspan. I'll tell you what.
God, wingspan is taller than you and me. I think. I don't really.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's 88? I'm bad at math. I'm live on the air here, right?
12, 16, 26. Yeah,
That's 7
that's way
foot.
taller than us. That's way taller.
Oh man, math
Couple
is
feet
not
taller.
our math is not our strong suit. Live on the air, it really isn't, guys.
There it
Oh,
is,
man.
Becton.
It is Becton.
Becton.
Huge. Wow. Becton. What do we had? Oh, we got. Matty was right on that one. He hit that one on the head. Way to go, Matt Miller. Becton, let's see here. Best finisher of any offensive lineman in his class. Rare blend of size and athleticism. Terrific inside step, hand placement to block down. Like we talked about a few seconds ago, 6'7", 364 pounds. He's a junior. 35 career starts, or 35 games, 33 starts. 21 at left tackle and 12 at right tackle. So he's versatile on both sides of the ball. This is the type of guy I think that you plug and play. He's going to be a tackle. He's going to be your Pro Bowl guy. 10 years, 10, 12, 15 years a guy. You know, as long as we're barring injuries, Becton's going to be that guy. And I will tell you right now that the Raiders are in a spot right now to really improve their roster at an insane rate.
Yeah. I mean, we keep talking about it, right? But I'm looking at, they've got Tyro Williams, Zay Jones, Nelson Aguilar, Hunter Renfro. Like, to me, they don't have a top
I like Williams.
receiver. I do,
Williams,
but
he's a 2.
Correct. So I really think I would love to see Judy go here personally.
Oh God. I think Judy or Lamb. I think they need a big body. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think the difference between these two is very. I give you a hard time, but it's not that big. You know what I mean?
It's not that big.
You know what I mean? And I do think that I like Judy a lot more, obviously. You know, he's quick feet, smooth feet. I like Judy, what he does off the ball. I think he's insanely talented. To me, it's whoever I think this landing spot here is, for me personally, this is an easy wide receiver 1.
But do you think they go offensive? Do you think they go Wirfs here? Tristan Wirfs? Do you think, I mean, it's because that's the thing, right? So we again, we're so offensive, positional, receiver, running back, quarterback, tight end minded. But if you don't have an offensive line to run behind, protect your quarterback, get your receivers open, or give the quarterback time, I'm sorry, give everyone time to get open, then it's all for naught, pretty much. So it's kind of like, yes, I think the landing spot would be huge for the wide receiver. But Wirfs is still on the board. I think he's someone that is definitely going to jump into an offensive scheme and help out that offensive line, help that quarterback. And we know that old Derek Carr needs as much help as he can get back there. So you give him a little bit more time to throw. I think he can get it done. He's shown he's capable, right? It was a couple of years ago, but Derek Carr showed he's capable. He can get it done, but you got to give him some time.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like it's I don't know, man. To me, I think with the Raiders having that selection later in the draft. I mean, 7 picks away, right? 7 picks
For who?
away. The Raiders have another pick 7 picks away, right? So
yeah, it's 19.
Me personally, I feel like you have to go one of these receivers. I like the pick. I do a whole lot. I think you got to go one of these receivers.
See, looking at it, I don't know. Maybe. Because, we said it, let's call it even on the Raiders because they're about to make their pick. But 49ers, potentially. Buccaneers, I don't think so. Broncos. I could see them going receiver. Falcons, I don't see that. Cowboys, I don't see it. And then the Dolphins. Maybe.
Hold on. Let's think about this for 1 second.
What if they get Judy?
If Lamb or Judy fall to the Dolphins after getting Tua, holy cow.
I think Tua's making the call. Hey, we need to get Judy in here. So at that point, so looking at it, 49ers potentially, Broncos potentially, but outside of that, maybe the Dolphins, and then it's the Raiders again. So
yeah, but all three receivers could be off the board by the Raiders at 19, right? I mean, the 49ers.
So you're even Ruggs, you're saying, like Judy, Lamb, Ruggs, you're saying could all be gone?
I guess not, right? I guess if whatever. So let's just say the Raiders skip one here. 49ers could take one. Broncos, I think Broncos are going to take one.
Mm-hmm.
And then Miami, right? So you could potentially lose the 3 right there. The pick is in.
Yep.
I wonder if Mayock's got his donuts, man.
He's got it right there. Yeah, exactly. He had his guy, right? His guy was not far behind him.
Man, I need to have that. Man, that's what I need. That stadium is gorgeous.
Henry
man.
Ruggs.
Wow.
They love speed.
That's a pick for Al Davis, man. That's an Al Davis pick if I've ever and to be honest with you, I would 1000% go Jerry Jeudy right now if I'm San Francisco or Lamb. Either one.
Either one would be an absolute solid fit. If you look at it, Debo right now, Debo's your number one guy, technically. A lot of people are high on Jalen Hurd, but I think Debo's your top receiver right now. So, I would love to see Jeudy or Lamb. I think Jeudy would be a better option here, personally. I think Lamb, he can get it done kind of all around the field, but I think Judy's the one that can be your true number one. I think he's the one that's just, I don't know, man. Yeah. That's what I got to say. It's just you kind of keep saying the same stuff over and over, right? But got to go Jeudy.
So here's the expand the box score tool, guys, which is something we use every single week, right? Every single week we utilize this tool. The biggest thing here, obviously, you see the touches by field position, but this guy right here,
I love the touches by yardage.
This right here is the reason why Henry Ruggs just got drafted where he did. You know what I mean? 23 of his catches last year went for over 14 yards. And the guy, look, we don't like him, right? I don't think he's that wide receiver one. And I do think the Raiders made a mistake. But do I think that he's going to help the Raiders? Obviously. You
Absolutely.
know what I mean? 20 catches. Look at this, like right here. 20 catches on first down, 12 of them converted for, on 1st and 10, 12 of them converted for first downs. Insane talent, right? You know what I mean? The red zone, he's not productive in the red zone, but that's okay. You know what I mean?
It's just not that's not his style, though. He was never used for that. You look at the touches by yardage, he's used as that spread the field and deep ball threat type thing. Yep. So it's just he's not a red zone guy. That's not what he's used for.
And that's okay, right? You know exactly. That's why you've got a Waller. That's why you've got a Tyrell Williams. That's why you've got some of these other guys.
That's why you've got Josh Jacobs to just power his way in.
That as well. You know what I mean? Run the ball, right? I like I don't love the pick, but I think at the same time this is going to turn out to be a pretty solid pick, right?
He is, though. I'll give him that, right?
Oh,
they're showing, like right now, they were showing his basketball clips, right? He's jumping out the gym. He's 360 windmills. Like it's stuff like that. That's not taught. That's just God-given talent, and it's there. It's just he's kind of a one-trick pony, in my opinion, and I think they've got to use him in the sense of the deep ball threat, and even if they get him, they run these pick plays, right? So if basically you get him the ball and let him just kind of go after the catch, he can get that done as well. So they'll figure it out for him. Gruden's good enough of a coach, in my opinion, to get some plays, get some schemes in there for him. So they'll make it work. They wouldn't have taken him where they did if they didn't have something planned.
I guess the question is, could they have had him at 19?
I don't think so.
No?
I honestly think that the Broncos would have gone Ruggs. Now, well, it's one of those where do you think the Broncos – well, okay, I think Jeudy goes to the 49ers. I think when they see that first receiver, it's kind of – it's funny. In your fantasy drafts, right? When does that QB run start? It's kind of right now. Like Ruggs went off the board. So at this point, the 49ers got to be thinking, all right, do we want a receiver? Do we not want a receiver? We want to go offensive line. What do we want to do? but it's one of those where that first receiver went. So they're kind of just thinking, okay, we got to get our guy, right? Because they do have another pick at 31. I don't think Lamb, I don't think Judy are there at 31. So I think they've got to go receiver here and address another position, need later on.
So the thing about it is what I'm thinking right now, right? The thing about it is how lucky are the Bucks about to be if Wirfs drops to them? Massive talent, right?
I think that would be nice because we know Brady is not the most agile
guy
out there. He's not. Is he not?
No, he's not.
Exactly.
Not at all. No, but I think that's
like a brick running back there.
Yeah, I know. That's really good. It's pretty funny. For me, I don't know. The 49ers here, I think they're looking to trade back, right? They don't have a second round pick. They do have the 2 first. For me personally, I truly see, to me, it's gotta be receiver, right? Like
that's what I would think.
Kinlaw.
I mean,
could they go defense here? You know what I mean? Like
they could, but I think, they've got Bosa, D Ford, they've got Quan Alexander back there, Fred Warner. I think they've got enough guys that I don't think that's as much of a need. Yeah. Obviously, to have the talent is ideal, right? To have the guys there to fill these positions is definitely something you want to get covered, but I don't think it's a big enough need to do that.
Like I said with the Jets, if I'm the 49ers, I'm on the phone with Philadelphia. Judy or Lamb are in your lap. Call them. Give me an extra second that you don't have. Maybe a second next year on top of that, right? Let's move.
Tampa just traded for it.
Oh, Tampa just traded with the 49ers?
So they got the 13 and the 14.
They had 13, 14, or did they trade the 14?
No, they still have the 14 according to what I'm seeing on the TV. I had both my headphones in, so I couldn't hear.
Whoa. We got a trade.
Wait. Yeah.
I need the details. What do we got?
I know. Well, what's his face is talking over here? We need details.
Where's Rappaport at? I'm on Twitter right now. I'm trying to find out the trade details. Are sliding back trading with the Bucks? Yeah, they're sliding back though. I think they might be pick swapping here.
Maybe I'll say it's just not updated on the.
So yeah, it's not updating right now. We got a guess for the Bucks pick. Come here. Come on over here, buddy. Look at it. Oh, come on the mic. Come on this side. Come over here. Come on over. Hop on this side, Kyle. Look at that. We got a junior NFL analyst. The Bucks just traded to the 49ers for their pick. What do you think they're going to do?
I think that they will pick a good offensive player.
Offensive player? What are you thinking? Are you thinking offensive lineman? Are you thinking?
I'm thinking wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Okay. That would be definitely interesting. So they did swap. They did pick swap. I see it now.
Yeah, they did.
I don't understand what the pick swap. Why? Right? You know what I mean? What?
Their guys there and they want them.
Well, this has got to be Wolves, right? Right?
You would think. Get the protection, and San Francisco picks up something. I don't know what they pick up. But.
I don't know what the trade is. I don't have the trade details yet. But this is.
Where's Andy? Andy's got the scoop on everything.
Right. I know. Where's Andy at right now? What did you think about the Gronkowski trade?
I think that was a good trade because Brady and Gronkowski are really good as a combo. When they're on the Patriots, they've won many Super Bowls together, which I think they would be another great combo with the Tampa Bay, with Mike Evans. I'm glad they took Deshaun Watson out because they needed another trade. I'm happy he became a free agent because the Bucs needed a good quarterback.
Yeah, they did, and Jameis Winston cost them a lot of games last year.
Yes, they did.
Almost 40 turnovers last year, Steve. That was insane, right?
That's the fact that he threw essentially just as many interceptions as he did touchdowns is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It blows my mind that even happened. Can I talk about how crazy it would be if the Bucs went Judy here?
Say what?
If the Bucs just randomly go Judy here,
that'd be crazy. Could you imagine? I mean, I feel like that would be a waste of a pick, but could you imagine?
It would be, obviously. I'm kind of just joking, but
No, but Judy, Evans, Godwin, Gronk.
so they get 14 and 117, and giving up 13 in the last 7th round pick. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a guy they wanted that they. That's
gotta
to
be
me.
Wirfs. You think they're going to take Tristan Wirfs from Iowa?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Let's find out. It's about the picks in.
Picks in. It's coming in. Stoops has got the plug, man. He's a couple seconds ahead of us, and Tristan Wirfs is the pick.
Yep.
So what do you think about Tristan Wirfs?
He is an elite athlete with a great overall strength on and off the field. He is a heavy hands that win the strength and great placement.
How tall is this guy?
He is 6'5".
Right, look how much he weighs.
He weighs 320 pounds.
Right. How many games did he start last year?
He started
Or
33
his career?
games.
Yeah, right. This guy's
his
insane.
career. And I think he would go great with Brady and them.
He's gonna protect him.
Yeah, he's pretty big. He's a big dude. And Brady, he's a good quarterback. He can get away from him.
He's all right.
Kind of like Patrick Mahomes. So, a big offensive lineman mean you have a safe quarterback. So, I think if this sickness goes by and we will be able to play football, the Bucs might make it to the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Thank you so much for coming on, buddy.
You're welcome.
All right, you have fun, buddy. Thanks so much for coming on, bud.
You're welcome.
He was over here nervous. He was about as nervous as I was today whenever I was just thinking about coming on here, man. I love it, though, man. I do. He loves football. And the thing about it is, and I tried telling him 1,000 times, and we talk about it all the time, and it's like, look, man, it is okay to like every team in the NFL. You know what I mean? It's not that crucial to not, be happy and not love, being able to, just kind of talk about whatever team you want to, like them all,
Yeah, exactly. And that, I will say that, and yeah, just to that point, me being the A&M fan that I am, I get like when they lose, when they don't play, I get mad. So when I watch NFL, the good thing is I don't have that one team, right?
You're not invested.
So I can watch the game and truly enjoy it. Now I'll still get frustrated. Like, what are you doing? Why'd you make that move? Whatever, but it's not on the same level. So that's a good thing. If he's got multiple teams he's fans of, so be it.
Yeah, it's funny. He's a big Odell fan. He's a big Odell Beckham fan. And
Jared send him an invite.
Jared is?
That's what he said. Send me an invite. 8:52 Central Time. Do we have some? Where are we at?
Jared. Is he? I don't.
Literally right there in the live comments. It says off of I guess Periscope. Send me an invite.
I mean, I didn't see those. I'm trying to figure out where you're talking about. My bad.
Come on, man.
You got to tell me where he's having these things.
Well, it doesn't matter. It just said send me an invite. I'm gonna get a drink,
sure.
so you keep.
Yeah, I will keep blabbing
keep
about
running along.
nothing. Right.
Send him an invite.
I will send you an invite shortly. We got somebody else coming on here in just a few mementos. This is interesting for me. I think that this is right. You trade back, you pick up an extra pick, and you still take CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy, right? Like that's GMing at its best. I just GM'd. I picked up an extra pick for the 49ers, and we're moving on with our lives, guys. Let's see here.
That's right. You didn't wear your Jimmy G jersey.
Man, I should have, shouldn't I? Damn, really blew it.
It's all right. I like your shirt though.
Yeah.
Not just a blue Under Armour.
Yeah. I'm just glad I decided not to go FF Aviator for this entire.
You'd be like.
And the thing about it is I'm in the dark. So I mean, I tried it earlier, right? So I'm like, all right, I think I could do this, but like, it's hard for me to read the comments. I'm like partially legally blind, and then of course I've got these papers here, You can barely see them, but you got the paper. So I'm just like, all right, guys, Jerry Judy's got quick feet and is lower, but, I'll keep my shtick to our podcast. You know what I'm saying? So
there you go.
I think we got back-to-back receivers here.
I think so too. I just think that looking at the 49ers roster, I think they are set up on defense well enough right now. Obviously, if you can build a top-notch defense, that's the most ideal. You'd love to have that. But at the same time, I love Debo enough that they've got to give him someone else to take that attention away. And I think having a Judy, having a Lamb, I think would do that. And I think if they don't get someone of that caliber, that I think Debo fantasy-wise is not going to be what we all want or expect him to be. So I think they've got to go receiver here. To me, it makes sense fantasy-wise, which they don't care about. We do. But from an NFL aspect of it, I think Judy just makes sense right here, or Lamb. But I think receiver, it makes sense, in my opinion.
I just came across
since all these offensive linemen are gone.
I love this tweet right here. Odell, Bama boy, look, I guess we got to be cool now. Wills comes out and says, just let me know how much time you need to finish the route. I love it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And that's it's fun. So I'm only 30 years old, not old, not young. I feel older than 30, but the technology, right? The fact that you can just tweet something, boom, respond. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's crazy. And how quick they're, I don't know, man. It's just fun to me.
Technology. I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
That's just crazy. One spot. They wanted their guy. They want, right? We always say that in fantasy drafts, right? If you want your guy, go get him.
Unless the 49ers called and said, hey, somebody's trying to trade us. Do you want Wirfs? You know what I mean? And what a, it's a fantastic pick. It's a great pick. And I think that, where's my paper at? Hang on.
It's on the ground, probably.
It is on the ground. Whenever the guy gets drafted, I just kind of toss it in the air and do whatever. I was just going to add Wirfs to the 49ers, to the Bucks here. Or did you do that? Or did you move it over here? Oh, I see what you did. Because
they traded. The 49ers traded.
Just leave me alone, all right? That's just, all right. Just leave me alone.
Well, it's not really what I do.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, there's only going to be 4 quarterbacks taken in this draft.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't see, because I don't see Gordon, Eason. I don't see Fromm either. Even me being the fan that I am of him, I don't see him being taken in the first round. I do believe if a team is high enough on him, they could do it because of that 5th-year option. Yeah. But I just think he's I think he's still such a project that there's no sense to take him in that first round. You could get him easily second round. You may have to trade up in the second because quarterbacks do hold so much more value, but I don't think it goes above 4. And I think 4 is reaching, personally.
I agree 100%. I agree 1,000%. You know what I mean? It's like, why? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't, it doesn't make any sense there at all for me. And man, I'll tell you what, I like to see a little bit more trades, right? You know what I mean? Like, let's spice this up a little bit.
Spice it up. Did you send the invite? Did you send him the thing?
No, I did not. We've got somebody coming in for the Falcons in just a few minutes, so that's why.
Maybe he wanted to be on for the 49ers, and now here we go. Too late.
You know what? I'm trying. All right, I'm trying.
As I'm just sitting over here with nothing, no access to anything. So
I'm trying to tweet. I'm trying to make sure that we've got guests flowing in here. Stop yelling at me, Stoops, in front of all of America. This is what I got to do.
Hey, we're 2.5 hours in. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Right, and we're only at the 15th, 14th.
No, it's been fun though. I mean, it's our first time doing it. We're newbies, as you could probably tell, but I'm having a blast with it. Being able to talk with everyone coming on, talk with you. Kinlaw, nice. I didn't think they would do that. I did not think they would go receiver.
What?
I mean, I'm sorry, go defense. I didn't think they would go defense.
I called that one too. What do I get?
Did. I like it though.
I do too.
That's big. That defense is man. Man, I like it. It's not what I was expecting, but I like it.
I like it a whole lot, and when
I like it.
I can't pick where the quarterbacks or the wide receivers or anybody else is going to go in this draft, but I got the offensive tackles and I've got Kinlaw down. All right,
You do. So now it's the Broncos. So you said we got someone coming on for the Broncos, or no?
No, Falcons.
Falcons. All right.
Broncos.
Spoiler.
What do we got? I think receiver.
They
we
were
spent 4 picks in a row now.
We're gonna get it though. We're gonna get it.
Oh,
Now,
man.
I think, because you're looking at it, Cortland Sutton, they drafted Deshaun Hamilton as well, years ago. And he just hasn't quite lived up to it, in my honest opinion.
No.
I think if you could get a Judy, a Lamb, someone like that, we keep saying those names. It could be someone else, but I think it's one of those two that's going to be next off the board. And having Cortland Sutton, in that receiving core with a Judy, a Lamb, I think would be phenomenal. What I'm most interested to see, and I don't think they do it here, I'm most interested to see, does Denver just ride with Drew Lock? You know what I mean? Is he their guy? Or are they going to draft someone? But that's the thing. If they draft someone else later on, you're just taking a rookie quarterback who doesn't have any experience. So I do think Drew Lock's their guy, but I also think that that's kind of an interesting thing is who's that going to be? You got to get him some talent. I'll tell you that right now.
Yep, I agree 100%. And that's the big thing, right? That's you've got to surround him with the talent to help him succeed. You know what I mean? And you're not going to be able to do that if you. I'm sorry. I just am shocked that we have the two best receivers in this class are still on the board, and we're at the 15th pick, right?
I think it's just coming down to just the needs elsewhere. You know what I mean? And the fact that so many teams are putting a big emphasis on defense. And then obviously offensive line, you've got to build those. And there's a lot of top offensive linemen coming out or who have came out. So I think that's the reason. And I hate to say this, but receivers are much easier to come across than a top offensive or defensive lineman. You know what I mean? You can get some guys to fill those positions, but it's just, to me, it's a little bit easier to come across a receiver. To not have to take them in such an early pick, but
I agree 100%. Let's see what we got here.
But I think they've got to go receiver here. I would just love to see that pairing, Cortland Sutton and Judy
Lamb.
Lamb.
Right, it doesn't really
I almost
matter.
think Lamb would be a better fit per se, because I think Sutton plays very similar to a Judy. So I think Lamb would be a little bit better of a fit, but at the same time, talent outweighs a lot of things. So, which again, it's I've always said it 1A, 1B. You've said it's 1, 2, 3, then Lamb, but to each their own. Oh, we got it.
I
got Kinlaw.
I do think that also sitting here, it could be interesting to see what kind of happens if, man, I'll tell you what, I'm still looking at this. If the Broncos take a receiver, you still have either Judy or Lamb on the board. Falcons aren't taking a receiver. The Cowboys ain't taking a receiver. The Miami Dolphins could very well land Tua and Judy or Lamb. And that is just, I think a Judy or Lamb will help the Dolphins with Parker. Parker's not a 1. I like Parker. I like Parker a whole lot. And
you are much higher on Parker than a lot of people, from what I've gathered through our drafts and just our talks as well.
Yeah, the thing about Parker is he was utilized right for the first time in his career last year. Adam Gase is terrible. He's an awful head coach. I don't understand why he's a head coach in this league. And I just watching TV commentators with suits and jackets and ties. You might be undressed. Yes, underdressed. Undressed. Yes, we are very. Oh man, I need a drink. Hang on 1 second.
Underdressed.
Hey,
this is the most dressed up I've been in a while. And this is what I wore to work. FYI.
Exactly.
Hey, how'd you do that?
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. They were doing that on the open bar when we went on. I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty sweet.
I know.
I don't know how you did it, but that's awesome. I'm glad you've got control over this. Oh, he muted me. Rude.
I muted me, not you.
Well, whatever.
Whatever.
All right.
Picks
All right.
in.
Anyway, all right. Now we're getting some of the picks in.
Picks in.
Jerry Jeudy.
Woo!
I like it.
God. Man, the Broncos just got really good. Really
like
fast.
it.
Really fast. That's if you would have told me that Jerry Jeudy would have landed on the Broncos today, I would have made fun of you. Except for the fact that Matt Miller said Jerry Jeudy would land for the Denver Broncos.
Did he say that?
Look at it, it's right here.
Hold on, I'm not watching you. I'm on. Oh, yep, he sure did.
Now, next pick he'll be wrong because he had Kinlaw going to the Falcons, which I think the Falcons are quite upset about that, if you ask me. Man, God,
I think they go defense here.
Who's that? Yeah,
Falcons.
they have to, right? They have to. Go.
And I'm looking at one of the sites here, and Kenneth Murray's a little bit lower here per se, but he's a guy I like a lot. I like him a lot. Watching a lot of Oklahoma games. Obviously, I'm not an Oklahoma fan per se, but they're on TV a lot, especially in my time zone. So I like him a lot. I think he's someone that can definitely fit in. Patrick Queen, he's another guy I think that could fit in well. I think they go defense here. I don't think they go offense. They, like I said, they got Gurley there. And I'd agree. I don't see a running back going first round, especially here at 16. They've already got Julio. They've got Ridley. They just got Hurst, who's a 37-year-old rookie, essentially. Not really. He's just older when he came into the league. But no, I think they go defense here for sure. That's my assumption.
I agree with you as well. Yeah, to me, it's kind of crazy, right? It's man, I am so excited. Jerry Jeudy's landing spot is hands down why I wish I had more Jerry Jeudy shares. And wow, that makes it, to me, in my opinion, that makes it Luck look good second half of the season, right?
Yeah.
And this is going to make Sutton a better receiver.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to make God. Don't they have a tight end out there? I'm trying to remember who no, they don't have tight end.
Noah Fant.
No, yeah, Fant.
Which is awesome because I have him on my team
so,
where the average age is 23 and a half years old.
So wait a minute. So you have Hamilton, who now could slot into the third role, right? He doesn't have to be a star right now. You have Sutton.
And some guys, that's huge. That's what they need.
100%. He's not a 2, which is what they wanted out of him last year.
Yep.
And then on top of that, they added Melvin Gordon.
Yep.
And they have Phillip Lindsay.
They still have Lindsay.
So, and of course they have
Royce Freeman.
Freeman too, which I think one of those guys might get traded over the next 2 days or so, right? But this, to me personally, is a steal. Like this was a hardcore. The Broncos, I think, just won the first round. Unless Miami lands CeeDee Lamb, then we'll have a conversation.
Yeah.
It would have been pretty crazy if the Dolphins could have landed Jeudy and Tua, right?
That's what I'm saying. That would have been if Jeudy was still there at the 18th pick. I was joking about it, but it's just like, does Tua get on the phone and say, "We need Jeudy. Let's get Jeudy." Like that would have been nice. But now I think him going to the Broncos is a big upgrade for sure. It's definitely going to help that offense massively. It's going to help Drew Lock in his and
they need that, career. Right? You're in an offense, or you're in a division where people are going to score points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Raiders, it's that mixed bag, right? You don't know what you're going to get out of the Raiders next year. You don't really know what you're going to get out of the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
You have Herbert coming in, but is Herbert going to start right away? You have that question. And I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So for me, like, this is, I don't know. I love the pick. Obviously, I can't stop talking about it, but this is the perfect landing spot. I like it a whole lot. And to me, I think he skyrockets up the draft boards. I think he, in my opinion, obviously depending on where the running backs land, but I think he's easily a top 3 pick right now for me.
I would agree. You said we got someone coming on?
We do. Just waiting for him to
Jump in.
here. Yeah, we got to send that link. It takes a minute for somebody to kind of hop on. I've got Jarrett coming on in just a few minutes to talk about the he's going to jump on with us, talk the Cowboys, and obviously we've got the Dolphins coming back up and then the Raiders again too. So
Well, then we got some people lined up after that. I like it.
Yeah, we've got some guys coming on, so I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, I had Jarrett slotted at the 24th pick, but hey, we'll take him on early. We'll take some defensive advice from our guy. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We'll take it. Let's see here. Let me see if I can pulling up some stats real quick for you guys. Got the little refresh button. Man, it's
Hey, you're clicking away.
yeah, I know. It's a heck of a clicker, right? All right, let's share the screen again. I want to share this with you guys. I love this website. You know what I mean? I love the tools that we can utilize on this website. But look at this. This is where we talked about this. This was 2 years. This is his 2 years. In 2018, 2019 stats. He had over 66. Can't do math on the air, guys. 66 catches for over 14 yards. Red zone monster, guys. 30 targets in the red zone, 9 touchdowns. Beautiful. You know what I mean? Can't complain about that at all. Half of his catches on first down that he caught the ball. 55 catches on first down, 28 went for first down. My favorite stat here is if you look right here, obviously this is the little small tidbit stuff that you can't pick up on a lot of other sites, but on third down and medium, 18 targets, 15 catches, 10 of those were converted for first downs, right?
That's big.
That's huge. You want a guy that's going to be able to convert. I mean, and if you combined third and medium and third and short, you're looking at 20 catches, 14 converted for first down. You know what I mean? Like that's a kind of success rate that you want out of a receiver. And I've been talking up Judy for a long time, and you have too. You love Judy just as much as I do. You like Lamb just a little bit more, and it is what it is. I don't think you could really go wrong. And Judy is, look at that dominator rating of the last 2 years: 190 targets, 136 catches, 2,266 yards. Like that's
crazy.
That a monster. I truly feel like he's probably one of the best prospects to come out as a receiver since maybe Julio. Just look what he did last year. His stats were down last year and still had 77 catches for 1,163 yards last year. Everybody talks about how Smith had a better year, but if you really look at Devontae Smith's stats, he had like 3 big games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he had 3 monster games where he had a good chunk of his yardage. And that was okay. Even look at last year. Even last year, 37 catches of Judy. Judy had a total of 77 catches last year, and 37 of them went for 14 plus yards.
AJ Terrell.
Wow. That's
wasn't expecting that one. They did go defense, like I said, though. They did go defense.
That is yeah, they did. That's it. That's interesting. I think it's maybe because Kinlaw didn't fall, right?
Yeah.
I think that was a big reason why I think they went where they went there. That's interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that pick, right? Still,
I'm excited to see what Jerry Jones is going to be doing. Said he's doing it all on his own.
Yeah, he didn't need any help, right? He did it.
I'm excited to see what we got going with Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry's going off the deep end is what that is. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's just – it doesn't really surprise me, right? I just want him to draft Jordan Love just because. You know what? Don't sign your franchise tender, Prescott. We're just going to go ahead and we'll just go ahead and draft a quarterback to replace you.
And that's the one they choose.
Well, yeah.
According to you.
Hey, I was kidding. I think they go defense here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they have to.
Yeah, they don't have – I mean, they've got one of the better offensive lines in the league, so I don't think they need to go that route. I mean, they've got Cooper, Gallup, Zeke, obviously. At this point, no quarterback is worth taking, in my opinion, at this spot. So unless
tight
they
end either.
Yeah, I'm saying, I think they're pretty high on Blake Jarwin. I think he's someone that they're gonna utilize pretty heavily. So I don't think they even go that route. And even then, no tight end's worth that early of a pick. So I think they definitely go defense here. It's one of those things where I don't know if they necessarily go linebacker per se. I mean, they've got Van Der Esch, who's an absolute monster. Yeah, I mean, they've got Clinton Dix. I don't know, man. I think they go defense, but as far as the direction, I think they can go many different ways. It doesn't hurt to have another linebacker, back there with Van Der Esch. And Sean Lee, he's another guy. When he's on the field and healthy, he's a monster. He's able to get it done, but he's just, injury concerns. I mean, they've got Jalen Smith back there as well, 84 tackles. So last season, which is pretty phenomenal amongst itself. So they can go different directions, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they go linebacker.
I've got a few tidbits here on AJ Terrell, the pick for the Falcons. Real good press corner, has terrific hands usage and press and jam, clean lower body, footwork and flips his hits to have the footwork to match with wide receivers. A lot of guys had him a little bit lower. Matt Miller had him going 22nd to the Vikings. That's another one that's interesting for me, obviously, with the Cowboys on the board right now. Again, if I'm the Cowboys, I know we don't like to trade within the division.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling the Eagles and saying this is probably your last chance to get CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Maybe it's smoke and mirrors. A lot of what we've heard the last couple of days, right? It's been smoke and mirrors, hasn't it?
Big time.
Maybe, just maybe right now, we have a run of something. But that's the thing. Like, if you look down the draft board, the Vikings could use a receiver. You've got the Saints. Saints are going to, that's it though, right? The Packers could use a receiver. Obviously, I mean, the Packers really need to. Well, Packers. Dallas. I'm calling the Packers. Packers, you got 30, man. Move up. Give me a second. Give me a second this year. I'm the Packers. I'm getting CeeDee Lamb. You put CeeDee Lamb next to Devontae Adams. Come on, man. Like, that to me is a no-brainer, right?
I would, as a owner of Aaron Rodgers.
Me too.
I would be a fan of it for sure. And I have Devontae Adams as well, so that might take a little bit of a hit. But if I'm picking it up on the Rodgers side, I'm good with it.
I mean, I obviously I have, me, I have 2 shares of Rodgers in both leagues that we are in together. Love it though.
Jerry Jones just chilling. He's just sitting there.
He's doing his own thing, right? You know what I mean? I love it. It blows my mind.
6 feet, people. 6 feet.
They're not practicing social distancing.
They are not. They're well within 6 feet and giving a pat on the back. I don't know what he did, but they're giving him pats on the back. All right, pick is in, so that means about another 5 minutes.
I was about to say we got another 25 hours before they even talk about the guy that they're going to take. Right? Let me see if I could. I'll tell you what. This is the first. I kind of like this in a way because outside of hearing it 3 seconds earlier because of your screen, because of your TV, like there's not been any pick tipping, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, on the phone.
Tua Tagovailoa told reporters that the recent tornado in Nashville hit his apartment complex and destroyed my car. It was pretty bad. Well, I don't think he has to worry about that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Ruggs in Oakland or Las Vegas, and then you got Judy in the Denver. AFC West is loading up on the.
Receivers?
Wow. In the end, Chef reported, and then neither the Miami nor the Chargers or any other team offered to move up to Detroit or the Giants spots, per league source. The Dolphins and Chargers were content to stay where they were at, and explains why the first trade at 13. That's crazy.
Huh.
Smoke and mirrors all week.
Yep. That's what it always is.
Oh, we got Corey coming on. What's up, Corey? Hang on. How's it going, Corey?
Hey, Ricky. How you doing, man?
Man, pretty good. How are you? What did you think, man? What did you think of the pick?
Well, I was a little surprised. This kind of takes me back to 2016 when we all kind of thought, like every single year, that the Falcons were going to trade up, and they had Shaq Lawson on the board. And edge rusher is a perennial need, as I'm sure you guys know, in Atlanta. And I was like, okay, this is Lawson. This is easy. They're going to go with Lawson. And then out of nowhere, they took Keanu Neal, a safety out of Florida. And it was a little bit of a take back. You're like, oh, did they reach a little bit there? But they ended up getting a really good player. Now, I know Neal's been out for the past 2 years with injuries. So not a great turn. But before the injuries, obviously, was a really good safety. And they have just taken A.J. Terrell. This happened when I was about to go buy my Clavon Chason jersey. I was pretty convinced at that point after Ken Ball went, like, okay, they're going to take Chason, put him with Fowler, and they're your edge rushers. But, at the end of the day, it's probably the smartest pick the team could have made after releasing Desmond Trufant. It's interesting. They have been linked to CJ Henderson for so long, and I was a little worried about it since he seemed to be more of an athletic prospect than a guy who had some flaws in his games, particularly with tackling. And obviously, Okuda was kind of, if they were going to go a corner for a trade up, the guy would have wanted. But Terrell is someone who I kind of had in the back of my head, like, well, this could happen. I could see it definitely falling out like that. But all accounts, he seems like he's a really good player, a really good safe pick. They didn't have to give up any resources to get him. It's fair to wonder if they could have moved down a little bit and still gotten him, but it takes two to tango, of course. So I'm happy with the move. It's a good, solid pick. It's not going to have me running around the house excited, but at the same time, it's knowing that corner was such a need. They've got 3 good young corners. I'm happy to see it, and I think Terrell will take time to get ready. It's obviously going to be some time before he's able to really kind of be the player he is, of course. But, for what it is, I don't mind the pick at all.
Real quick, I just want to talk about the pick the Cowboys just made. They selected CeeDee Lamb, which
oh wow,
I'm shocked, to be honest with you. I did
before you came on, Corey, we
that.
were just talking about there's no way the Cowboys take a receiver here. They're totally going to go defense.
Here we are.
I love the pick.
Wow, that's a great pick.
It's a steal, right? That's kind of a cheat code, right? That's Gallup, Cooper, and Lamb all lined up together. That's kind of crazy to me. That's going to be pretty hard to stop, right? And then of course Zeke. You know what I mean? Dak Prescott just got his Christmas present early. But yeah, what do you want from the Falcons in the rest of the draft, Corey?
This draft to me is probably going to go over with Falcons fans like the 2016 draft, where they really didn't make the big attractive pick, but they may have just gotten a really good, solid player who's going to fill a really important role on Dan Quinn's defense. I really like that I could see them trying to move back into the first, maybe if like a Chason begins to fall, or maybe one of the defensive linemen that may not be available when they're in the middle of the second could be there. But if they have the 5 picks in the top of the first couple of rounds, but they've got 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth. So I'd like to see them get more defensive players, a linebacker, defensive tackle, defensive end. Just keep adding guys to the roster because they have been really nice about adding these mid-round defenders who end up taking on big roles. Grady Jarrett, Devondre Campbell, Kendall Sheffield was taken last year, probably is going to be a starter in Atlanta next year. Showed some good promise. One of the only times I've really seen them under Quinn miss on a mid-round defender was Duke Riley, who ended up getting traded last season to Philadelphia. More of a speed guy that has never really translated into a starting role, more of a reserve talent. But they have a good track record there, and I'm encouraged to know that they have the picks. I think they need the picks. I think it was tempting to think about going up and getting one of these premier talents. It was rumored that they were even talking with Washington about getting Chase Young, but I think for what it is, it's just the draft is unfinished for the team, but I'm glad to know they have the resources to get there. They could even trade back in the second or third and pick up more picks, and I don't think that's the worst thing. They tend to have a really nice eye for these mid-round talents, and if you get one of these big, attractive players, you kind of can begin to project what they'll do at the pro level a little bit better than maybe a Terrell, but Terrell seems to be a really nice pick for them, and I'm happy to know that top corner spot may have a player that's ready to go in.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like the pick as well because I think you hit it right on the head. They didn't have to give up any draft capital, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still have all their assets to pick later in the rounds. What are your thoughts on possibly taking a running back as well? Maybe, 3rd, 4th round?
I think it's certainly possible. I'm really high on the Todd Gurley signing. I think that the
Me as well.
Rams cut out of that contract for money reasons. And if you're going to pay a guy that much, you want him to be a workhorse, particularly with Jared Goff, who's got his limitations as a quarterback. And I think that since you've got the arthritis in his knee, you do have to manage his load. But at the same time, that doesn't mean he's going to fall off. He still may be the player that he has been, just in more sporadic moments as opposed to him being all the time. If he were still that player all the time, he wouldn't have left Los Angeles. But, I think that there is definite potential for this to actually be a nice move for them.
I agree. I loved the Gurley signing. I thought it was a brilliant move, a very low cost, in my opinion, also an all-in move, right? Because I kind of said something. Somebody had asked a question when this show first started. If you have another pedestrian season, 7-9, they probably clean house, right?
Sure. Oh, if that happens again in the fall, they'll definitely probably make some changes.
Do you think the potential, obviously with the upgrade with Tampa Bay, is that concerning? Do you still think that the Falcons have the tools to compete for the division, or maybe that wild card?
It's interesting. With the Falcons, they tend to, when everyone kind of begins to sleep on them and forget about them, remind people how much talent they have. And I think even Falcons fans have to remember sometimes that Matt Ryan's still playing at a very high level. Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley are still two of the best receivers in the NFL. Ridley's beginning to come into his prime. He reminds me a little bit of when Julio kind of took a year or two to get ready, and then when he finally took off in his third or fourth year, it was that fourth year in 14, y'all really began to see that Julio was going to be how special he was. The offensive line is going to be a lot better. Chris Lindstrom, who was their first round pick last year, missed a lot of the season. So he really didn't have his rookie campaign to show that he's really going to be a good guard. I think that we began to realize in Atlanta he's going to be really good. You add Todd Gurley into the mix, and maybe you can load manage with him and get some really special play out of him, especially in the red zone, which the team has needed desperately. And then on defense, there's still Grady Jarrett, Deion Jones, Keanu Neal's coming back from injury. They signed Dante Fowler, who I think has a lot of promise. Tack McKinley, who was their pick in 2017, could be pretty good this year. So I think the pieces are in play, but I think it really will just come down to the coaching to see if Raheem Morris on defense can really get the most out of that unit, and if Dirk Cutter can kind of improve on what he did in 2019.
I agree. And I think obviously health is such a question, right? I feel like that's what's really, especially 2 years ago, I think the Falcons were set up to really make a run. And then just everybody got hurt, right? The whole entire defensive, roster got hurt last year. And it's interesting to me because that division's only gotten harder, right? I still think the Panthers are just maybe a year or two away. Matt Rule's got to build that team up a little bit. But that once I've said this, I think all three of those teams might make the playoffs this year, right?
I think they could very well.
I think it's going to be a very good race. I think they're going to beat up on each other. But at the end of the day, one of them might end up 11-5, the other one 10-6, the other one 9-7. Whatever it is, I think they could all end up where they all finish in the make the playoffs next year.
Yeah, sometimes it only takes you a good draft. And I know that Tampa Bay's kind of got the star appeal right now with Tom Brady and Gronk coming, but I'm a bit curious how they're going to transition. And I don't just say that as a home weather guy, but Brady is not going to be Brady from 3 years ago in this system. And I think Gronk's not going to be Gronk of 3 years ago. I think they'll still be good players, but I am curious if Tampa Bay's defense will be more of what ends up giving them a good season if they have it, because that defense last year was really underrated for what they were doing, and they can still add some talent in the draft. So, and I like their pick a lot. Tristan Wirfs is a good player. So part of me wonders if that's who Atlanta was trying to jump up to get just a bit ago. But, that's obviously going to make a little bit – it'll be more important for us to have that interior presence, and so probably play guard.
For sure. Corey, where can we – well, obviously we can find you on Twitter. I've put I just scroll on the bottom, but where can we find some of your work at, man?
I'm at the Falcoholic. If you're a football person, SB Nation's Falcons website. We've got some stuff going there that I've written in the past. My main job, I'm with the Williamson homepage, as their assistant editor, and I can also be found at the Nashville Scene, Nashville Post, where I'll be having some draft coverage here coming up on some Nashville stuff. And that's where I am. I'll be here trying to figure out how much of Falcons Twitter is upset. Falcons Twitter's been through a lot. We've had a couple of years, but hopefully we'll surmount our own 28-3 comeback here soon.
Yeah, exactly. It's the terrible joke of everything, right? It's a consistent. Yep. It's the butt of the joke. It's the the coronavirus is up 28-3 on America. You know, it's
Yeah.
you know, it's really like 328 is that day for infamy, right? Like the only way the Falcons ever get over that, I think, is if they win a Super Bowl, right? That's the only way you could ever really, you know, get that off the table. But it's an easy thing to pick up. And I posting all the time. I'll tag you and stuff. Just to, you know, it's funny. You know what I mean? You can't help it, right? You know, it is one of the greatest collapses in the history of sports. It just is. You know.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, you were there.
Well, I was there in spirit. I watched it on TV.
Of course.
And it was quite. I was wearing the shirt I am now, so hopefully this isn't that.
Man, thank you so much for coming on, man. I really, really appreciate it, man. And we'll talk. And I'm sure I'll see you hopefully in the near future at the movie theater, right? You know, my goodness. Corey, I know Corey from the Music City Film Critic Association. Corey and I go to see a lot of movies, and I'm so ready to go back to the movie theater. You know, obviously safe. We all want to be safe, but also please just let Corey sit on one side, me sit on the other side, and I really don't care if anybody else comes in, and we'll go see a movie.
6 degrees of separation.
Yeah. Thank you so much for popping on, man. We'll talk soon, all right?
Absolutely, guys. Take care. Enjoy.
Later.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
Before I add Jared on here real quick, loved this pick by the Miami. They're going to protect, obviously, their prized possession now, right? They're going to protect Tua.
That glass bottle they got back there.
Exactly. Thank you so much for that. Oh, that was perfect. Athletic left tackle with really good length for the position. Looks like a natural with his kick slide. 20 years old with plenty of tools to work with. He's 6'5", 322. He was a junior. 25 starts, 25 at the left tackle position. You really can't complain about that, right? I think this is a great asset. And just like you said, they're going to have to protect that glass battle back there. Before I add Jared real quick, CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys. What?
I almost think that, to me, so they got Cooper, right? They got the contract. I looked all that stuff up. It almost seems like that almost means like they might move on from Gallup, or maybe they get all whatever, you know, I don't know. But
Gallup's still on that rookie deal too, right?
Yeah,
you know?
That's what I'm saying. He's got about another year or two left on it, I think. So it's like, I don't know, man.
I'll tell you what, that kills Lamb stock.
Yeah. I don't think it kills it, but it doesn't help it at all.
Fantasy football wise, yeah. I don't think he's it's a wash, right?
Yeah.
I think it really, you've got too many mouths to feed. And
I would agree.
I really think, somebody actually my brother texted me and said that was a deal. They took him so that the Eagles didn't land him.
Yeah.
I could really see that being a thing, right?
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and throw Jared on here. Jared!
What's up, dude?
What's
up,
going,
man?
Good, man. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on the Lamb stock.
Really?
Yeah, man. So here's your thing, right? People love Gallup for the long distance, right? But if I'm in a PPR league, you can give me all of Lamb, dude.
I disagree though. There's too many mouths to feed, right?
Okay, so here's the thing. The thing that you love about Cooper is his route running and what he does after the catch. What I like about Lamb is what he does with his route running and after the catch. Gallup is just a go guy.
Yeah.
I wasn't really big on Gallup either. You know what I mean? I think Gallup I'm just talking about, you have 60 snaps in a game, let's just say on the offensive side of the ball, right? You know, you're going to feed Zeke the ball 20, 25 times, right? And then you've got to get Cooper his, right? Cooper's got to get his first. And then you've got Lamb. You know what I mean? I'm not disagreeing. I think this spreads the offense out really well. I think this helps Zeke more than it does anybody else. I think that Zeke improves because they're able to spread out that offense. They're allowed to put three wide. You've got Gallup, you've got Lamb, you've got Cooper out there, and then of course you have to account for the presence of Zeke Elliott. You know what I mean? One of the best running backs in football.
Well, I agree with that. I think it helps Zeke. I think what it hurts more than anybody is their tight end, whoever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never drafting that guy because why would you throw to him when you've got such a presence in CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper, and you got to protect the backside with all three guys because all three can run. So I think it opens it wide open for Zeke. I'm with you. Zeke became probably, if he wasn't a top 5 pick in every single fantasy football draft, he without a doubt is now. So I love it.
I do.
Dak just got rich.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's but that's the thing for me. I like the move for Dak as the fantasy quarterback. I like the move for Dallas, but I don't know if it was needed, right? I really feel like this was a pick to spite Philadelphia. Like that's what Jerry Jones was sitting at the house and looking at his he's like, all right, so I'm picking here at 17. The Eagles are at 21. But that's, Miami could have taken him for sure. Raiders weren't probably going to take him. No, I mean Jaguars could have maybe, but I think the Eagles might have picked up the phone and called the Raiders up and said, "Hey guys, we want him." See if you don't. I don't think it's a great pick. I don't like
the Raiders just picked, and you know me, I'm an IDP guy. I'm all about some dynasty football. I'm all about some defensive players. This might be the shock of the draft for me right now.
Yeah.
Damon Arnett?
Don't get me wrong. I think Arnett's okay. I don't think he's a first-round cornerback.
The thing about it is what the Raiders do year in, year out. They always have that one, right? The Raiders always have that one guy where they decide.
I thought they did it with their first pick.
Well,
to have Ruggs go ahead of Lamb and Judy was I get that he's fast, and I think the kid has good hands, but to tell me he's a better wide receiver than both those guys, no man. Both those guys are Blitnikoff wide receivers.
I wouldn't have drafted Ruggs in the first 3 rounds of this draft if I was a GM. So there's that. I mean, but here I am. You know what I'm saying? Here I am.
I really thought that he was going to go to the Broncos, but the Broncos are probably thinking, "Wow, did we really just get Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah.
We were probably going to have to take the second guy on the team in Ruggs." I can't believe Jeudy dropped to them, and John Elway feels the same way.
Yep.
Oh my God, yeah, that was a steal. That to me is the best pick of the first round right now. I think. I do.
What you said earlier, though, San Francisco trading back 1 pick and get the player they want anyway.
They picked up the 171. I think they needed actual draft capital, right? You know what I mean?
But to move back and not, you think about this though, the salary cap difference for them, on the football standpoint, not the fantasy football standpoint, they just saved like $6 million in moving back 1 player.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, for sure, 100%. And the thing about it is I think Corey kind of alluded to it here, was he had said something along the lines that he thought that Wirfs was their guy. That's who they wanted. And I
love Wirfs, dude.
I think that the 49ers kind of called around and tried to figure out what they could get to kind of bolster that back half of the draft. And so if it's you on the defensive side of the ball, who's your favorite pick so far here? 19 picks into the draft.
I'm surprised about CJ Henderson going to Jacksonville. I think it fills a need. I think without a doubt, I don't know how Simmons dropped that far.
That's what we were saying. Yeah,
we said that.
I mean, he seems perfect fit for the Carolina Panthers, who just lost Luke Kuechly.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
now I get they also lost Gerald McCoy, but what did Gerald McCoy really do last year? Luke Kuechly has been a staple for you and give you linebackers are pretty cheap in general. I mean, we just watched Joe Schobert, Corey Littleton, Kursky all get paid $13 million or less. Okay, no big deal. So Justin Simmons going to Jacksonville, going to Arizona and getting passed by Carolina. Arizona just became without a doubt, a top 10 team just in free agency and the draft.
The thing about it, I don't disagree with you. I think Simmons elevates them to
look what they did though. Jordan Phillips, Devondre Campbell, Isaiah Simmons, and DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. I think, but they're gonna obviously they stole DeAndre Hopkins. Like that was just a stupid.
Literally stole him. The dumbest 100%. Trade move on the planet.
One of the worst trades in the history of. Like I can't even make that trade in a fantasy league. I couldn't make that trade on Madden. Like Madden would have the bar would be like disinterested, right? This would be the interest for Madden right here. A few notes about Arnett. I did see he was actually. I had somebody tweet me today and ask me about what they thought about when Arnett would go. I said he would probably go in the 3rd round, maybe the 4th round, and that's where
I said second in my original mock draft, but
Matt Miller had him at the 66th pick, which is only 40 picks difference, going to Washington. Few tidbits here: terrific in run support, physical press corner, loves getting in the heads of the receivers, quick, strong hands. Got better every year for SU. Is competitive and hungry. 6 foot, 195. 2019 stats: he had 35 tackles, 8 pass defenses, 1 sack, and 1 interception. He's got a chip right here. It says he's got a chip in his shoulder. He's physical. Look, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? The Raiders make some bonehead mistakes, yes, but I will not. They had a fantastic draft last year. They did. The Raiders had a fantastic draft last year.
They're stealing the draft was in the 4th round.
And I think they're consistently only going to get better. They need defense, especially after watching.
Abram would be healthy. They just picked up Corey Littleton, Nick Kwiatkowski, right? They obviously just went after a corner, which they needed because Joseph's gone. I'm just a little shocked by it. I personally, Kenneth Murray's available.
You had Fulton. You know what I mean? You had Fulton,
Patrick Queen's available.
Jalen Johnson. You had other guys. You know,
I can't believe Fulton didn't go right there. If you're going to take a cornerback, how was Fulton not? Maybe something's going on that I don't know about Fulton.
For sure.
But I don't think Arnett's better than Fulton personally. And Fulton played some elite receivers this year. Right? He had to play Alabama's receivers. He had to play Texas receivers. Right? He had to play Oklahoma's receivers. Right? He had to play Clemson's receivers. I mean, you deal with it. LSU had the toughest schedule, and their defense did what they had to do. So to see, I don't know, I was a little shocked. I don't just hate him completely, but I love this pick. But I'll tell you what just happened. Clavion Chason just got picked up by LSU or by the Jaguars.
Great pick.
How quick is Ngakwe gone?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. That's actually a really good pick right there by Jacksonville. I like that a whole lot, actually.
Agreed.
I think him dropping there. It was funny. Corey was just on the show. He was talking about how he had he was hoping. He said he had already bought the jersey for him. But yeah, this guy's good. Consistent better. He's a killer, right? 13.5 tackles for a loss last year, 60 tackles, 6 sacks. What are your thoughts on Chason, man? Yeah,
I love Clavion Chason. Huge. I mean, he's a monster. If you got to see him at the practices for the spring for the Senior Bowl, he's a man among the boys. People wanted to talk to this guy because he's that big. Like, he's just a big dude. He pushes guys around. I mean, great spin move, phenomenal spin move. A good dip. Like, he's probably without a doubt on my top 25. I'll do a rookie grip like we always do in IDP 411. He's without a doubt my top 25. I will tell you that right now, of defensive players that I think are going to make an impact. He literally touched every single quarterback he played this year. Either sack, pressure, hit on a quarterback, something. He got to every single one of them, and that tells you a lot because you got to know they planned for him, and it still couldn't stop him.
Yeah, it's a great trade, a great pick for them. They just upgraded their defense, right? You got Henderson, obviously the cornerback's in need. Boye is gone, Ramsey's gone, everybody's gone. You know what I mean?
They're young too, though.
Yeah,
you know, it's only going to be an addition. The Jags are still 2 or 3 years away from being anything really worth a nickel as long as they put the pieces together. I mean, they're probably going to start their tank for Trevor, bandwagon here this year, which I really hope he doesn't go there. But
I think that's New England, man. New England they got rid of everybody.
The only thing with New England, in my opinion, I don't think they're going to be a 3-win team, right? They're just not. That's just it's in my opinion. I don't think
they could be.
Okay, well, who is? The Eagles?
A 3-win team? Did you say the Eagles? What the?
I only say that because they're up.
If you look at the teams that'll be bad again next year, I think the Lions are going to be bad. I think the Lions could be in the market for a new head coach. They will be in the market for a new quarterback. I think the Falcons could be a team that if injuries kind of supplant them, I think they could be on the downside. You look at Washington. If Washington's bad again, Haskins is definitely getting a boot, in my opinion, because he's not a Rivera guy. That's something that it's become an easy thing to recycle these quarterbacks because they're not on these big contracts. That's what we saw with Arizona, what they did. The Panthers could be in the market. Obviously, that division only got harder. You got the Broncos. Let's just say the Broncos don't work out this year. You know what I mean? If Drew Lock doesn't work out, I think there's the Raiders. The Raiders as well.
The Raiders have done, feel like, for me, like Arizona. They've done a lot. Corey Littleton is a huge, huge lane for them because their linebackers were trash last year. Love it or hate it. Corey Littleton, Nick Wachowski, huge ads for them. Obviously, you just got another corner. You got a solid wide receiver, which you need somebody to spread the ball deep. I like Williams. I love Waller. Like good running back, decent offensive line. If you look at it, they've had a pretty good offensive line. They're just in a tough division. But the Chargers, what are they going to do? There you go. What are the Chargers going to do? There's your team. The Chargers. The Chargers are taking for Trevor because they sure ain't gone off their quarterback.
They just drafted Justin Herbert, so I don't.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, he's better than. So I said this a couple months ago. I said I don't think he's better than Marcus Mariota. I retracted my statement. I looked at the arm difference. Right, Herbert's got a cannon, but he does hold on to the ball. If you're gonna hold on to it, just take off, dude. You're fast. I mean, he's quick. Go run. Now, if they can build it and put in some dump plays, I'd love to have Austin Eckler in the backfield if I'm that quarterback. So
he's a great dump off back, and I think they've got weapons too, right? They've got if Henry could stay healthy, God,
Henry, Williams is solid. I mean, let's talk about another receiver that could stay healthy, right? Their lead receiver, bro. I love that dude, and he's a great route runner. But that dude can't stay healthy to save his life.
Yeah, Keenan Allen struggles to stay healthy, right? He does, and it's rough to watch sometimes. You know what I mean? And it's hard. But for me personally, I like Anthony Lynn, right? He doesn't get the hoopla everybody else does, but with Eckler, that defense is insane. That defense, the Chargers defense is they
insane. Got some monsters, bro.
Problem, obviously the problem. Sorry, love the Bucks pick, love the Raiders picking. We had somebody pop up in here, William.
Wow,
what just happened?
Jalen Reagor to the Eagles.
So this was my pick for them. I've had them or Buffalo was going to take Jalen Reagor. They need a wide receiver, but here's the thing: I watched Jalen Reagor blow up in the Big 12. I also watched him get shut down in the Big 12. So.
I also saw that quarterback play was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He ain't got a good quarterback.
Come on,
Yeah.
Stoops, pump us up about Reagor in Philadelphia. Let's talk about it.
Well, no, it's just the thing is, I mean, he didn't have a quarterback throwing him the ball, and that's the biggest thing is they didn't know who they wanted to start, right? They put in Duggan, and then I forgot the other guy's name, but they put in two quarterbacks and they alternate it week to week, so it's like you can't build the chemistry, and they just got to get the ball into his hands and let him do his thing. And there is so many games where he would only have 3 targets. And like, how are you not even going to give your best receiver the ball?
Best player on the field.
It's just unbelievable. So him going, with Carson Wentz, people say what they want about him. Some are higher on him than others, but I think Jalen Reagor is a guy that's going to excel big time in that offense. I mean, you get him the ball and just watch him go.
I thought he was going to drop to the Buffalo Bills. And after they got Stefon Diggs, you kind of like, oh, no big deal because Stefon Diggs is a baller. Love or hate him. Jalen Reagor's fast, dude. I mean, and he's got some tape. They literally just showed some tape against the Oklahoma State cornerback, who a lot of people think that cornerback is going to be drafted in the first 3 rounds this year. He's good jump ball. He's fast, real shifty. I think he's probably the third best receiver in the Big 12, personally. But he did not help himself at the combine.
No.
For me,
So-
for me personally, I think this was a phenomenal move. I think that this is obviously, look,
It's the right move.
in an ideal world, would they want CD Lamb? Yes. Did the Cowboys end up with him? Yes. I still think the Eagles are a better team. Carson Wentz, when he is healthy, is one of the best quarterbacks in this league, period. I don't care what anybody says. I'm with Stoops on that one. He gets a lot of flack. Why does he get flack? Well, because he doesn't stay healthy, and that's not on him. I mean, he's getting beaten up out there. You know what I mean? But if you line him up, you've got Goddard, you've got Ertz, you've got Rager, you've got Jeffries. This team, Jackson comes back healthy. I mean, you think the
I'm dealing Alshon, and if that's me, I'm dealing him.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any value for Alshon. I don't think there is. I don't think there's going to be value for Alshon.
You know what the value is?
Him off your roster. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's the roster spot, obviously. But for me, I don't think there's any fantasy value in any of those Eagles running or wide receivers right now. I think
why
1 week it's going to be Rager. 1 week it'll be Jeffrey. 1 week it'll be Deshaun. Deshaun catches his 4 catches for the year for 3 touchdowns. And Ertz and Goddard do what they do. I love this move for the Eagles. I think that this elevates them. I even saw Matt Miller just say Rager over Jefferson. Really, I like the pick better for them. I think Rager is a better fit than Jefferson would have been for this team.
Agreed. He's the right move. I mean, because Jefferson is more like Alshon Jeffrey, like how he plays, not size-wise or anything like that, just how he plays. You need Jalen Rager, the shifty version player. That's their system. So it's the right move for them without a doubt. I love Jalen Rager, and you got to love him on Twitter because that dude does not get off Twitter.
Yeah.
So he's always posting something. Solid pick. Good, 21st pick. You knew he'd go in the first round.
It's a smart pick as well because you just watched the Cowboys upgrade their offense, right? The problem with the Cowboys is I don't know where their cap space is going to be for any of these, any of their talented guys on the road. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Gallup get traded in the next day or so. You know what I mean? It wouldn't really shock me. I do still think that they need a tight end, right? They need a tight end badly. They need somebody badly out there.
Yes and no. Their tight end is not bad. He just hasn't got any love because they keep bringing Witten back.
Mm-hmm.
I did disagree with that, yeah.
I mean, Jason Witten, he doesn't belong anywhere. So,
Jared, thank you so much for coming on, man. We've got somebody else popping on, man. Give us a plug, man. Where can we find everything? Obviously, your Twitter's been
always
popping on the bottom, so plug away, man.
Yeah, so check me out at Jared Gray. You can check out me, 50 Shades of Drunk, and Dynasty Chef Steve at expandtheboxscore.com and the IDP 411 on YouTube and on Twitter. Hashtag IDP Army. You can find us. We are doing shirts. Again, part of expandtheboxscore.com. We post every week, so just check us out.
Yeah, man, y'all have a great show. Y'all are consistent, and that's what's important in this space of the world, right? You have to be consistent. You guys are posting every week, and you guys are doing a great work, and you're consistently pumping out the content. So, man, we're happy to be a part of Expand the Box Score with you guys, and we'll talk soon, my friend.
Agreed. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it.
All right, so we've got a little bit of time to soak in, right? We talked a little bit. What are your thoughts totally so far for the picks, and how would you rank the receivers taken so far? Right off the top.
So receivers. I'm going Judy 1.
Yep.
Rager 2. I'd almost have to go Ruggs and then Lamb. And I hate to do it. But I just think Lamb going to the Cowboys, I think he's going to get his touches, right? So like Jared said, in a PPR aspect, like, here's the thing. If he goes for 6 catches and 50 yards, like, it's not great, right? It's not ideal, but that's a serviceable starter. But is he going to get 6 touches, right? You've got Cooper, who's going to be a target hog. Gallup, he's there. Zeke getting his. So to me, it's a 100%. And obviously the NFL draft is that's what it is, but it's an NFL move. But for fantasy purposes, I'd have to put Lamb below that. But yeah, I'd have to go Judy, Rager, Ruggs, Lamb.
Yeah, see, that's the crazy thing for me too. I think
And I hate that because Lamb is my 2. I hate it.
It's so funny. It's so funny. We talk about these guys for so long, and then they just get the absolute worst landing spot known to man. And the bad thing about it is they just gave Cooper all that money, right?
Yep.
So it's not like Cooper's there for a year and gone, and Lamb's the number 1. Lamb and Cooper are tied together for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yep.
5 potentially. So you have, and don't get me wrong, this pick makes no sense for the Cowboys.
Yeah,
Their defense is still terrible, right? They needed to add assets on that defense, and you're picking right now. You got CeeDee Lamb. They could use some corner help. You know what I mean? They could have used Chase on at the outside linebacker position. I think that would have been a perfect pick for them.
Yeah.
I think they literally, and I said it already, but I think they really picked Lamb just so that the Eagles didn't end up with him. But I still think the Eagles ended up winning. Rager is man. You're the one that talked me into Rager, right? You're 100%. You were on the Rager train before I could even think about being on the Rager train. I loved it. I love this pick. I love the upgrade at the position for the Eagles. And it really does. What I think they can do with Rager is the same thing that I think that the Raiders will do with Ruff. Oh, my goodness.
Justin Jefferson.
I'd rank Jefferson higher than Lamb.
Yeah, I would too. I think that's an awesome pick right there. I love that pick.
Oh,
I love that pick.
This is a nice little run of receivers here.
Love that pick.
It's so funny, but 10, 15 years ago, this would have been running backs going like this, but now the league has changed completely.
Mm-hmm.
It's all receivers. You know what I mean? We've got to run. And I still think that we see at least one more go off the board. I think Brandon Ayuk's going to get taken in the first round. He's one that I think that I would say that might go. Man, this is the pick. What is New England going to do?
I would agree. I would have to agree with Jared, though. I think New England could be one of those 3-win teams. I really think they're going to be that bad. I really do.
Interesting. I don't disagree, right? I think it's possible.
Yeah. I just think
that defense is.
But unless the defense score, okay, I understand. Like the defense can prevent points, right? I understand that. But at the same time, if they don't score points, I think I don't know. I'm obviously they've got N'Keal Harry there. I think he's an absolute stud. The biggest question mark, and I've been a Stidham fan, but what is he going to look like on the field? Assuming he's their guy come week 1, right? We've still got plenty of time to figure that out. But I do think the Patriots are going to be a team that struggles this year. I think they're going into that rebuild phase. That's truly what I think. I could be wrong. You know what I mean? But I think we're just with what Brady did for that offense. I think he's the reason they won as many games as they did. The fact that his decision making, his precision on his passes, albeit they might have only been 4 yards down the field. I just think Brady was the reason that they looked as good as they did on that offensive side. So I think coming in with the new quarterback, I think is going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough.
So we had a trade?
I don't know. Did we? Oh, the Chargers are on the clock. Yeah.
Whoa.
God dang it.
I got something before you did.
Whatever, dude.
First time all night.
Whatever.
We've only been going on here for 3.5 hours. This is fun, man. I've loved the people popping in and out. I love the time that we got to dissect some of the stuff on our own at the same time. This is obviously it's taken a little while for it to get interesting for some of the stuff that you and I like. Obviously, we talked just about the offensive guys here. This is interesting. What are the Chargers going to do here? Obviously, like I said, the Patriots would trade out of this spot. I didn't think that they would stay here. It doesn't really surprise me that they traded out of this position. They needed to pick up again. When I talked about this earlier, they traded that second rounder for Sanu, and it just was not.
What if they go running back? I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Do they take Swift?
I don't know, man. Jonathan Taylor coming off the board right here.
But do they need him though?
No,
I mean,
but that'd be fun.
The Chargers pick what?
Look.
Fourth.
I'm a fantasy guy here. No, from a football aspect though, I don't think they need him. I'm
Kenneth Murray?
98% joking, but
Kenneth Murray?
I would like it. I'd like it.
Maybe
Patrick
Isaiah.
Queen, someone like that.
Brandon Ayuk?
No, I don't like it.
You don't like Ayuk?
No, I like Ayuk, but I don't like it here.
Well, fantasy value wise, it would be terrible, but no, I don't think.
No, I don't think it would be.
I think it would be good. That'd be a lot to trade up for a receiver.
What if they go
Gross
Gross-Mata? I don't know how to Etor Gross-Mata.
Yeah, from Penn State. Yeah,
match him up with
Patrick
have
Queen
him and
still
Bosa.
available.
Him and Bosa on the edges. Oh man.
Man,
I'd love to see him go linebacker though. I'd love to see that.
I'd like them to go Kenneth Murray here or Patrick Queen, one of the two. That's kind of where my
it says the pick is in, but you know how that goes.
Maybe an offensive lineman, Josh Jones.
Maybe. Man, the possibilities are endless.
Let's go Josh
Obviously,
Jones.
there's a guy they want. You know what I mean? That's the only time this happens. And they moved up big too.
How much? Yeah, I'm about to say how much they give up.
I don't know, but
I need to know. I need trade details. You figure out who the hell's getting picked, and I'm going to figure out my trade details. 37 and 71 for 23.
There it comes. Kenneth Murray, I like it.
There we go.
I like it.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like it a lot.
Yep. Oh God, that makes that defense
That's big.
so nasty.
Yeah, I like
that.
that.
Defense is so nasty, dude. Holy cow.
I like that a lot.
Oh my God.
That defense, yeah, that defense is.
They added Chris Harris this offseason too. You need defense.
No, I agree with you, and that's just it. Like, I think if this defense is what we expect it to be, I almost think Herbert can come in sooner rather than later, because I think he's going to have a little bit of leeway, because that defense is going to be so strong that I think they can help keep the offense, at bay a little bit, in the game a little bit more. So, but I like that move. I like that move. That moving up to get their guy. Patriots picking up a little bit more draft capital. So that's just kind of speaks to what we're saying. Like I think the Patriots are going into a full rebuild. Yeah. So I think them getting the draft capital now, on top of potentially even not being, one of the top teams. So it's a good move from both sides.
Yeah. See, the thing about it is, so they picked up the fifth pick of the second round. And the fifth pick of the third round.
Yeah.
Right. They didn't have the second round pick. I spoke about that a little bit earlier. Said that they needed some more draft capital. Bill loves to trade down.
Mm-hmm.
But picking up that fifth pick in the third round as well, that's a nice pickup for them. They pick 87th as well. So now they're picking from 37. And then obviously you go to the next round before they pick again. But 37. And then you're picking at 71. And now you're picking at 87. And then, of course, they come back around and they pick at 98. So now they've got 3 third-round picks to add to, he's great at – 4. Hold on. He's got 4 third-round picks now. So let me get this right. Sorry, I'm looking.
No, he could even package some other things to move up into the second.
Exactly. So he's at 30, and he could trade back at 37.
Yeah, he could. But so at some point, you gotta take these top guys, right?
So 37, 71, 87, 98, and 100 is when they pick now.
Wow.
That's a lot of – and that's what a lot of people are saying about some of that defensive side of the ball. It's kind of deep on that defensive side of the ball, so there's going to be guys available for them to take.
Yep. Also
here to think of maybe a little bit, are they rebuilding? If not, then 37, could they take a quarterback? Could they take, Eason? Could they take a Fromm? Could they take a Hurts? But that's a possibility as well. Or you're right. Full rebuild at the same time.
Who's to say that they don't package up that second round pick they just got and, a third or whatever and move up to 32 with the Chiefs and take a quarterback, you know? I think the Bill's a smart guy. He might be to himself, and he's not the most, he's very straight and to the point, but they know what they're doing up there, so they've got a plan, and I think they could even potentially trade back into the first round and still get one of the guys they're liking. Again, I think the only reason they would trade back in is to potentially take a quarterback and get that 5th-year option. That's the only reason I think they would do it. Otherwise, I think they keep that second round, use some of those thirds, some later picks, future picks, whatever, maybe move up into the second round again, get 2 picks in there and see what we're getting at. But
all right, so for you here, I'm thinking either linebacker. I'm thinking maybe like Patrick Queen, maybe even AJ Epineza from Iowa, or could they go receiver? Maybe go Brandon Ayuk here.
I don't think they'll go receiver here. I'm thinking it's going to be a defensive move. Is more of what I'm thinking of. I think it could be Queen. I think at some point, and maybe I'm just a little bit more of a fan, but what is it? Gross Matos?
Yep.
Penn State. I
State,
think,
yeah.
I mean, they've got, if I remember correctly, unless I missed something, but they've still got, holy moly. He went to UTSA. His name's drawing a blank. Man.
We've only been streaming for 4 hours. It's no worries, brother.
I'm going to get his name. Marcus Davenport. And they've still got Cameron Jordan as well. So maybe that's not the right move to make. That would be a depth move. And I think at this point you want to get guys you think are going to come on and start right away. It's kind of tough to start 3 defensive ends, but unless one of them you think you can move to a defensive tackle, whatever. But I don't think they've got the size for that necessarily. Man, they can kind of go all different ways. I don't think it'll be receiver though. I don't think so. Personally.
Yeah, because let's see. Miami's still left. I could see Miami trading back and getting some more capital.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I could see the Titans moving. Let's see. Man, I'll tell you what, it's going to be.
I think we're getting to that point now. Maybe not this pick, and well, maybe even with the Vikings, but I think we're getting to that point where teams are really starting to listen to trade offers and are willing to move back, right? Unless their guy is there and they're going to take them. But I think we're at that point now where they're okay with trading back early second, even if they get enough capital on top of it, mid-second, whatever it may be. But I think we're getting to that point now where teams are okay with moving back. So I think this is where we'll start to see some more trades fall into place.
I agree 100%. I would like, for me personally, I would like to see if the Vikings are gonna take anybody there. I'd like them to land Matos.
Yeah,
I think that's a good move for them, or even Patrick Queen as well. You know what I'm saying? I think either one of those guys would be a nice addition to that team. I think that I think it's Brandon Ayuk or bust for the rest of the draft as far as weapons go. And it's potentially running back season soon.
You don't think Denzel Mims is going to find his way into the first round?
I don't know, man.
I love Mims, but
I'll tell you what, if Mims is available at 33 when the Bengals pick, they should take him.
I'd like him at 30.
Well, yeah, Green Bay
30 or 31.
Green Bay needs to take a receiver here.
They got to get Adam some help.
It's either got to be Ayuk or Mims, and to be honest with you, I think they win both ways.
Yeah,
I think they win with either one of those guys. I think that you're right. Adams can't be that guy. They need a tight end in this draft, and they need a receiver. They should have outbid the Browns for Austin Hooper. Period.
Yeah.
Rodgers is not going to have 3 or 4 more years. That's what the Falcons have done, right? The Falcons have kind of gone all in, right? They went out there and got Gurley. They've got the weapons. They let Hooper go, and then they brought Hurst back on the second rounder. Yep. I liked when they did that. So for me, it was important for them to make the moves. You've got to make the moves. That defense is young in Green Bay. I still think they're really good. So for me personally, I feel like you've got to make the move in order to be able to be The Vikings just made a great move, right? Justin Jefferson, great pick. I loved it. They let Diggs go, but for Diggs, they replaced him for Jefferson, and now they got Jefferson on a 5-year deal. You know what I mean? That's a great deal. Rookie deal, done, right? Is the pick in?
Yeah, it is, and they announced it, but I had my headphones in, so I didn't fully hear it.
Oh, they did announce it?
Cesar Ruiz.
Oh, yeah. Out of Michigan. Top interior lineman. Kind of a surprise. I still think that I thought that they would go Patrick Queen there. I thought they would. Obviously, this is the first number 1 ranked guy in the interior offensive line. Terrific footwork that helps him laterally. Plays with aggressive side that helps. Packs a solid punch with plenty of power. Fluid and speed, can pull with ease. 6'3", 307. 36 games, 31 starts, 26 at center and 5 at right guard. So he could play that center or guard position. This guy is really good. I think that he's very good. Obviously, you're going to have to protect Breeze, right? You got to keep Breeze upright. You know what I mean? I think this helps Murray. I think this helps Kamara. I think this, it's going to be a great pick for. It's not a sexy pick, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, but it's going to get the job done. And I think this is going to be Matos or it's got to be Queen, right?
You would think. I mean,
I only get offensive lineman right. So
yeah, apparently. I'm looking at it. I mean, Eric Kendricks, Anthony Barr at linebacker.
Look at Jack Jordan Love
for Minnesota. Well, they could. I don't know, man. Because they got their receiver already. They're not going to. They already went tight end last year. They're not going to go tight end. And again, we keep saying it. No one at this point is worth that. So they got to go defense. I think this is where we're definitely gonna see some defensive moves. When you're looking at it, I mean, they've got Danielle Hunter, Everson Griffin, but I think it wouldn't be a bad move to maybe go. We keep saying it, but Gross Matos, and that'd be good. Or Xavier McKinney. I mean, they still got Harrison Smith, so I mean they've got a safety back there, but it'd be nice to have another top-notch guy. So they got some ideas.
The further Matos falls, the further that's more and more of a steal, right?
I would agree. I would think so. Yeah.
Fulton still available, which is kind of a surprise.
Yep.
Right. That's a lot of people had him really high on the radar. Terrell was a nice pickup by the Falcons, but Fulton still being available is kind of a little bit of a surprise in my opinion. I think Fulton could probably land in Kansas City, right? Kansas City needs some defensive help.
Yeah.
Murray being gone, that was a big one. I don't even know how to say his name. AJ Epinezi. Out of Iowa, he's still available. So you've got some really good guys. You got Matos, you got Queen, you got Epinezia, you got Fulton, and then of course you have you got some talent. Was Zach Bond still available? Right, boy, out of Michigan, or not out of Michigan, Wisconsin. Sorry.
Yeah.
All the names are running together right now, guys. Sorry.
At this point they are. But that's okay.
Exactly. This is fun, man. This is okay. I'll tell you, it was a lot more relaxed than I thought it was going to be. I was very nervous.
Oh, it's like I kept telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
It's kind of flown by, but it hasn't. Like, I looked up literally and I was like, oh my God, it's 9:30. Like, when did
yeah.
I did that, about 45 minutes ago now, but this is officially the longest podcast or anything that I've ever done in my entire life.
That's for sure.
By 2 hours and 42 minutes. Let's see here. What do we?
I got some trades coming into my fantasy league, so I'm.
Anything worthwhile that we can know about, or is this in our league, or just a
no?
Okay, good.
One of them's in my home league, so I'm getting some advice from my other leagues. So I'm seeing what their thoughts are. I would be moving Tyreek, put it that way. So it's kind of a big deal.
Moving Tyreek, that's interesting.
Kind of a big deal. Yeah, a guy, he went into essentially a full rebuild. Like, he has 6 first rounds, and it's a 10-team league, on top of having multiple second rounds as well. But he really wants Tyreek, so trying to figure something out there. And he actually offered me Gallup earlier in the day.
I'm glad you didn't take that, huh?
Well, no, both of us agreed we're going to wait until after the draft and see what kind of falls into place and go from there. But yeah, so he wasn't happy when CeeDee Lamb went there, kind of thing. So and then he also, with Jerry Jeudy going to Denver. So the other guy that he's offering up is Cortland Sutton now. And he was just like, yeah, and I have Sutton. I said, well, I'll take him off your hands. And then it kind of went from there, and we're in talks. It does involve some first round picks with Sutton. So
perfect. Yeah, I'm excited. I think I got my last guy in that other league, right? While we're here just talking about waiting for another pick. We got a pick in yet?
Yeah, he's been on internet right now.
All right, perfect.
Brandon Ayuk, 49ers.
49ers.
I mean, I'm sorry, Vikings.
Wait a minute,
the 49ers.
They took Ayuk and
wait, no, the 49ers
Jefferson?
did take him.
Oh, so the 49ers moved up.
They traded up. All right.
Whoa! I love this pick. Oh,
these people are throwing me off. This is happening so fast.
Whoa.
I like that.
Whoa.
They got their receiver, though. We kept saying they got to get a receiver.
Pick for 25, for 31, and 117 and 176. Brandon Ayuk.
Wow.
The good thing about Ayuk right off the top, folks, is he's a returner as well.
Yep.
Huge pickup here. I'm not sure I love the fantasy value for Ayuk, and I say that only because there's games where Jimmy G throws the ball 15 times.
Yeah.
That's going to be a little bit of a concern for me. But as a collective whole, I think this is a really I like this move. I do. I like them being a little bit aggressive. I do. Let's see.
So you said that now Minnesota's at 31?
Yeah, Minnesota's at 31 now.
Perfect.
Let's see here. We've got yeah. Ooh, that's a good. I like the move for Minnesota, right? Picking up a little extra capital later in the draft. They only moved 6 spots. I mean, that's still prime real estate to even move back again. I like what they've done in this draft, right? I like what the Vikings have done. I like this move for the Vikings, and I like it for the 49ers. I think this helps the 49ers as a football team more than it provides fantasy value, which is perfectly fine. But the 49ers picked up that – I forgot. The 49ers picked up that extra pick from the Patriots in the trade – or not the Patriots, from the Buccaneers for the pick swap with Wirfs. And then, obviously, I think they sent it back out. I think that's the same pick they picked up from them. I think it was 71 or 70 – I'm sorry, 117. They picked up from them. So I think that's a fantastic move. So if you add Ayuk and Kinlaw, I think the 49ers have really – done a fantastic job in round 1 to really upgrade their team. I like the move.
I would agree with you. I think those are big moves. I mean, that defense is already, they're molding that defense to be solid. And then obviously we kept saying it, right? Debo's the guy right there. So for them to get another receiver, another young receiver with a lot of talent. When we were down in Mobile, Nagy was saying that Ayuk was getting graded out even higher than N'Keal Harry, which is huge. And if it wasn't for him, having a undisclosed injury, they did not tell us what happened, but he didn't pass the physical essentially. I would have loved to see him down there. And I think he's someone that would have been talked about much, much, much more on the Twitterverse than what he has been. So I love that move. I
think that he probably goes before Jefferson or Rager, right? If he stays healthy, does the Senior Bowl, has a good Senior Bowl, the injury doesn't happen, I think we see Ayuk go above one of those guys. I think Ayuk maybe goes to Philadelphia instead, or maybe even goes a little bit higher. The talent's there. He's raw. And it's the perfect fit. They can utilize him. Again, kick returner, important, right? Yep. I think that brings value right off the bat. So Ayuk can kind of ease himself into that offense. But again, you think about the weapons top to bottom there. They got Sanders. They've got Ayuk. They've got Kittle. They got 95 running backs. And it's really solid. I dig it a whole lot. I think this is a great move for them. Yeah, we talked about Ayuk a lot. You know what I mean? It was funny because he was one of the guys we really wanted to go down in Mobile and see, and he got hurt. He was down there though. He was still down there. He
was down there.
He was very personable, and that's the kind of stuff that you like to see from a guy, even injured. He's still making his way out of the way. Making room to come out and do the interview process, talk to individuals, and I love it a whole lot. So I'm excited about this.
That's the biggest thing for me is to have a guy go to an event of that caliber, right? And he didn't, he didn't fail the physical until he got down there, but he could have easily said, "Oh, I failed my physical. All right, I'm going to go back home, rehab, do whatever, yada yada yada." But he stayed, right? He stayed down there. He definitely made some appearances. So to me, that speaks volumes. He made himself known. I like that. I like that he did that.
Yeah, Andrew Harbar tweeted out, "You can take Kyle Shanahan out of Mobile, but you can't take Mobile out of Shanahan. 2 Senior Bowl guys for him in round 1 tonight."
Yep.
That's a fantastic first round for these guys. I love what the 49ers have done. They got their guy. We talked about early on in the draft. I like what they did. They traded back, then they get back in. They didn't take the receiver that maybe we thought they would have, but they still get a receiver. They still get their guy. I'm pretty excited about that pick. I thought it was great. So I'm a fan of it. Just a few picks left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks left in the first round. So Stoops with Ayuk, does that change your rankings at all here?
Well, yeah, because we added a receiver to the rankings, so of course it changes it.
Well, I mean, smart ass. Oh man, that's great.
No, I've still got Judy 1. I've still got Rager 2. I think I got to put Ayuk at 3. Oh man, hold on.
Oh man,
I got to put Jefferson at 3. Yeah. Ayuk at 4. And then what did that leave? Lamb. That's
Ruggs. You got Ruggs left.
Oh yeah, Ruggs, and then man.
I think I like Love a little bit more than Ayuk though.
Huh?
I think I like Lamb a little bit more than Ayuk.
Only
because they're going to throw the ball. They're going to throw the ball.
Who?
The Cowboys.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. How I have it is Judy, Rager, Jefferson, Ruggs, Ayuk, Lamb.
You just said you like.
Lamb, Ayuk. Sorry, you confused me. Sorry.
It has clearly been almost 4 hours.
It really has been.
No, but it's. I see what I agree with what you're saying as far as like Jimmy G, because 1 week he'll throw for 35 pass attempts. Next week it's 7. You know what I mean? So I get it. That's tough, man. But you got to think too.
Man.
When his pass attempt started going down, wasn't that after they got rid of Sanders? Like traded him away, or was he gone well before that? And I'm just totally blind. Because didn't they trade him away, or was that?
No, they got Sanders in. They traded for Sanders, Emmanuel Sanders.
Oh, he left in free agency. That's right.
No, Sanders is still there.
I thought he was in New Orleans.
Is Emmanuel Sanders gone? Oh, maybe he is. Oh yeah, I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm stupid. Why didn't you say that earlier? Whenever I was like, we got, they got Sanders. They've got.
Because I wasn't paying that close attention. I'll be honest. I was probably discussing my trade.
Man, appreciate the support, man.
No problem.
Nothing like oh shit. Ouch.
Yeah, Emmanuel Sanders in New Orleans. Michael Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders, Traquan Smith, Ted Ginn.
Traquan Smith, the guy that consistently just does nothing.
Well,
you're just mad because
no, you're right. He only had 18 receptions last year.
You're just mad because Henry Ruggs is going to rank higher than CeeDee Lamb for you. Hurt your feelings.
It's rough. It is what it is. It is what it is. That's why they have the draft, and that's why they do what they do, right? That's
the thing. Like we are, that That's what we preach about. The landing spot matters. Landing spot matters.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see next week when we do that first mock what it looks like.
Yeah.
With all the guys settled into their spots, where are these guys? Where are these guys going to go? And I'll tell you what, in our league where I have 8 and 9, where I said I could potentially end up with Lamb, I don't want Lamb anymore. He needs to take Lamb before me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Oh, the Packers pick.
They?
Packers pick is in. Wait.
They traded up.
Traded up. My God, these people. Oh, God.
What did they say?
Jordan Love.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
I did expect it, though. I did say 4 quarterbacks, right? I didn't think they were going to trade up for him, but.
Wow. Well, Jordan Love's in purgatory, though.
It's true. I will say this, though. To sit and wait behind an Aaron Rodgers is a good move. It's a good thing. I think Aaron Rodgers is definitely someone you can learn from. I mean, Aaron Rodgers went and learned from Brett Favre, right? So it could be worse. I will say that. It could be worse. I think it just comes down to making sure they get that guy, get that 5th-year option, and they moved up to get him. So now it's your turn. Now you got to figure out what they gave up.
Oh, they gave up 30 and 136 for 26. Not too much to give up or to move up, really. 6 spots, I think it is. So
yeah, something like that.
I like it's wow. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
No.
I don't think that's not we're gonna win a Super Bowl. That's not. I can't say that I like that pick at all. Maybe because Ian Rappaport said the Packers secretly coveted Utah State Jordan Love. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's by far probably the biggest bonehead move of the first round for me. Are you really thinking that Jordan Love is? I don't know. I'm baffled right now.
I'm.
Speaking of which, baffled, we'll be baffled, and we'll just bring Stoney in. Hey, Stoney, how are you, brother?
I'm baffled too.
I'm confused. What was that? Like, I don't even know what to say. Right?
They're saying this is exactly what happened to Brett Favre in Green Bay too, and except you've got a much less talented guy in Jordan Love than Aaron Rodgers was. So I don't get it. I don't know what's happening right now. It's just pure pandemonium.
Yeah, this is. I'm a loss for words.
I think if that's the guy they wanted, which clearly it is, they could have got him at 30. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they know more than I, whatever. But you got to think about it. I don't think Baltimore's definitely not taking him.
Tennessee's not
taking him. You're telling me you can't get him at 30?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Unless somebody was going to trade back in, right?
Maybe, which is possible.
You get the 5th-year option. We talk about that a lot.
So maybe that's why they made the move to prevent, that opportunity for someone else to do it. I don't know, but
I don't know. I already have my first round loser. Done. Yeah. That was easy. All right. Hey, Stoney, how are you tonight, man?
So far, so good, man. You guys have been going for almost 4 hours at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, we have been, man. We've had people pop in and out. We've been having a blast, man. It's kind of crazy. You and I have been trying to do something for a little while. I was like, what perfect way? The Titans are about to come on the clock. We have Seattle and Baltimore coming up as well. Knowing our luck, I'll finally get you on a show with me, and then the Titans will trade out, and then nothing will happen. But first I'll kick it off. What's been your opinion of the Titans all season as a collective whole?
It's been a very business-like approach to this offseason. I mean, they know what they did well, what took them to the AFC Championship in 2019, and they made it a priority to take care of those issues, signing Ryan Tannehill to a 4-year deal, slapping the franchise tag on Derrick Henry, and then later saying, yeah, we're going to do what we can to get this guy a long-term contract. Re-signing Dennis Kelly, I think, was a really important move after letting Jack Conklin walk and sign with the Cleveland Browns. And you're just seeing like these moves made to keep this offense intact. And freeing up a little bit of money. There's a lot of smoke out there about the Titans getting Jadeveon Clowney. Nothing official yet, but there are a lot of people out there that think that it's basically down to the Titans and the Seahawks. So really, they've done well to supplement the already pretty deep roster and keep that core that took them so far in 2019 together.
Yeah, and the thing about it is obviously nobody wants to pay a running back, right? You know,
No.
you have to be, and you have to feel like, man, I bet you when McCaffrey got his deal, Henry was like, man, like, where's mine? You know what I mean? And obviously there's
Yeah.
a difference there with McCaffrey. He's that dual threat. But I mean, Henry has done what he's done. But man, those miles on Henry's legs are deep. So as a person from the outside looking in, would you give Henry an extension?
I absolutely would. Yeah. I mean, I feel like he is one of the key cogs on the offense. I feel like he's built to withstand a beating. You talk about durability concerns, but the guy's never really been hurt in his entire career. And he's also like 6'3", like 300 pounds of solid muscle. You know, he has that Greek god, the John Cena type physique. You know, if anybody's going to take a beating in the NFL, it's this guy. I mean, he's massive, he's huge. And, you know, to have put so many miles on the legs, the wear on him just hasn't been that bad. It's not like signing a Todd Gurley to a 5-year extension or anything like that. So that wouldn't concern me as much as maybe other running back prospects.
Yeah, to me, it's been interesting to see what they've done this offseason because they're slowly but surely running out of money. Like, money is not – if they sign Clowney, is there money to sign Henry, right? That's in my opinion, that's the debate, right? And for me,
Yeah.
if you're not going to sign Henry long term, then I would have maybe actually they're probably just not going to sign Henry. See what they've got this year, right? Are they going to be able to make a deep run again, right? If they sign Clowney, I think that shows that they're invested in a Super Bowl run today, right?
I think the debate is not necessarily Clowney versus Henry because I think they're doing some things, and you know they've cut Delaney Walker, they cut Ryan Suckup, they shipped Jarrell Casey to the Denver Broncos. They moved some things around to clear up a little bit of money, but to me the decision is whether or not they're going to sign Clowney or they're going to retain Logan Ryan, because that's a domino out there that's still waiting to fall. The guy is reportedly asking for $10 million a season. And if that's the case and he's not going to buckle on that, then there's no way that the Titans are paying all three of those guys.
Mhm.
I think Logan Ryan's probably the odd man out. And they're already saying that the New York Jets are interested in signing him. So one thing to keep an eye on this weekend, if you see the Titans take a cornerback or 2 or 3 of them, you know, it's probably not good for Logan Ryan's chances of staying in Nashville.
Is there a certain price that you want Logan Ryan at and you'd be okay with, or are you okay with them just drafting somebody this weekend and making that happen?
I thought the price range for Logan Ryan would be somewhere in the 7 to 8 million range. And if you can't get Clowney, if Clowney does decide to stay in Seattle or sign elsewhere, yeah, spend that money on Logan Ryan. I mean, he was a leader on the defense and he had a pretty good season. There were some times where he had some pretty bad lapses, but for the most part, he had a pretty solid 2019. So you pay him a reasonable rate. I don't know about $10 million. If those reports are true, then I mean, even if he is perfectly healthy, I don't know if you spend that money on him right now at this stage in his career.
Yeah, I obviously I talked about it before a little bit with you. I wasn't a big fan of the Tannehill deal. I do think that they have an easy out.
Yeah, they do.
You know, very much. They're giving him a lot of money up front, which in the grand scheme of things, if I wouldn't have signed him, I would have probably let him go, right? But that's me. But at the same time, when the way they structure the deal, it's like, hey, here's a bunch of money for what you did.
Mhm.
But if you suck this year, peace out type thing. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of one of those deals, and it makes sense because it's like, all right, let's run this back one more time. Were we that good, or was it just a down year in the AFC? And did the right pieces fall together for the Titans? What do you think about the offseason right now? What do you think their outlook is heading into the year?
I think, you know, for so long we've been conditioned here in Nashville to think, rebuild with the Titans. It started with Marcus Mariota, and it just felt like every year we were kind of thinking about building towards the future as a fan base. That's not the case here in 2020 because the Titans made it to the AFC Championship playing their brand of football, and they really surprised people. They go into Foxborough, unseat the Patriots, knock off the top-seeded Baltimore Ravens, and they gave Kansas City a pretty good fight up until Patrick Mahomes ran for 20 yards and a touchdown and just completely broke their backs. But they're looking at it as we came this close in 2019 playing the way that we want to play with the roster that we have. So they're loading up to go for it in 2020. I mean, talk about the window opening for this Titans team. This is a team that believes it can go into this season and contend for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that's the reason why you signed Tannehill for what they did is because they feel like, like I said, it sounds typical. Like, you play a video game, you lose. It's like, let's run it back. You know what I mean? Let's see what we got. And I like that. Surprise here. Texas Tech linebacker Jordan Brooks goes to Seattle. What is this? The first time in like forever Seattle hasn't traded at all in the first round. Definitely an interesting pick. I was looking for him on my radar here. He's got to be one of these guys. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Unprepared for linebackers. Jordan Brooks. Hey, nobody asked. I'm 4 hours into this. I can't find Jordan Brooks' name, and I really don't care right now. So, we've got the Baltimore Ravens on the clock. I truly, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys traded out. For me, the Ravens, they have several needs. I think defensively is where they should go here. For me, you've got you've got Fulton still available. I think that's a good cornerback. I think for some reason he just went from this guy that was going to be a top 15 pick to he's might be sliding out of the first round. Matos is still available.
Yeah.
Matos is going to be a steal, right? What are you thinking? You don't like Matos, Stoney?
Not too much. I mean, I'm watching guys from the Titans' perspective. I don't think he's what the Titans actually need right now. I actually thought he was going to be the pick for Seattle. I think he'd be a good fit there, but
agreed.
I don't like the inconsistency in the effort on him. You see him give up too many times on plays.
So watching the first round, who do you think has won the first round so far?
I like the Cowboys lucking into CeeDee Lamb. I mean, it's a luxury pick. I think they should have gone cornerback there, but you're telling me CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup with Amari Cooper, it's a pretty good wide receiver trio.
It is. I just think that defense is terrible. I just think that defense. It's bad, right? God, man, the Ravens are a wild card. You never know what they're going to do. They're always either trading back in. That's how they got Lamar, obviously. But for me, the Ravens, it's going to be interesting to see if they have a setback, right? Lamar won the MVP, had a great year, but kind of struggled in the playoffs again, right? The Chargers kind of shut them down, and then what happened this year. We got Miami still on the clock coming up. We've got the Vikings. What do you think offensively could not in the first round, but could you see the Titans, what they do in second, third, fourth, fifth round? What's kind of what you're looking for out of them? Do you see them drafting a running back, maybe adding another tight end later in the draft? What do you think, man?
I think they're in a great position to just take the best player available. I mean, this roster doesn't have a whole lot of holes on it. I think their primary need is cornerback because you saw how exposed the lack of depth there. You saw that in the AFC Championship when they doubled Tyreek Hill and they doubled Travis Kelce, but then Sammy Watkins goes off for 7 catches and 114 yards and a touchdown. So I think they're going to need more horses in the secondary. They need some speed. They need somebody that can run with those Chiefs wide receivers because they're the standard bearer in the AFC right now. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, I mean, they need a complimentary running back. I would not be surprised if they even took one in the first round. If DeAndre Swift is on the board, I like Clyde Edwards-Helaire from LSU, but they also need a swing tackle, a guy that they can plug and play as needed, the way that they used Dennis Kelly before. Presumably, Dennis Kelly is going to be the starting right tackle in 2020, so then they're going to need somebody to replace him in that six-man kind of role. I think they still need another pass rusher in that stable of outside linebackers, and that's regardless of whether they get Jadeveon Clowney or not. Defensive line depth with Jarrell Casey going to the Denver Broncos. The tight end is the one position that I would be surprised if they invested a draft pick in, because they've got Jonnu Smith. They're going to give him the reins and make him the featured tight end. They like Anthony Ferkser. They like Michael Pruitt. That's a pretty good stable of guys. So I would be surprised if they added a tight end in this draft.
What are your thoughts? Maybe would you hate the cornerback being taken here? Maybe a Fulton, maybe a Jalen Johnson.
Either of those guys I would be happy with. Jeff Gladney too. I don't really want any part of Trayvon Diggs. I think he needs to go somewhere that he's going to have a couple of years to develop, because he's still really raw. And I'm also
Agreed.
I'm an Alabama fan. I watch the Crimson Tide on Saturdays. I've seen this guy for the last several years, incredibly frustrating player to watch. So I think he needs to go to the right situation. He's not exactly what the Titans need right now.
Give me some.
It's better to have a frustrating player to watch than a frustrating team.
Touche. Yeah.
I got my A&M over here, so I would take a frustrating. Well, I do have a frustrating player, Kellen Mond, but the team anyway.
What are your? Oh, speaking of which, so give me some unbiased thoughts about Tua.
About Tua, I don't like his performances in some of the big games. You know, he's kind of known as a big game quarterback, but I feel like people are basing that strictly on the 2017 national championship game when he came in relief of Jalen Hurts. I like Tua a lot. I think he's going to be a really good quarterback in the NFL. But if I'm being honest, there's that little voice in the back of my head that's worried about the injury history and is worried about some of the performances in the big games under the bright lights.
That's one of the biggest things that I've had a knock on him was it's with him and Hurts, right? Both of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Big game performances, they have struggled, and it noticeably has struggled, right? And that to me is why I was down on both of those guys. Hurts, I just don't like at all. I just think that he's a waste of talent, or non-talent, whatever you want to call him. But Tua, I'm more of a Herbert than I am a Tua guy. I think that he's a better asset. I do think that he could be, as long as he stays healthy, right?
Yeah.
But was he a product of his environment? It's my biggest thing. You know, you're throwing to Devontae Smith. You're throwing to Henry Ruggs. You're throwing to Jerry Jeudy. You got Najee Harris in the background, who just got drafted.
Patrick Queen.
Queen.
Great pick for them.
To the
Fantastic.
Ravens.
All right, so Titans are on the clock. Tackle. I think they go corner, right? I just feel like if they don't trade out.
I think they go corner here. Bring me Jeff Gladney.
That would be another, that's another solid pick right there. That was I still can't believe the Raiders drafted Damon Arnett. I don't understand what they do half the time, but I really don't question it. Mike Mayock had a guy that walks around that just carries donuts, and he opens the donuts and he gets a donut out and he eats it, and then the guy randomly appears whenever he wants another donut. So
well, it's funny. My buddy in a group chat I'm in, he said it ain't a draft if the Raiders aren't reaching. So he would agree with you.
But I
like the Patrick Queen pick though for the Ravens.
Loved it.
I like that pick.
Great, a great asset. I'm telling you what, man, Matos is falling, and somebody is going to get a steal here.
Mm-hmm.
I really like. I don't think he's a fit here, like you said either. I think Miami, Minnesota, Kansas City. I think everybody's kind of. I think Kansas City really is hoping for that. I think they're hoping for one of the good cornerbacks to kind of fall into their laps, which I think it's a very good possibility. Who do you think the biggest? The Colts. The Colts are probably the biggest proponent from the Titans repeating as champions next year.
Yeah, I like what the Colts have done. I like Frank Reich a lot. And I mean, if they're getting an upgrade at quarterback with Phillip Rivers, I mean, I think they're going to be a team to contend with. As long as Bill O'Brien is in Houston, I'm cool with it. Like y'all pay that man to never go away.
That was one of the worst. Like we were talking about earlier. I don't know if you play Madden or not, but like I could not make that trade on Madden. Like I couldn't. Like you couldn't make that trade in a fantasy football league. You know what I mean? Hey, I'll give you a second round rookie pick and David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins. Like I get kicked out of the league. You know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like
Collusion somewhere.
Yep.
I was really hoping that he would just like randomly trade Deshaun Watson today, right? Yeah.
Well, and they kept talking about how the Texans are wanting to move back into the first round, and I made that joke where it's like, well, I guess Deshaun Watson's not going to be a Texan after tonight.
He just calls the I don't even know, you know, you just look at a team here. Calls the God, I can't even think of a team right in a second. Tired. Calls Jacksonville. Jacksonville's like, hey, we'll give you a 6th-round pick for Deshaun Watson. Sold. We'll take it. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
I feel bad for Deshaun Watson. I think he's a really good quarterback.
They got Brandon Cooks though.
Brandon Cooks.
And gave up a 2nd-round pick for him.
And they gave up a guy that is, in my opinion, the best wide receiver in the league.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still can't.
The thing, I understand them trading him away. You know, that he wanted to. I mean, I guess he already had his contract. He just wanted to get more money. He wanted to get reworked. I get it, but at least get value, right? Like,
yeah,
like some sort of good value for him. I don't know. And I'm a David Johnson fan. Like, I like David Johnson, but when you look at the,
right down there.
I agree, but you've got, like you said, arguably the best receiver in the league. Like, get something. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
But yeah, I mean,
Titans don't have to cover him twice a year now. I mean, he was a notorious Titans killer, so I'm good with it.
Yeah, I think it's exactly. I mean, you got a guy who's half the shell of himself in Brandon Cooks, who even if he's lucky to see the field for 10 plus games, if he doesn't get another concussion, I mean, you've got Watson who runs for his life year in, year out. And I mean, he's a free agent after I mean, they'll probably franchise tag him, obviously. That's just what Bill O'Brien will do. Or if Bill O'Brien does job at the end of the year.
I'm sure he will.
I don't think if they make the playoffs this year, they might fire him.
You think so?
I'll tell you what, though, Stoney, I know you weren't, but I really wanted to rag a lot of Titans fans because every single one of them wanted Vrabel fired. You know what I mean? And then he goes out and does what he does, and everybody forgot about what they said about Vrabel 3 months earlier.
They were ready to crucify the man. They were ready to fire Arthur Smith. And then by the end of the season, people were talking about Art Smith getting a head coaching job somewhere in the league. And, Vrabel is this vaunted hero in Nashville all of a sudden. I'm with you, man. Like, that's one thing about the Titans fan base, that they get so picky. And honestly, man, I hope no Titans fans are watching this. They can be a little whiny sometimes. They're
very well, like it's the entire city as a collective whole, right? Nobody cares about the Predators, and then the Predators go to the get good, and then everybody's got a Predator shirt. Everybody was a Titans fan. Everybody was a Titans fan. People that didn't even they couldn't even name 5 Titans players, and were rooting for the Titans. You know what I'm saying? Which I mean, I understand but don't be that person, right?
We got the pick is in.
That means we still got another 4 hours before they let us know. Like,
yeah,
I feel like the draft could have been over an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, for real. It's almost 11 o'clock. Man, y'all are approaching 5 hours with this.
Yeah.
I ain't even going to complain about tweeting from my couch and writing.
Yeah. We figured it would be a long night, but it's been fun. It's our first time doing something like this, so.
Does it feel like it's going by quickly for you guys at least?
So for me, yeah, like I can at the same time, I can feel it's been 4 hours, right? Yeah. But at the same time, like you look at it and you're like, man, we're on the 13th pick, and then you look and you're like, oh, we're already at 26. Like what just happened? So it's you can tell it's going, but at the same time, like it's gone by quicker than what I would have felt, I guess.
I'll be honest with you. I looked at the clock. It said 7:30, and I looked up. It said 9:30. I was like, "Whoa, where did 2 hours go?" I'm not even 100% sure.
Isaiah Wilson.
Isaiah Wilson.
That's interesting.
That
Offensive
is,
lineman.
that is
Georgia.
interesting.
Interesting. So Miami's back on the clock here.
So basically,
could
what
be a
that
running
means is
back.
they're just going to continue to run the ball.
Yeah.
They're going to
Yeah.
continue to give it to Derrick Henry.
What do
Yeah.
you think, Stoney? Initial thoughts on the pick, man?
I wanted a cornerback bad. And I know it's a deep corner class. There's still going to be options for him in the second and third round, but I don't know. Kind of iffy on that one.
To me, yeah, I think there was more. There was other value there to have. The offensive linemen, could have been there as well the next round. I mean, you've got the. I don't know. I agree with you as well, Stoney.
I mean, you had your choice of some pretty good corners in that spot, and that's one of the more urgent needs on your team. And you pass for an offensive tackle, which, I mean, like I said, it was a need. They needed to fortify the offensive line. I don't know if I would have gone there with what was available at corner.
Yeah, Fulton's could have been available. I mean, you've got, and then of course, with all these cornerbacks being available, who's to say any of these guys are going to be available at 61, right? You know what I mean? That's the, you've got, all you need is one quarterback to fall off the board, and then the rest of them kind of happen. What is that noise? Is that a trade or something? Or my hearing?
It's probably my wrist popping. I don't know.
No, I heard like a bing. I don't know. I'm hearing things. I don't know. Stoney,
I don't know either.
Give me some plugs, man, before you go, brother.
Yeah, sure thing. So I am the editor-in-chief at SoBrosNetwork.com, on Twitter at SoBrosNetwork, at SoBros Titans for the unofficial Titans podcast. You can subscribe to all of our podcasts. We basically run shows on anything imaginable from SoBrosNetwork.com. You can follow me on Twitter at Stoney Keeley. Come say hi sometime.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on, man. We've been trying to do something together here for the last couple of weeks, months. We got to get together again soon, talk some more football, brother.
Anytime, man. I appreciate you guys having me. Good luck. Get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thanks, man. We'll talk to you later, brother.
Take care, guys.
Oh, he was cool. I like
He was
Stoney.
cool.
Yeah.
First time I met Stoney. I know it's Stoney LaRue.
That's the first time I've ever actually face-to-face with Stoney like that.
But were
so.
you face to face?
Well,
Were you 6 feet? 6 feet.
Well, that's true. I got to keep my distance, right?
Overall, though, a lot of surprises. Not a lot of surprises, but as we said, the first slew of picks, went kind of chalk.
Yeah.
Went pretty much as we expected. I think a lot of people have said. I think it's a shock for so many of us that Isaiah Simmons fell so far. And I mean, it was only to 8.
Yeah.
But I think it was a shock because he's so versatile, because he can do so much, right? But if you look at it, he's not a quarterback. And we had 3 go before him, right? So
Yep.
you look at it from that aspect. Okay, cool. Maybe he could be a quarterback, but he's not a quarterback. Offensive tackle had 1 go before him. But then outside of that, I mean, a corner and a defensive tackle go before him. And then another defensive end. But you look at it, I think that's kind of a surprise for me, is just how far he went. But I think it's just the team needs, I think, outweighed the talent that he really does have. So I do think it's still a surprise that he fell that far. But when 3 teams need that quarterback and they want to get that taken care of, that's going to outweigh, taking a talent like that. So surprised to see that there, but seeing Ruggs go at 12, it's been rumored that he was going to go a little bit earlier than some of the other guys, but I think I'm a little bit surprised to see him go at 12. So overall, though, and then you start getting later again, the Raiders, Damon Arnett. It's just that's whenever it starts to get a little bit more interesting. You start seeing some guys go off that you weren't really expecting, and then obviously CeeDee Lamb going to Dallas. That one's just I'm still just. From a football aspect, I get it, right? You're getting as much talent onto the offensive side of the ball as you can, but I think there was still enough defensive presence around to fill that defensive need whenever you didn't truly need the wide receiver help, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. I agree 100%. To me, you're right, cookie cutter. I like what the I like what the Browns did, right? They
Mhm.
addressed the tackle position with no issues at all. I thought that was a great move. The Jets was a little bit weird. I didn't like that move at all. I wasn't a big fan. They should have went receiver there 100%. To me, still, I think the best of the first round might have been the 49ers. The
Yeah.
Ayuk and Kinlaw Coop is really nice. I think the Jaguars did all right. I think Henderson and Chasson, that's a good combination too. I think they did pretty good with their 2 picks. Miami, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here to kind of finalize what they round out what they did. And then Minnesota, I like what they did. They got the Brandon Ayuk there.
I still think though, and again, Miami has not made this pick, but I think Miami's done very well for themselves. This pick right here is gonna really round out, who and it's easy to say that they'd be a first round winner because they have 3 picks, right? You know what I mean? That's easy to say, but I do. They got the quarterback they wanted. They got the offensive tackle to help protect. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here, right? They need a running back. They need a running back bad.
I think they should go Swift here. I really do. I think that would really I don't think Swift's going to be available I think they pick at 39. Swift won't be there.
Yeah, he won't be there.
Somebody will trade ahead and grab him, especially now with you've got the Colts drafting ahead of you at 34. They could use a running back. Even Kansas City.
So we say Swift's not going to be there, and I agree with you. I don't think he is. But there's got to be some other running back, right?
Well, Dobbin. Right, yeah, Dobbin.
You know what I mean? So I don't think they go running back, but they need one. But I think there's enough talent that will be available there. Because you're not going to see, you could, but I don't think you're going to see a run on running backs.
I think we'll 3 or 4 go in the second round.
As a whole, I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
But not necessarily before.
I could see Swift getting taken by the Chiefs at 32. I really could. I really think that they would be smart to take.
Twitter would go wild.
And I would want nothing to do with Swift in fantasy to start off with. Like, that just wouldn't. I don't think that appetizes me at all.
That works for me because depending on where old Dobbins goes, that's all I want to see.
I saw Dobbins at Pittsburgh. That would be an amazing landing spot for him.
Yeah, except I have James Conner in the league. I kind of did it because he was cheap, though. But anyway. No, it's going to be interesting to see what Miami the pick's in. So we got about 2-3 minutes before it'll be announced. But I don't think they go running back. I really don't. I think they address that in the second round. But they've got to address it at some point. They really do.
Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee's show. We haven't picked a skilled player in the first round in 15 years, so that would be kind of cool. Rodgers says whoever the pick is, he'll track down his number and welcome to the team tonight if the Packers don't trade out. So about that.
Yep.
Rodgers doesn't seem like a guy that would be very warm and fuzzy about.
He's going to pull a Big Ben.
He's going to pull what Brett Favre did to him.
Well, Big Ben didn't want anything to do with Mason Rudolph.
Well, yeah. I mean,
he wanted nothing to do with him.
Mason Rudolph sucked, though. So there's
I'm just saying, but still, it's like if you shouldn't be worried that this guy's going to come in and take your job, And I'm not saying Big Ben was, but at the same time, like to totally just brush him off like that and basically say I'm not going to help mold him, like come on now.
I can see this being Epineza as well right now. I think that would be a nice pickup for them as well.
It's gonna be interesting. Well, they're just chilling, so now we're just waiting for Roger to make the move.
It's 11 o'clock or it's 12 o'clock Eastern time, right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
just make the pick and let's move on with our lives.
Good thing I don't work till 8:30. I can actually sleep in a little bit.
I took the day off tomorrow.
Wow, yeah, I wish I did, but I'm off Saturday, so I'll be all right.
I don't know. I'm kind of excited about this. I want to talk more tomorrow. Like, let's do this tomorrow. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe after it's over, we could do something.
Yeah, when it's over at midnight. Well, the picks are shorter too. I think it reduces down to 7 minutes.
I think it might be.
I think it's 7 minutes. But it's more rounds too, so.
I just want Antonio Gandy Golden to be talked about tomorrow. I really want him to go in the second or third round. That'd make me really happy, man.
All right, here we go. Say that 5 times fast.
Who would they take?
No I don't know how to say that.
He's from Auburn, right?
Yep.
Auburn cornerback. That is interesting. You have Fulton available. You've got Jalen Johnson available. You've got yeah, those two before. Interesting pick. That's a very interesting choice. Kind of surprised. I'm not surprised they didn't go running back. Obviously,
No, I'm not either. I didn't think they actually would, but
I do think that there's going to be 4 or 5 teams that do go running back tomorrow in that second round. I mean, you've got teams that need running backs from Indianapolis. You've got the Chargers that could use some depth.
You really think Indy needs a running back?
Yes, I do. I don't. Marlon Mack is okay, but I think he needs a compliment there. And I don't like nine.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but I don't think it's going to be a second round running back compliment. I think Marlon Mack's. I think the job's his. Obviously, that's a personal opinion, but I don't think they're going to take a running back to not at that high to be a compliment.
Maybe the Chiefs will. Maybe the Chiefs will take Denzel Mims.
So how many quarterbacks? Okay, so we've got it's 4 quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah. You think anybody trades in one of these last 2 picks to?
No,
I don't think so either. No. But pick up a Fromm and Eason, Hurts. Again, that 5th-year option. I mean, that's.
I mean, I guess that's.
I don't think anyone does, but.
But my question is about this Jordan Love pick.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on this. What does that mean? Does that mean next year that Rodgers, or is it 2 years? Because Rodgers sat for 2 years, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So, yeah, I'm still baffled by that pick. I mean, I don't understand. I'm lost for words because that is not a need. You're basically discrediting the fact that you don't need to make a Super Bowl run.
So Rodgers is still under contract.
I think 2 more years, actually.
So we're in the 2020 season, correct?
Yeah.
So he's under contract through 2023. So basically, and in that 2023 season, if he were to be cut, it's a dead cap of $2.8 million. But before that, he's not going anywhere. He's playing through the 2022 season. Like, he's not going anywhere. And I don't think he's one that gets cut. I think he's one that I don't know what it means. To be completely honest with you,
I thought Favre would retire a Packer too. So I thought Brady would retire a Patriot.
Should have retired a Packer.
No, he had a great year with the Vikings, though, man. They should have went to the Super Bowl.
Well, he definitely should have retired after that year, after the year that they did really, really well.
Yeah, the Vikings year. Yeah, then they went to the Jets and did something. I don't even know why he went there. That was
the love of the game. That's what it comes down to. Love of the game. And people are going to they're going to keep giving you money, so might as well, right?
Ranked my 6 wide receivers, guys.
Yeah, I don't like it. Just kidding. We have it like pretty much the same, sort of. You went on the fly. I'm gonna have to take a step back and look at it a little closer. But we got the pick. We got the pick. Jeff Gladden. Okay.
We got the pick. Jeff Gladden? Oh, yeah. The cornerback from TCU, right?
Yep. Now it's the Chiefs. This one's going to be an interesting. He can bench up to 400 pounds? My goodness.
That's ridiculous.
He's only 191 pounds. It's been fun, though. 4.5 hours in.
We're
4.5 hours in. We're on the last pick.
We're winding down, guys. And some of the people that have been in and out, like, we can't thank you guys enough. Like, we didn't know what we were doing. To everybody that came on here and joined us, like, this was...
Filled a lot of silence. You filled a lot of voids. You've awesome insight. I'm going to tell you right now, every single person that came on, they love their team. You can tell.
Yep.
They love their team. They know the secondary coach who I've never heard of. And that's awesome, right? Exactly. I love that. So it's and that's an extreme example, but no, they were giving out names of coaches for positional player for positions, just insights on players and what they want to see and, where the depth is, who they lost, who they gained. And free. It's just, that's the type of stuff I'd love to see whenever you're that, passionate about a team. Love that. So again, like you said, appreciate you coming on and giving all the insights, taking time out of your night to join us. And again, fill all those voids and come on and talk the picks for sure. Even other picks of other teams, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this has been a blast for me. This is something, this is kind of like a mini dream come true. Normally I'm just sitting here like, man, all right, well, Tristan Wirfs. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But analyzing at the same time, for me, it's like, all right, Tristan Wirfs helps the Bucks because then it helps protect Brady, which Brady then throws the ball. You have the different layers in the fantasy aspect of things. No, it's not the defensive insight. We don't have that, but that's why we added people to this, telecast. I was going to say telecast. I don't even, it's
maybe
whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I mean, anybody that is, we still apparently have 2 people watching us. So there's 2 people that are still 4.5 hours later with us.
Props to you.
Thank you. Cause this has been,
it's Andy who turned it on his computer and went to sleep. No, I'm just kidding.
I do like he calls you out. That was pretty funny. But seriously,
am I wrong though?
No, you're not wrong at all.
We love him. We love him. We love Andy.
I love Andy. Yes, Andy is the man.
But he's even said it himself. So.
Yeah. So here we go. Look at that. That's a nice little tidbit. 4 Alabama players in the first round. I mean, that's every year, right? Year in, year out. They always have the top guys in the taken in the draft. For me,
14 SEC guys.
It's pretty crazy to think that we've made it this far. I didn't realize, back in August that I would even give this much care about college football. I always loved the draft, but this is the first year for me covering a draft in a way that I've never done it before. It's been amazing. I'm excited. This is not even it. This is round 1, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think I'm going to talk to Stoops about a little something, not about tomorrow, but maybe Saturday, about doing a little something to do a recap of the 2nd and 3rd round. You don't work Saturday, right? This is just kind of exposing it on the air, right?
No, I don't work. Yeah, I'm off.
Maybe we can do a little recap show Saturday morning, do live, talk about the 2nd and 3rd round. I think that would be a lot of fun. That could be the show for the week. That'll give us 3 rounds to kind of digest what's been going on. That's when a lot of the meat of what's going to be fantasy value wise is going to happen is 1 through 3. 2nd and 3rd round, you're going to see a lot of run of running backs. Sad news, obviously. Dak Prescott's brother, Jace, died.
I saw that.
31 years old.
31 years old.
That's insane to think about. Obviously, that's sad. But
yeah.
To Wude, to IDP Army, to Stoney, to Corey, to everybody else that I'm going to forget Andy, obviously, anybody else who came on the show. Draft Wiz, all these guys were phenomenal. All these guys were great. All these guys were, like you said, brought some great insight. If you're watching this, check out the Devy Delight podcast, please and thank you. Please and thank you. I don't know why I said that.
Because we're 4.5 hours in. That's why.
Stoops.
It's gonna be okay. I promise.
Fun, man.
It's gonna be okay.
Nobody else I would have rather spent the last 4.5 hours with, my man.
Yeah.
It's been pretty crazy.
I wish I could say the same. Just kidding, guys. We do get along. We do get along.
We do. It's
except whenever you bash my team every time I post it on Twitter, like, "Hey guys, this is my team," and you say it's poop.
I said something nice about it
because I called you out. Anyway,
I genuinely felt that way about you, though, or about your team.
What, that it's young?
Yeah,
You're envious about it? Yeah, I did it on purpose. So that was my plan going in. Once I missed out on a couple of the early guys because they started going for insane amounts, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go young, and I went young. My oldest guy is Sterling Shepard, and I think he's 26, 27, something like that.
That's insane.
Other than that, everyone's like 24 and under.
Speaking of which, we're going to talk about my team on the air right here. You ready? This is my team. I literally have every rookie tight end on this team, by the way. I don't know if you recognize that. Colby Parkinson, Thaddeus Moss, Cole Kmet, Hunter Bryant are all my 4 of my tight ends. And then, of course, I have Hayden Hurst and Darren Waller, who I have on both of those teams that we're in the league together. Adam Thielen, I got Henry Ruggs, which I'm kind of happy about now.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of happy about that pick now.
It only went for like, what, $13, $12, something like that?
Yeah, it was cheap.
Pretty cheap.
Yeah, it was insane how cheap it was. I got Drake, Jones, McCaffrey, Keyshawn, Josh Kelly. I got Aaron Rodgers, who's going to be good for a solid 15 minutes now. And then, of course, I got Drew Brees. So, and then I've got 101 Devy, which I spent way too much money for.
Yeah, that's what's so. And I got the 102. You spent what, like $50 on it? I spent $35 on mine, and then the next one goes for like $18.
I'm so mad about that.
I was like, what? Everyone's just bidding up. I guess because they wanted Lawrence or Fields potentially, or maybe an ETN. I don't know, but yeah, it is what it is. We got what we wanted, so
I'm not happy.
it's okay.
Not happy I had to spend that much money. Is the pick in yet?
It's in. It's not announced though.
Do they really feel like they need to like go over? I mean, we're at 440 here.
We are at 440.
They're like, why not make it 5 hours long?
Here it comes. Oh man.
Who?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Wow.
Dang.
Wow. Whoa. That changes everything. There went his draft stock. I don't know.
I feel like you're just the only one that's down on a Kansas City running back.
They just paid Williams. Literally, just paid Williams. How many mouths do you got to feed out there in Kansas City? I'm talking about consistent week in week. This right here, this Clyde Edwards pick helps DeAndre Swift in a big way.
I like it. I like it.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, but you like it.
Let's see here. I think it's a good pick, obviously. So wait a minute. We've got Helaire, right? We've got Queen, that's 2. Justin Jefferson, that's 3. And then we have Joe Burrow, so 4, right?
Yep.
So we have a tie. Alabama players and LSU players.
Oh yeah, you already said them. Yeah, never mind.
No, Chasen, that's 5.
Yep. Hey-oh.
LSU has the monster year. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who a year ago nobody would have ever even thought about taking in the first round. It kind of goes to show you can be very much a prisoner of the moment.
Yeah.
And I do think it's a good pick, maybe long term, but I don't think Clyde Edwards is going to be a fantasy asset year 1.
So you know what the cool thing about Dynasty is? It's long term. Well, in some cases, as long as you have a deep enough roster or taxi squads where you can stash.
Exactly.
So
I don't know, but I mean, they gave Williams money this year.
Yeah, but how long is the contract? Do you remember?
I think they gave him like a 3-year deal.
Yeah. All right. Let's pull this up. So.
Let's call Ricky out and really see if it was a 3-year deal or not, right?
He's a free agent after this year. Unless it's just not updated. But according to
he signed a 2. Wait a minute, hold on. He signed a 2-year deal last year.
Yeah, so he's a free agent after this year.
Free agent 2021. All right, so maybe.
Yeah, what's up?
He said, "Yeah, what's up?
What's up?" 101. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
101? Are you kidding?
I'm just kidding. No, I mean yes, I am.
Maybe.
Kidding you. I am kidding you.
Maybe he could be 101.
I just traded for the 106. Maybe I'll take him at 106 in my home league.
Well, to be honest with you, all I know is that guy that's in that league with us, he's going to take 4 LSU players. Jefferson, Burrow, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and that's 3 of 4. So
he can have them.
All right, guys. We're clocking in at 4 hours and 42 minutes of your time.
I say we make it another 18, call it an even 5.
Let's do it.
Let's not. I'm just kidding.
Me too.
I love what we're doing. I love this, but
I'll just kick you out and just kick myself out and just end the broadcast. But no, for seriously, follow Stoops on Twitter at Stoops1990. Follow myself at RickyViller_. If you don't know our Twitter handles by now, you probably are watching for no wrong reason. You actually clicked the wrong button or something on Twitter. Check out the show at the Devy Delight. We'll be back probably Saturday morning with a live show to recap the second and third round and the first round and kind of give you some ideas of where we're ranking. It'll give us a chance to take a step back. And thank you so much. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Have a great night. Great show. But do me a favor and check out expandtheboxscore.com. We kind of utilized the tool and showed you about it. But Stoops, thanks so much, man. This was fun, brother.
It was fun. I appreciate you hosting it. And all I did was had to sit here and update the spreadsheet.
Hey, that's what you're here for. You're the spreadsheet man.
I am.